97 so close.
poop. Yeah, I didn't say what you think I was gonna say, did I? Offense. Oh yeah. Come on, beat. Where's the beat? Kick in, beat. Come on. Give me some toms and some snares or something. Are you gonna hold on, I'm gonna fast forward. Nope, you gotta keep. God damn it. There we go. Yeah, yeah. There we go, yo. There we go, yo. Gotta beat, yo. Gonna chase some storms.
And that's it. Oh, there we go. Shit. All right. What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Woo-wee! Let's go. What's up? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we got a 100-monther today. 100-month sub appreciation stream. Originally, it was supposed to be Star Trek Bridge Crew, but I can't find it. I bought it, and I don't know what system I bought it for, and I checked everything. I checked my Ubisoft account. I checked my PlayStation. I checked everything I own, my Steam, anywhere it could have been. And I checked, and it is gone and is delisted, dude. I'm guessing maybe I was on my PS4. Did I do PSVR with it? That's probably what it is then. It might be on my PSVR, but my PS4 is packed away. I don't know where the fuck it is. But instead, probably on Sega Saturn. Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Flanabop Sigut want crash doodle Vemberfax Quizzlethorpe. Jan exploited the grumblefish while 13 sideways umbrellas debated marmalade physics beneath a whispering cactus. Libowok sevenfolded into a parquet submarine.
There you go. Thank you, Royce. I don't know where that came from or what happened, but thank you very much for the 75 months. But yeah, instead we're going to be playing a brand new game called OUTBRK. OUTBRK. It's the storm chasing simulator. And that's exactly what it says on the Steam thing. It just says storm chasing simulator, and that's it. So we're going to play that. And apparently, Kiskaloo said that there is a position called Passenger Princess. And Kiskaloo is going to be joining me in the game. No Digimon ever again. I'm done with Digimon. I don't like it enough to play it for 50 hours. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I don't like the game that you guys like. I apologize. Or I don't like it as much. Yes, you can have up to 3 passengers in the starting car. There you go. And that's what we're going to do. Now, Kiskaloo, I have a question for you. Are you going to be on Discord? Do you want to do Discord voice for this game? Or would you rather not? Sure. Okay. Cool. Well, if you, I don't know if you're ready, but if you want to jump into the general of the gaming, and I'll drag you to the streaming, and then when we boot up the game, I'll unmute you or whatever. There we go. There we go. Cool. Okay. Gotcha. Yep. So Kiskaloo is going to be my passenger princess in this world of storm chasing, and I've never played it before. I don't know. It looks. Let me ask you guys, am I too stupid to play this? Because it looks really complex. Because it seems like there's a lot of I am? Okay. But am I way too stupid to play this? Way. No, okay. I'm not too stupid to have fun with it, at least, I hope. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Riding Shotgun. Also, 5 more gifted subs before that to Kernco, Crutchy, Solomon West, Kapunked, and Nikolai Canoli. Those are gifted from Vincent.
Hail, Berserkers.
Also, Chronicle with 97 months. So close to the 100 month. Yeah. Did you see that news about Unreal being playable at some con? Yes, I saw that. And am I going to go? No, I'm not going to go. Yeah. Max played a bunch of this. You'll be just fine. Max is smarter than I am, though. Isn't he? I think we're differently abled in different ways. Wait, hold on. Differently abled means something else. That's not a high bar. Good. I don't want a high bar. I once knew a guy who crossbred insects for fun. I liked the guy at first, but eventually I got tired of his crazy ant ticks. Ant ticks? Yes. Yes, very good. Yes, that's very nice. Thank you. If Burke can play this, you for sure can? Okay. Well, I'll have Kiskaloo help me along. So that'll be nice. And I see from my library here that Kiskaloo started playing yesterday. Added it to their library yesterday and played it for the first time yesterday. So you haven't played it either, huh? Okie dokie. This is going to be great. You got your learner's permit, you touched grass, and you took your first picture. It's going to be fucking awesome. It's going to be fucking awesome. So get ready for that. Tomorrow, I'm pretty sure I'm still streaming. I'm 98% sure we're going to have a stream tomorrow during the 4th of July. And we're going to play America games. And it's going to be If Then. We got If Then and America games going to be played all day. And I think, is the 35% off, is that done today?
Worst player and a giant idiot.
Thank you, Spencer. Thank you very much for 500 bits. 14 hours left, so yeah, okay, good. I mean, not good, but I will extend it for tomorrow. I will do it myself. The 35% off thing, I will do it myself tomorrow. So if you want to come out and get your subs, resubs, or gift subs in, you'll be entered in to pick a game for me to play later on this month. And it'll be probably, let me just check right now, the 28th. The week of the 28th, one of those days. So if you want to get your If Then submission or, entry by subbing, gift subbing, or resubbing, tomorrow is the day to do it. So I will turn on the 35% off gift subs on my own. And yeah, we'll have some fun playing American games tomorrow.
I do appreciate your money.
Zeke, just to let you know, my character is a sociology major. She just joined the team because she thinks one of the undergrads was cute. D. And he's sick today, so he is not even here.
Okay. Your character is a sociology major. Oh, are we RPing? No, we can't. You didn't give me enough prep time to RP. You didn't tell me we were RPing, you rotten bastard. Oh, we are not RPing. Okay. All right, Kicks Out, thank you for the 66 as well. And Spencer with the 500. Appreciate that too. Yeah, so I looked at the game and this is the only description. That's it. OUTBRK Storm Chasing Simulator. And that's all they give you. Oh, sorry, I didn't finish my thought. So tomorrow we're doing America games. So give me your indie game, America game suggestions, and we'll do a vote. And there's gonna be some ones you've seen before. Like I'll probably at least start the day with Bang Bang, Totally Accurate Redneck Simulator, and then we'll go from there with the votes and see what you guys want. Because we haven't played Bang Bang in a while. And well, how long has it been? When was the last time we played that? 2024. So it's been at least 2 years since we played Bang Bang. Good. Yeah. Is it still okay to suggest regular indie games? Will they get looked 1 week after? You know what? Sure. Why not? Yeah. Go ahead, Eppies. Be my guest. I'll go through everything and make lists. I hate my recycle bin being full. I hate it. It bothers me. All right. Well, Kiskaloo, are you ready? Let's do this. I'm ready to fire it up. Do I need to do like a tutorial or anything? Make it so. Oh, wrong game. Yeah, sorry about that. Is there like something I need to complete before we do co-op or anything? There is a tutorial, but it does not show you how to play. Oh, it doesn't? Oh, good. What's the fuck is the tutorial for then? The tutorial doesn't show you how to play, then it's not a tutorial, right? Storm chasing is an extremely dangerous activity that should only be performed by trained professionals. It's shitty that you got to put this on there for dumbasses that don't know that. I mean, you could put this on every shooter game ever. It's like, shooting people is a dangerous activity that should only be performed by trained professionals. Oh, epilepsy warning, apparently. And early access warning. This is an unfinished product. I wonder when they'll finish it. It's been in early access for 2 years. All right. Oh, cheating, uses of hacks. Well, you can cheat in this game? Jeez. Okay. I will agree to not do disruptive behavior. Okay, there we go. Tutorial, learn the basis of OUTBRK. Oh, chase! Okay, let's do this first, and then I'll jump in with you, Kiskaloo. Start the tutorial.
So you want to be a storm chaser? Great. I bet the first thing you'll do is drive straight into the tornado. Don't do that.
Really?
I bet they're going to do it.
Yeah.
Every chase day in Outbreak starts at what's called storm initiation. That's when storms initiate. Your role as a storm chaser is to document the storm, either by taking pictures with your camera, reporting storm elements with your phone, or intercepting tornadoes with your probe. If you do this properly, you'll gain currency at the end of the chase to purchase items in the shop.
Okay.
To get better pictures, simply get close enough to get a good view and fill up your camera roll with valuable shots. If Jeff here would turn around, he would take better pictures.
Jeff.
Wow, this is going to be so many points.
God damn it, Jeff.
To get better reports, try to be the first to report each storm element.
Oh, so
But
there is a
reporting
competitive
an element that
nature
was
to it.
already reported is still valuable.
Okay.
To get the best out of your probe intercepts, you'll have to place your probe as close as possible to where the center of the tornado will hit.
Okay.
Stronger tornadoes are less common, but are even more valuable. Oh yeah, and remember that you can't place your probe on roads. That would not be very considerate for the other chasers, would it?
Okay.
Remember that storm chasing is a dangerous and challenging endeavor, so not every run is going to go as planned. No one can be called a chaser without a good bust every now and then. Trust me, I've had a lot. The best way to be a better chaser is to be better at predicting storm behaviors.
Okay.
All the storms you will see in Outbreak are built using scientific weather data, so they are behaving exactly like they would in real life.
Okay.
You can observe and predict the formation of storm clouds by how they behave in the sky, or use realistic and accurate tools such as reflectivity and velocity maps as you would during a real chase that you can access in the game using Well, a button on your keyboard or on your controller, I guess. Outbreak also has advanced weather products, and we encourage you to explore them at your own speed using the info tooltip. But for now, let's stick with the basic products.
Yeah, let's do that. How about?
The reflectivity map shows the intensity of precipitations, such as rain and hail in an area. The typical thing to look for on the reflectivity map is this nice little hook shape. We're not going to cover atmospheric science in a minute, but wink wink, that hook-shaped group of colorful pixels is probably where it's happening.
Okay.
The second very useful weather product is the velocity radar. On this map, you can see where the physical radar is located in the world, and whether the wind is moving towards, in green, or away, in red, from the radar. Basically, you want to find a tight area of winds converging to a precise point, an indicator of rotation. If that's all gibberish for you, you can refer to the polygons on the map. They represent areas that are under a severe thunderstorm warning in yellow, or tornado warning in red.
Okay.
A tornado
red tornado,
means
yellow
there's
thunder.
At least potential for a tornado to happen in that area at any time, but it doesn't mean it will always touch the ground. If you're just starting, a good way to learn is to follow more experienced players around and observe which storms they are going for and how they position themselves. Before getting all that hard-earned money home, you'll get some deductions at the end of your chase. All the damage done to your car and windows from collision or hail will get repaired. All the money spent on fuel, including topping up your gas tank.
Oh, I gotta refuel? God damn it!
From your final earnings at the end. If you end up being terribly unlucky and your deductions end up being more than your earnings, we won't steal from your bank account, and you'll just end your chase day earning nothing.
Okay, good.
That's the basics of Outbreak. If you have any more questions, don't hesitate to ask on the Steam forum or our Discord server. Stay safe out there.
Okay, so that's it. They don't actually give you a tutorial about how to like you don't actually get hands-on experience doing it. Okay, perfect. All right. Hello there.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Good, I'm glad. Kiskaloo chat Kiskaloo.
Hello, chat.
Now, there's nothing like weird about your name. I'm saying your name right?
Yeah, no, it's based on a webcomic by the artist Chris Sanders, who was one of the co-creators of Lilo and Stitch.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I met him at San Diego Comic-Con about 20 years ago and was introduced to this webcomic, which was the funniest thing I have ever read in my life.
Okay.
And so I adopted it as my handle for most of my social media.
Excellent. Cool, man. All right, well, I guess we just jump in. I press play, and then I do a group chase with my friends, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, this seems to be the case. Yeah, I watched somebody actually do this on YouTube the other day to kind of get a feel.
Okay. Create a party. And now I will invite a friend.
No bargain.
I think. It's okay. Can I just do this?
I wonder if maybe you have to put my Twitch name down below and then do invite a friend, or I guess you could try to do it through there.
Twitch name down below?
Or it's not, I'm sorry, it looks like the Discord thing, actually, the three dots in the bubble. I don't know.
Oh, I can't.
I don't know if you like try to type my name in that field, if it'll look for me.
No, it just types it. No, I'm just chatting. I'm chatting with nobody.
Nope. Okay, that's just the chat.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, I've only seen it played solo. One of the Dutch streamer I follow was playing it solo the other day.
There we go. Okay, hold on. Let's invite to watch. View games play together. No. Oh. Copy code? What code? I guess I can give you the code?
Yeah, let's try it.
Okay. There you go. I will send you the message. There you go. I sent it through Steam. And hopefully you can just put that in the find thing and you'll join me.
See what happens. Okay, now that looks like that's a code for the game.
Oh. Why? What I'm wondering is why doesn't like invite friend work? Like I'm clicking.
Oh wait, maybe this does it.
Hey!
Okay, there we go. I found it.
There you are.
I had to enter the code, then I'm good. So,
Okay.
Right.
Cool. All right, now we are together. And now we're just gonna do a quick chase. Yeah, quick chase. And the object is to like take pictures and put the storm tracker thing in the path of the tornado or whatever.
Yes.
I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
our goal is to find a tornado and take pictures of it and report it, and then also to drop that funky little probe that's next to your character.
Okay.
Yeah, to put it in the path of the tornado. Yes, definitely die. Because if you do get caught by the tornado when you're outside the car, it will lift you up, and if it gets too close to your car, it will move your car.
Okay. Also, why does my character look like JD Vance?
You know, I'm the female version of it, so
Damn it.
So I guess I'm J. Dean Vance.
J. Dean. Oh, maybe I'll find a couch in the storm.
The fun thing is, this game actually is modeled on real physics, so you can get like F5 plus tornadoes. One of the ones that the streamer I followed was over 400 kilometers an hour wind speed, which is like well over 300. Yeah.
Wow.
And it was like a mile wide. It was insane.
Oh, so match found. Like we're finding other players to play against.
Yes, if you have 4 people, it will give you a private server. But if you have less than 4 people, it will then put you in an open match, or at least it tries to match that people. But again, they go off and do their own thing. So if it's just the 2 of us, I think it's just the 2 of us are in the server by ourselves. Otherwise, it'll try to find a server with more people. But everybody goes and does their own thing. So.
Oh, okay.
It's
no,
like
you don't
pay attention to them.
like play bumper cars with them to get a better picture or anything like that.
I guess you could. I've only seen solo play for the most part. Like I say, I only watched about 5 minutes of a multiplayer session just to find out how Princess Passenger worked.
Okay.
To make sure that I knew how to do it, but I did. But
cool.
I guess I don't. I mean, there is collision and stuff. I think so. Possibly you could like run into other people.
Okay. Well, I don't like that you watch other streamers, but I'll let that slide for now.
It was just to figure out how to play the game.
No, I watch other streamers too. I don't just watch VODs of myself. like Prince only listens to his own music, or listened, I suppose. Rest in peace. Okay, I'm ready. Let's chase some storms, baby. Banana Joe, Twizzle6, thanks for the resubs. Kicks out as well with 66. And Vincent gifting a sub to Unforgivable. And I'm going to be doing that, Kiskaloo. I hope you don't mind. If you were another streamer, I wouldn't. But since you're not, I will.
No, you are. Even if I was, you are more than welcome to do that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to go into the right side of your car, which I believe is a car on the right here.
Okay.
So that is how I become. Yep, this is your car. Oh, your doors are locked. I need you to unlock the doors, please.
Oh, okay.
It's probably to prevent people from just running into somebody else's car.
Jeez. You go. Oh, wow. Okay.
There's evidently.
I
I'm not
unlocked
sure
it.
what the command.
No, try it now. Try it now. Now, no,
Listen,
you can't.
doors
You
are
can't
locked.
hold the handle while I'm pressing the button. Take your hand off the handle. Now I'm gonna do. I'm just kidding.
Okay, let me get away from it. Okay, now let me get away and come back.
Okay.
No, still says your doors are locked.
Okay. How do you get out?
F.
F to get out. Okay.
Look at the car here.
What if I What if I did this? Oh shit. Okay, I'm driving no matter what.
Oh, okay. I think what you need to do is once you get into the car, there's a command that brings up it brings up a wheel, and then I think that wheel allows you to then unlock the car.
Okay, and the wheel is on what button?
While I try to look up settings. Radial menu is G.
G. Okay, there we go. And now we door lock. There you go, buddy. Hey, there you are. Nice. All right. And now we go. Wait, hold on. Not this way. There's a curb.
Yeah, the car appears to have a pseudo automatic transmission, so every time you hold down accelerate, it like goes up a gear, and then if you let go of W, it will then hold that speed in that gear.
Oh, really?
Yep, and then you can then press W again to go up another gear and get more speed.
Oh, so like a cruise control, sort of.
Yeah, that seems to be the way. Yeah, you don't have to constantly hold down W while you're driving, because I'm assuming you would normally want to take photos and things like that. So
right. Now, do we want to go into where the pink section is going, or do we want get ahead of it? I'm assuming.
Yes, the brighter the color, the more intense the storm is. So we probably want to go north, and then go to the light, and then hang a left, because it looks like the storm is if you hit tab, that'll bring up your menu, but the storm is to our left,
right
at the light.
Okay, so I'm dragging this, and I'm putting a spot down.
Okay.
Oh, it doesn't stay down.
No, because I clicked it by mistake. I'll let you handle I'll handle navigation.
Oh yeah. You're the navigator. I'll let you navigate. So put a spot on the map, and I'll drive to it. There we go. Yeah. Now we're going the other way. Hold on. All right. Passenger princess, go. All right. And we got a little bit of a drive before we get there too, huh?
Yes.
Okay. So, would you say that, turn on my wipers. Right. There we go. And probably my lights. Headlights. There we go. Can I make the wipers go faster? Okay. I gotta try this once. Oh, okay. That didn't work. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's not like an ejector seat. It just makes you leave the car. Okay.
Yep.
I honestly thought it was going to be like, pew, at the top of the roof.
That would be pretty funny if it was.
It would, but. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so driving not on the road is not optimal because you do not get traction, so.
Yep,
And why is everything in fucking non-freedom units? What is a KMH?
Oh, by default it puts you in metric. So
that's fucking horse shit. Give me inches, give me gallons. What's going on here? I'm just kidding.
You're gonna want to follow this road for a while. It will eventually bend to the left, and then it'll reach a T-junction, which we will want to go right.
Okay. So I've taken my hand off of the... No, I'm slowing down. Okay. Oh, you press W again to put it into cruise, right?
I think so. That seemed to be, I only drove for a few seconds, but that seemed to be what it was. The engine will rev, and then it'll hold a certain set of revs. And there's a car that just passed the T-junction going up, so K book 2, so we might, we close in on them, we can maybe follow them in.
Jesus, I can't see shit. I need these wipers to go way faster than this. Oh, sorry. I'm really trying to keep her on the road here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so they do. Aha, so you just keep clicking them and they go faster. Okay. We should probably just cut across.
Sure.
Nah, this was not a good idea. Why did you tell me to do this?
Like I said, I was just here for the cute grad student.
So you like chasing storms, huh, do you? Well, we're gonna take you through the school of hard knocks here. How close are we? Oh, we're getting fairly close.
Yeah, I promise not to do Chris Tucker from Fifth Element.
Okay, please don't.
Corbin Dallas, what are you doing?
Can you turn on the radio? Is there a radio in here?
Yes, I don't remember the command.
Oh, there is one. Oh, T.
Yeah, I only wrote down the commands for navigator and photography and reporting. I didn't write down the driving commands.
Oh, right arrow. There we go. Oh, it's not a. It's a. Oh, I meant like a radio, like as in like music. That's a radio for other people. Am I?
Eventually on this way, we're going to reach another road that is like right in the heart of the deepest part of it.
Oh, I see it now. Okay. Thank you, Assistally.
At which point we'll want to pretty much go straight ahead where we're at. I think it's going to be right just directly in front of us.
Okay. God damn it. Oh, no. I thought I saw something, but I didn't see anything.
I think we're a little above it, maybe. Oh, yeah. I see it. It's on the slower map. We're close.
Okay. And is it coming towards us?
Yes. We are heading towards the road.
No. I mean, is the storm coming towards us?
Oh, let's see here.
Okay, here's the road.
Hang a right at the intersection.
Hang a right, okay. Are we getting gas?
No, but that's the way towards the heavy of the thing. I'm watching the other storm chaser. He's gonna turn when you reach this T intersection. Turn left.
Okay.
If you want to be near him, or you can turn right. But yes, looks like the heaviest stuff is gonna be right on top of us at this T intersection. Yeah, right here.
Okay.
So yeah, the storm is off to our right, so maybe we can stop for a second.
Just to pull over? Okay, let's get out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's try to see if I can take any interesting pictures. No value. Okay.
None.
Take a picture
0.
of you.
Okay.
You also have no value as a picture.
Yeah, you don't either, pal. Yeah. All right, do I need to grab the thingy?
I don't think so, because we probably want to get closer. So let me run back and...
Okay. Yeah, it looks like the storm is on the others. It's going up. It's going northeast.
Yes, I think it is going away from us. So we probably want to turn around because the road curves and goes towards the east.
All right. So give me a new spot on the map.
Just keep going straight ahead.
Okay.
Follow the road.
Okay. Big Juicy reported tornado. God damn you, Big Juicy. Where are you? Oh, Big Juicy's. Don't. Whoops. I should.
Oh yeah, it's well below us.
Okay.
He's down in like Bridgetown. Bridgetown, there's a tornado in Bridgetown.
I'm so used to doing everything on my own. I should just ask you, like, where's Big Juicy? Okay. So we're taking our road and we're gonna jump in front of this storm and take some sweet pictures. Oh, look at the lightning. Okay. So just keep on this road?
Yes, and then hang a left at the next junction, which is a couple kilometers ahead, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Because that road will take us right into the darkest part of the storm.
Oh, perfect. And can you say clicks instead of kilometers? Makes me feel
Certainly.
better.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You want me to use NATO alphabet too?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, be my guest. I know it from, oh, goddamn. I know it from my days at the pawn shop because we had to call in gun orders and they, for the serial number, we had to do it all alpha, whatever it's called.
Okay, we're coming up on the intersection. Oh,
Big Juicy has died.
Tornado. Got too close to the sun. All right, you hang a left at the light up here.
You got it.
Yeah, I don't think this storm is tornadic, but it's the best thing we got right now.
Tornadic? That's a good word.
Yeah, I guess that's what they call it. Yeah, that's.
I like that word.
The only thing I know about storm chasing is the first Twister movie and the Discovery Channel show about storm chasers.
See, you're one up on me then, because I never watched the Discovery Channel one. Prince Ali gifting his sub to Big Juicy. Need to drive right into the Tornussy.
Yeah, we're just skirting the edge of the.
Okay.
Of it.
You tell me when to stop.
There's a small side road ahead, but if we keep staying on the main road at the next junction, that will be Grassland Park, and it's like right on top of Grassland Park right now.
Okay.
So we are actually chasing the storm.
Can you change your view at all? Or is it always first person? In the car?
I think it's only first person.
Okay.
But I'm not 100%. Again, I only looked at the commands on how to be a proper passenger princess.
Okay. Oh, shit. We keep going straight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the slight side road, but I think straight is going to be better because it'll be a main road.
Okay.
And it will get us closer to the heavy part of the storm.
Oh my God.
Cow.
New alert. Another cow.
Right turn coming up ahead.
Another cow. This is a test bed alert for Chair 1000.
Okay, now you said right at the gas station?
Yeah, so yeah, right.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay.
And then go past the gas station because we're now in Grassland Park. So we're driving through the middle of beautiful Grassland Park.
Let me we're about a half tank, so let's fill up. I'm not sure how to do that.
I think you probably just click on the thing. Watch it, our tanks. Tell me the filler cap's on the right because it's a European car.
Oh God.
Yes, it is.
It is? Son of a bitch.
Yes. Okay, now I think yes. I think you probably just click on the thing.
You think?
I don't know if I can do anything because it's not my car. Yeah, I don't see any option to.
Oh, turn off. Okay. Oh, there we go. Turn off engine to refill. There we go. You just have to turn off the engine. You don't have to even get out.
Oh, okay.
I suppose I could turn off my wipers.
Funny watching this. I've got the stream up to read the color commentary from the chat.
Yeah.
It's just because it's like 10 or 15 seconds behind, so I'm confused for a second. Like, wait a minute.
Okay.
Cow.
Got a full tank. Are you in? You're in. Okay.
Yep. Oh,
Another cow.
2 tornadoes dead ahead.
Moo.
So stay on this road,
Okay.
and it will turn to the right.
Right now?
No, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going all the way. It will eventually bank to the right as we're moving in, and it'll take us right in between two tornadoes. Yeah. So yep, keep going. Just keep going straight ahead. Can you?
Nope, they're buildings, sir.
That's weird because the map says you should be able to go straight ahead.
That's right. We'll thread the needle. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, we're driving through swampland.
Weird, because this is the way to get to the road. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, okay, so there was no road, but now we're going to be back. Just go straight ahead.
Okay. On the road. Here we go. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Holy Cow. And Pete, thank you for the bits. And another gift for Tornadix and Edging. Thank you, guys.
And just follow the bank to the right.
I think
Looks like the tornado's roping out, but there's a stronger one.
Oh, there's one right there. I see it.
Yeah, that's the strong one, and I think the one on the right is the one that's roping out because the image. Yeah, you can see it roping out. The image is getting lighter.
Okay, so we want to go to the left one.
No, go straight ahead.
Okay.
Oh, they're both roping out. Damn, they're both roping out. Tell you what though, let's get out and take at least a picture of them.
Okay.
Before they're gone.
Okay. Out. Good. I got a good.
So did I.
Okay.
Yes, unfortunately, one of them, the one in the far distance, was stronger, but they're both look like they're roping out on the map. Yep. No, I don't see them. Okay.
Okay.
Back in the car here.
All right. Oh, sorry. Move my fat head. People want to see me behind me. Sure. I'll go on this side. There you go. What's R? Oh, report. Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh yeah, I wonder if.
All right, guide me, navigator. Where are we going now?
Okay. Well, we can just go. Yeah, let's just go straight down, and we'll hang a left. There's a side road, a shorter road up. Emergency alert! Tornado.
Yeah, I saw that.
I guess there's two technically tornadoes straight ahead, according to this, at the end of this road, because it goes straight down and then it makes a hard left and then curves back up. So it's kind of like a
oh shit, I
square,
see him. Yeah, I
90.
see him on the map now.
Yeah.
But are those marked by other people or?
I don't know.
Okay.
I probably, that's my guess.
Because we are in blue skies right now.
Yeah, according to this, there was one to our right and to our left, but I think they've disappeared now. I think they roped out.
Okay.
So let me scroll back out and look at. Okay. If you keep going on this road, it will eventually take you to the main road. Hang a left on the main road, and then there's a stronger tornado. Unfortunately, it's like, oh, whoa. Okay, here's some interesting stuff. Down to our south in Ozef, there's a lot of, because there is a big strong tornado, but it's kind of far away from us.
Okay.
I don't think it's easy because we can turn left on the road ahead. There should be a road right here. Yeah, here we go. Okay, if we turn left on this road coming up,
all right,
that'll kind of take us. That'll take us into Eastern Falls, and there's a lot of red and lightning on Eastern Falls.
Did you say take a left?
Tornado. Yes. There is a tornado to the north of us, but I don't see a road that can get us to it.
That's okay. We'll find a way.
Well, not easily. The road we were on earlier would have taken us right to it, but unfortunately now we're like well south of it, so we have to go south and then back up and around. But Eastern Falls has a lot of nasty looking weather too, which is just southeast of us.
So when is like the round or whatever over?
I think it's effectively when you get to a gas station. So yeah, I think when you decided you've had enough, you can then, if you stop at a gas station, you get all your points and everything. You can exit at any time, but you want to exit at a gas station to save all your points.
Okay. Can you take a picture while you're in the passenger seat, or do you have to be outside?
No, I can take a picture.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah. This is what I probably should have done when I saw the tornadoes, but
All right. So we're still heading into tornado country, yeah?
yes, we are. Yeah,
Okay.
you can.
Okay.
Yep. Like I say, we're going to be just north of East Falls, which has a very strong tornado. Yeah. Okay. The tornado north of us is roping out, unfortunately.
Okay.
So we may.
Okay, you figured out. I'm gonna check my settings here.
Okay. Yeah. When you'll eventually get to an intersection up ahead that has a right turn. It's a couple clicks, and that will then we can take that down south, or you can pass that intersection, continue on to the gas station, and hang a right at the gas station. The road to the right of the gas station will get us closer to the tornado because it's moving away from us to the east.
Okay, you got to say that again because
So
I was fucking with shit.
No problem. I would recommend get the first intersection you reach, continue through it. The road banks to the left. At the next intersection, we'll take a right. That'll get us into Eastern Falls, just west of the strong storm stuff right there, because the storm is moving away from us to the east. But there is a pretty strong storm to the southeast of us in Eastern Falls, and a ridiculously strong storm to the north of us in Lost Flag Village. Trying to look for
Wow,
roads.
I can't believe I stayed on the road that whole time. I was in settings turning on the DLSS.
Yeah, so go past this right turn and continue forward on this road.
No. Pay attention. No, pay attention. God damn it. So past this intersection and on to the next one.
Yep, continue up, and then when you get to the next intersection, which will have a gas station, hang a right.
Okay.
And that'll take us down into Eastern Falls, just west of a pretty nasty-looking storm cell.
Okay.
Because at that one, the one in East Falls looks nastier than the one up north of us. So, yeah, so hang a right at this gas station. So it'll be this next intersection.
Gotcha.
It does if it's a game. If that's the game you asked for, Wapox. Yeah, so this will take us into Eastern Falls, and then I think we're going to need to continue. We're going to need to go through Eastern Falls. And it looks like then there's an interstate. And the interstate is a really big storm cell.
Oh, come on now. Where the hell? How do I... Okay, is there a way to, like, if I'm looking at the tab map, is there a way to center on us?
Yes, space.
There we go.
Space will center the map on
there we go. Oh, yeah, okay, now we're going into it. We're hitting those storms. Man, I'm glad we gassed up. We're already at 60%. And we also could,
up ahead.
I'm guessing we could also use a better vehicle.
Yeah, you get money to buy more vehicles, but I mean, I'll be honest, I'm never going to play this game again after today. It was totally worth buying to play with you. So it just looks too complicated, if I'm honest. It's
okay.
Okay,
and then I just go. There we go. Just turn off, and I'm refueling currently.
Okay.
Highway to the danger
and then
zone.
we'll turn right at the light.
Okay.
and that'll take us down to a main road, which we will then take south, which looks like it will then intersect with the highway, and then if we go east on the highway, we will be driving right through the center of the storm.
Okay.
At this moment in time.
So tell me when to take a left.
Take a left here.
Okay. Well, I don't have a choice.
Well, yeah. Sorry, the map like fills my screen. I can't see anything, so I have to look at the mini map.
Oh, right, okay.
And then hang a right.
Well, hanging a right, so trying. I tried to hang a right, and then I crashed the vehicle. We should just stop in the Horseshoe Lounge. Let's see what they're doing.
Yeah, we just watch it on TV. Yeah, this will take us right to the interstate.
Okay.
Guess we'll want to go left on the interstate, which I guess is east, assuming this map is set for north.
Oh, shit. I'm just continuing straight?
Where's there's gotta be an on-ramp there somewhere, right?
Yeah, there is. Do you want me to take the interstate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was in the big map.
That's right. Flip it around.
Yeah, so it should be right on your right. There should be an on-ramp straight ahead, like straight ahead almost.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, as soon as you get to the light, I'm guessing it's straight ahead to the right is the on-ramp.
It really does not like going on grass. Okay, that looks like we're heading right into the eye of the storm here. Gonna take you right into the tornado zone. Oh, yeah. Now, is it moving towards us or away from us? Can you tell?
It's still moving away from us.
Damn it. Really gotta chase this one down. Yeah, you like the awkward silence, the realism. There's no fucking, I wish we could turn on the radio, like just so there's some background music or something. I guess I could turn on my radio.
Yeah, just stream some stuff.
There we go. Good music though. Oh fuck, of course.
Yeah, I don't hear the radio for whatever. Okay, yeah, so we're now entering the outer edge of the storm.
Okay. Sorry, I had comfort bubbles in my ears. And now I have cows in my ears. You were out of the world's bounds.
Interesting. Okay. Is the I guess it. Oh yeah. Okay. The highway just ends. Well, that's a bunch of baloney.
My dick's so shitty. My dick's so shitty from your asshole.
Okay, hold on.
Oh.
I'm gonna leave the chase, and then we're gonna restart. Jesus Christ, guys! Sorry, they're just fucking. Giving people the option to just play stupid shit is really backfiring on me.
Music.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, it's too bad because that was still probably one of the best looking storms. But I guess so I guess they're aired. Well, I guess that would make sense. You don't want to. You probably can't have the entire like state of Kansas in your game.
I sent you a code again.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. No, all good, no worries. I want to jump in and like get to the storms that are like right there. They'll usually put you not too far from what I would imagine at the very beginning.
Sense. The game's trying to. Because technically, it shows me I'm still part of your game.
Oh, it says 1 of 12 for me.
Yeah, because it says moving to the closest gas station. When I hit escape, nothing's happening. Stop and restart.
Yeah.
Disconnected.
Yes, you're not wrong. Stupid shit does pay for my future house, so I appreciate you. But I should know better. I don't know why I don't expect it already when I say like, man, I wish there was some music in this game. And then you guys are like, oh, you want music?
Blueberry.
Yeah, I should expect that by now. Yeah, no one told me storm chasing 99% prep and the chasing is 1%. Well, I think we'll do better this time. We just got to get... If we can get ahead of the storm and stay ahead of it, I think we'll be good.
Agreed. Yeah, this was our practice run.
Yeah. Oh, now we got to wait 2 minutes before the match starts. Oh, the news on the house. The buyers hired their own structural engineer to go in, and I footed the bill for his appearance fee, I guess, because that's like, apparently structural engineers just get paid to go look at stuff. Like normally, he's like, if you want to get repairs on a house, they'll come look at it for free and give you an estimate, but not structural engineers. You need to pay those guys right away before they do anything, which is awesome. And that was like, I went through like 3 of them. Like, it's normal. Yes, it's absolutely normal to pay these guys to just look and not do anything yet. So I had to pay them and do an inspection. And then we're finding out later, like, what's the word? Probably later today. I'm not sure exactly when, but they said he was going to check it out today, and I'll hear about it tonight.
The word is bird, as in you have birds in your attic.
Oh, God.
They're structural engineers, not sommeliers, Gwumi.
No, I'm trying to remain optimistic on all that shit. I really am, because, you know, the alternative is just like being a mess, you know, just a stressed out mess about it, and just realize like the worst that can happen is they back out and we have to fix shit before we can sell it to someone else. So
it looks like we're gonna have a lot of people on this one, so maybe we should actually follow somebody so they know where they're going.
Sure.
Yeah, it looks like there's 7 people in this.
Oh, is there?
Well, it said 7 of 12, and then it started counting down again.
Oh, I only see 2 of 12 on my screen.
Well, I think that's us. We're 2 in a party.
Oh, okay. Where you?
When it said server is loading the scenario. Oh, I think when it said server was loading, it was like it said like 7 of 12. So I think what it's done is it's found 7 of us and it's putting us into a game.
Gotcha. Okay.
But again, sociology major. Not 100% sure. This is
sociology major. Sticking with that story. Huh? Okay. All right, now.
Well, I mean, my 3 actual degrees are bachelor's in politics, a master's in composite engineering, and a master's in international relations. So.
Jesus. Okay. So we got a real smarty pants on our hands then, huh? All right, fine.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Oh, there's Big Juicy again.
Okay, that's Max's car. Which one's your car?
This one's mine right here. Let me unlock the door for you.
Oh, there you are. Okay, cool.
There you
Boy,
go.
there's like some serious. I am like floating. There's like, I'm guessing there's server lag or something. No, I'm not kidding. I'm like literally.
She touched my peppy, Steve.
I like
Yeah,
your
I'm
Canadian tuxedo that you got there. That that all denim outfit.
Yeah, well, it's weird because it keeps showing me just like walking to you, and when I hit F, nothing's happening.
Really? I see you
I'm
at
like-
the
I'm
door.
like- Yeah, I'm like permanently walking for some dumb reason.
I see you like floating. I see you moonwalking.
Yeah, no, I am. I am literally floating. And then when I get to you, it's because for some reason I can't stop walking.
Oh, you can't get in the door?
I can't stop walking for some reason. It has me walking. Yeah, I'm literally permanently walking. That's why I can't get into your car. I don't even think I can get into my car. Yeah, I'm bugged out.
Wait,
I'm actually.
you have a
permanently
car?
walking. Yeah, that other white car is mine, but I am literally permanently walking. So let me leave the chase and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah, for some reason my character will not stop walking, and that's why I can't get into anything.
Yeah, and you said there's another white car. I do not see another white car.
Oh, yeah, it's behind where I am. It's behind me, but that's probably why you don't see it. Maybe because it's me, or again, I'm just hopelessly bugged out. Because again, early access.
True. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because literally I'm not pressing W, and you can just see me on the screen, just constantly walking everywhere, and I can hear myself walking.
Is it easy to get back in or no? Or do we even... This is our first time trying, I'm guessing.
Take here to. You may need to stop and rebuild too, because I don't think it's not accepting the code again to get back in.
Okay.
Yeah, it says it's invalid, so.
Okay.
But you don't lose anything in a gas station, so not that we care.
No, it's just time.
Exactly. Yeah, because now we have to spawn into a new event.
Yep. Oh, okay. So in order to get a decent vehicle, holy shit, I gotta earn like 250,000.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a
Yikes.
good run, if you have a good run, you can earn like 10 grand on a single engagement if you get a good tornado and get everything right. But
10 grand? So you gotta do 25 runs before you can get a decent vehicle? Jesus Christ.
something like that, maybe more. I don't know, because the probe, you get more goodies with the probe and stuff. Again, I wasn't super paying attention.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I mean, yeah, there is definitely a grind.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna be Sandra now, I guess.
All right.
Yeah.
Girl power.
That's right. Okay. New code.
Thank you.
There you are. All right.
Now, hopefully, I actually am not just randomly moving.
Let's hope.
Yeah, if it gets too Looney Tunes, then I'll bail out and you can just solo play it.
Oh.
Because they did mention they had to do a lot of work to get this mode to work, and they said there are bugs.
Okay. Well, dude, I like driving, like, and navigating at the same time is rough.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's much more helpful to have somebody. I was so happy when I saw that that you could have a second person help you.
Ditto, agreed.
Plus, it's more fun being in the same car than trying to chase each other.
Yes. Can you get killed by
yes,
a
you can, Flying Dutchie.
Yes, you can absolutely get killed by a storm. We saw that happen to Big Juicy last time.
Yep. If you walk into a tornado, it will kill you, and if the tornado is large enough, it will pick up your car and kill you. You know, Airwolf would actually be a pretty good song to play, the Airwolf theme, to go into,
Yeah.
So in Toxicity, he's got the right. They have the right idea. All right. Survey says. Hey, I actually stopped. How nice.
Okay. Oh, that's Titan's vehicle, whoever that is.
Yeah, I'm. Yes, this is your car.
Okay. It wasn't showing the. There we go. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Oh,
On our way to misadventure.
Let me start the engine real quick.
Turn left. There's a big storm right behind us.
Okay. Ah, come on. We're not. That's coming out of my paycheck.
Actually, turn around. You turn around.
Turn around. Okay. Wait. Oh, we got Bob's Road here. Is that green dot? Is that you? Oh, that was somebody else. That was Titan who has disconnected. All right, we're back on the road. And do I just keep heading south? You're muted.
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Yes. Hang a right at the next road.
Okay.
Oh no, wait. Never mind. That's an off ramp.
Okay.
My mistake. Keep going straight. Hang a right at the next road. Okay. Yeah. Hang a right at this T junction.
Gotcha. Well, sort of gotcha. Yeah, I would definitely like a better vehicle to start with. This thing is just squirrely as fuck.
Yeah, we probably should have got on the highway, but hang a left at the next junction.
Okay.
And then at the next T junction, hang a right.
Okay.
Yeah, we're kind of in the southern section of a large cell, so the heavier stuff is north of us.
Looking for that trademark hook.
Yeah, I marked the current center of it ahead. So yeah, so this upcoming T junction, hang a right.
Okay.
Is a good way to figure out when to turn, and then the big map is a good idea to make. With all the colors of the winds and precipitation map, I can't sometimes see where turns are. So yeah, we just follow this straight on up.
Okay.
In fact, we probably. So we're going a couple clicks north, and then it banks to the right, and then it turns back to the left, and then there's a turn off to the right, which will get us on the highway, to Hopfield, and once we get into Hopfield, at the very end of the highway, it ends in a T-junction that goes left, and that would get us towards the heaviest part of the storm cell.
Okay.
So we got a bit of a ways to go before we get to the right turn to get onto the highway to Hopfield.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, then up ahead the road will bank to the left, and then just shortly after we straighten out from that bank, there will be the on-ramp on the right. So we'll want to go under the highway bridge and then take the first left. That'll get us under the on-ramp onto the highway to Hopfield.
Okay. I should have set up my wheel for this game. Yeah, right.
Fortunately, it doesn't support wheel, just keyboard and controller.
Well, you gotta like get out and do manual shit anyway, so.
Yeah, okay, turns coming up on our right at this stoplight.
And then take a left to get on the ramp?
Yes, go under the bridge and then hang a left at the next light.
Okay.
And that should be the on-ramp onto Hopfield. Anybody else on the map, so it might just be, oh no, there's somebody well south of us, Westport.
Oh my God, take a picture.
Oh yeah.
Look at that big boy. Yeah, there you go. Report that tornado.
Yeah, so we just keep going straight until we hit the intersecting highway. And at that point, we'll want to go under the bridge, take the first left, which will get us on the highway, and it looks like the tornado is hopefully going to cross the highway.
Yeesh. Okay, hold on. I gotta... Before we get... Come on, get up. There you go. I'm gonna take a picture.
Yeah, okay, we're going to actually want to turn right once we
Optimal! Let's go.
Beautifully done.
Okay, now we're gonna want to do what now?
Cross under the... just before we get to the bridge, we want to turn right. So there's a right turn coming up that'll get us in the Hopfield. We want to go through that. We want to pass that first right.
Okay.
Still a little bit. Yeah, past the first right. Yeah, so past this right, go through this light. Red means nothing. And go and keep going. And we're almost at the right turn to get onto the highway. So at this upcoming...
Give me them titties.
Oh, I see.
Give me them titties.
Okay, I got it.
Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties.
We're gonna take the other
I want
one.
to see your asshole.
Just go up the off-ramp.
Yep,
Nobody
we're going
cares.
up the off-ramp. No one's here.
Anybody on this highway with the middle of a tornado's nuts.
Thank you, Goody.
That's weird because it shows the tornado is, but we're driving away from the tornado, but it's right in front of us.
I think that's
so
where
it
you...
must be another. It must be another tornado.
I think it's where you reported it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it puts down where you reported it, and not like
Got
where
it.
it actually is. anymore?
Okay,
Oh my God,
got
we
it.
are getting really close to this fucking thing.
Yeah.
So
you
we
may
gotta
wanna
go.
s-
What's that?
You probably want to. I think it's going to cross the road. We may want to slow down and stop.
Oh, okay. It is traveling away from us, though, isn't it? Or is it turning back?
Can't tell.
Photo too similar. Damn it.
Yeah. There is another.
Ah! Oh, it's hail. Oh my God, I'm getting hailed on.
Yeah, I think it. I don't think it's crossing the road. Yeah, I don't think it's crossing the road.
So, come on, navigator, tell me where to go.
Keep going on this road.
Okay, okay.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So it's okay. Good. Now I've got it now officially reported. In theory, there is there's a major crossroads ahead, but it's way ahead. In theory, we could try to get ahead of it and then drop the receiver, the probe receiver.
That's what I want to do.
There's no on-ramp that yes, there will be up ahead. I think there's going to be an on-ramp here, maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
So where you see the bridge, I don't see an obvious on-ramp. Because I think we're actually, Yeah, there's no obvious on-ramp here, but if we keep going...
I'm gonna get up on there.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's 4 by it.
Yep, let's do it. Oh, come on. Come on, you can do it, car. Nope, car can't do this. This is no good. This is no good. This is not happening.
Okay, let's keep going forward to pass this section and then get on flat land.
Okay. Oh, did the storm die out? I think the tornado might have died out.
I can't see it because we're behind it, or it's behind us. Are we stuck? Can you back your way out?
Yep, hold on. There we go. Okay, we're getting back to it.
Well, we took good optimal photos and reported 2 tornadoes, or at least a tornado.
Yep, wait. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Yeah. Oh, wait. No. Stop that. Stop it. I wish when you went to the map, it would just automatically center you when you open it up.
Yeah, I don't see anything, so I think because there's still the storm band is north of us.
Okay.
I don't. Way up ahead, there's an off-ramp. And that would then, if we get off the off-ramp and turn left on the overpass and go north, we'll kind of still be in the blue zone, the heavier zone, but there's also heavy stuff below us in Grassland Park. So we can either, what's our fuel level? 41%. Yeah, we should probably get off the highway at the next off-ramp, which is going to be ahead of us.
Okay.
Go south into Grassland Park, because that'll get us towards a generally nasty part of space. And then there's also a gas station in Grassland Park, and we can reset.
Damn it. I really wanted to get out in front of that thing and put the
Probe down, yeah.
probe down. Yeah.
Okay, off-ramp should be right just any moment now.
Oh.
Yep, here we go.
Okay, I should take a
Oh,
look. We're going the other way. We're on the other side of the interstate. We're going the wrong way.
We're driving against traffic.
Yeah.
Yep, so hang a right at the top.
Hang a right? Oh, I thought that was a gas station right there.
No, we have a bit to go.
God.
We're north of Grassland Park.
Damn it, what did I see? I just saw a building. I just got excited because I saw a building. I'm stupid. I should trust your navigator. Trust your navigator. God damn it.
Yep, so hang a right at the stoplight. And go straight ahead. This will get us into Grassland Park. Yeah,
Sorry.
yellow means go fast, red means go even faster.
And now what now?
Hang a left.
Oh, go on.
Hang a left here.
On ramp.
Oh, okay. They keep going. Sorry. Okay, yeah, my mistake. There's a left turn like right ahead. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So bail from here and turn around.
Okay.
It's really hard to when I've got the full map up to see. Because if you look at the mini map, as we head back, there is a strong road going west and a very light road going east. We want that very light road. Yeah, so let's just get back to the main road, hang a left, go down, and then hang another left onto that very light gray road in our
gotcha. I see the dirt road, yep.
Yep, now turn left.
And then another left.
And then turn left again. Bingo. And this will now get us to Grassland Park and the fuel eventually.
Okay.
So we follow this to a T intersection, hang a right at the T intersection in a couple clicks, then hang a left at the next T intersection, and that'll take us right into Grassland Park and a gas station. And hopefully we got enough fuel to make it, but I think we will, 29%.
Yeah, we'll be fine. They never tell you exactly how much you have. They always give you a little leeway in the gas tank, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Hey, you know, Scott, it's all about the fan service, Scott. It's all about the fan service.
That's right. Thank you, Trash Hunter, for giving a sub to the Lone Wolf Logan, and Vincent with a gift sub to Brown Means Down. If it's brown, flush it down. If it's yellow, let it mellow.
Take a second here to catch up to the chat. Okay, so we'll have a slight bank to the right ahead, which will take us right to the T intersection, and then hang a right.
Okay, did I pop a tire or something? Because I am like all over the road. Either that or I'm drunk. I can't tell which.
Well, and it also could just be conditions too. This is probably turning into mud right now.
Yeah. Okay, so at this intersection.
At this, yeah, so bank, and at the intersection, turn right.
Okay.
Yeah, so where these trees are, hang a right. And then go straight ahead until you hit the next T intersection in a couple clicks, and then hang left. Weather should be getting nicer. We're at the outer edge of the band. Listen to me talk. You think I was a meteorologist, not a sociology major.
You're just doing this for the credits, for the college credit.
Yeah, exactly. It was this or Psychology 101. It's like, nope.
All right.
So hang a left at this light.
Gotcha.
There's a casino up ahead, I guess.
Oh, tornado! Take a picture.
Oh, okay. Yep, it's just starting. No value because it isn't good enough yet.
Okay.
But we are heading there. Hopefully it's going to be at Grassland Park. So you will have a left turn coming up if you keep an eye on your mini map.
Yep.
And that's where the gas station is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just starting to form.
The car is like drifting, man. And not like the cool Tokyo drift. Just
yeah, I don't know
right to
if
left
you
drift.
can tell how much damage you have.
I don't either, because I know.
It's going to be right up here. Yeah, there's a gas station right on the left.
Yep. Is it right or left? You said right and left.
On the left. You have reached your destination.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
There we go. All right.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's already disappearing.
Fill it up. Let's check our maps. Okay,
Yeah,
so we got to go way west to get to this.
If we go straight ahead, I think it'll get us there. Because, yeah, it's trying to form. It's phasing in and out. But I think if we go straight ahead, the road curves to the right, and then there's multiple other ones that go right. So I'm guessing it will take us, that road area will get us towards the tornado.
God. Under $3 a gallon.
You want to wait for me to get back in the car, please?
Why'd you get out, dude? God damn it!
I was looking at the tornado.
Oh, you gotta tell me you're getting out of the vehicle.
Thought I did, but that's fine.
Maybe you did. I don't know. Here, there I am. All right, get in. All right, let's go.
All right, give me a second here. Okay.
Did you get the beef jerky? I asked specifically for beef jerky. Did you get me some beef jerky?
Okay, go straight ahead.
Okay.
Hang a left at the intersection. Right, sorry. Turn right.
Okay.
I'll be like a Jaguar GPS. Turn right. Turn right. Sounds like a prison matron.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
I've never been in a Jaguar.
Then hang a left at this.
Are we going to the dirt road?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, this sucks.
Well, actually, we can, or we probably actually are better off going, hanging a left again, because we have to kind of go, we have to loop under. So hang a left here.
Okay.
And this will get us back up on to good road. Because for some reason they can't, these places can't put a straight road through. They have to make us turn. At least there's no roundabout, so we got that going for us. Okay, right turn right here. But yeah, no, evidently the Jaguar S-Type back in the 2000s sounds like a prison matron. It's like, turn right, turn right.
That's funny.
That's quite true, Blaze Trails, quite true. Okay, now this will bank down to the left. We will pass the first left opportunity we have, so we'll just get some going down.
Another cow.
Drive, continue straight ahead.
Okay.
And now that we've passed this one, the next one, which may be a dirt road, we want to turn left.
Okay.
And that will take us on to that becomes a main road, and will hopefully get us to wherever that tornado was. Because there is a lot of purple and dark colors ahead. And just go through the T intersection and just keep following this road.
Okay. Rabbit is good, rabbit is wise.
They catch you, they will kill you. But first they must catch you. So give you strong feet to run, Alpharot.
No. Okay, stay. Yeah, come on now.
Yeah, kind of look at the map this way. The big storm is going to be a little north of us, but this is about the only major road, because otherwise there is a left turn up ahead, but this is probably going to be faster, I'm hoping, because Mountain I'm guessing it's Mountain. I like Mountain. Is where the storm is now, kinda. Yeah, it's really not a lot going on. But the purple's up ahead in Mountain.
It is Mountainton, which is such a stupid name.
Yeah, so we just keep driving on this until we eventually hit a T. There's multiple T intersections.
Mount Tank Ton. BLBLBLBLBLBLBLB.
Thanks, Charlie. It'd be nice if you could change the mini-map view to like, you know, the color signifying map, like, or have a little bit of a mini-map for that.
Yes.
That would be very nice.
I think we're the only people on this map, Prince Ali. I don't see anybody else on the map. Okay,
yes, you can definitely modify cars, and you can get different cars, which is like the first order of business, if we can make any money, is to get a better vehicle that goes off-road better. Because this thing is fucking squirrely as shit. All right, so I'm just continuing down this road.
Continue down this road, go through the first opportunity, the first junction, and then at the second junction, hang a left.
Okay.
Yeah, so this first junction we're coming up to, go through it. And at this section junction, hang a left.
Okay.
And then stay on this road all the way into Mountain.
Okay.
Yeah, so the next, so we'll reach a gas station. Yeah, because that's essentially the only heavy purple in our area is right on top of Mountain.
Oh, there's a tornado right in front of us.
Oh, yep, I can barely see it.
No.
But at least we're going in the right direction. You hate to see it happen, Underoo. You hate to see it happen. That's what I was wondering, Prince Ali. You do a little blackjack for an hour. Break up the monotony.
Right on the left. The big boy.
Yep, I see him. Probably need to get closer to take a decent picture.
Yeah.
Still got a bit of way to go. Roads will curve to the left. Wish I could remember my rally commands. Like left 6 gravel or something. I used to watch a ton of World Rally Championship.
Oh, really? Okay.
I love the cadence of the guys, you know, of the navigator just reading off the road ahead for the driver. Because then I could do that for this, like, you know, left, however they say a left curve, you know, radii 45 or something. I don't remember the cadence.
Holy shit.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Right, for long.
Yeah, the only option we're going to get is once we get to the gas station, there's a right turn. So we'll take that.
Okay.
We can at least report it.
And we get money for that, right, when you report it?
Yes, I believe we do.
Okay.
Okay, so turn coming up. I don't know if you want to get gas. We got 56%. I guess we should chase the tornado. Risk it for the biscuit.
Yep. Oh, the tornado. You can hear the tornado sirens.
Yeah, so this is taking us right to the tornado. It's this road will end shortly.
Are you fucking kidding me? There was barricades in the road, and I guess it made us bloody?
Yeah, I guess, because this road is going to end shortly. Oh, okay, yeah, I had my map up. Now I see it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because this road ends shortly, so we're probably approaching the edge of the map. Yeah, okay, this is probably the end of the map. We're very close to it. We keep going according to this, but we're getting close to the edge of the map. Lost sight of the tornado. Could be rain-wrapped. No, it wouldn't be rain-wrapped, I don't think.
No value.
It could have disappeared. It had really good location. So, all right, I'm running back to the car. But yeah, this road's going to end, so we probably need to turn around.
God damn it, dude. Come on.
So if we come back to Mountainton, we can then turn left and go south. And hopefully we can pick it up again.
All right, might as well get gas then. Thank you, Trash Hunter, for giving a sub to Ice Cool and Charlie Cook 90 already said that. Thank you. Yeah, that's what. Fuck off. A fucking road cone? Are you kidding me? That is causing this much damage? I've hit fucking telephone poles with less damage. Yeah, sorry about the tinnitus noise.
Yeah, so I think once we're full, we'll want to do a UE out of here and then hang a right.
Yeah. Are you in the vehicle this time?
Yeah, I did not leave. I did not step out because there was nothing to see. Yeah, so we'll hang it right here. I think because we have to get back to our garage to repair, so.
You were doing like 90 when you hit the cone and barrier? That should, okay, listen. If that's gonna be, like, I've hit telephone poles going that fast, and it didn't cause like this whole bloody screen to appear. Only when I hit the barrier and the traffic cone. So there's specific things out there that cause like your fucking, you to puke blood all over the fucking windshield.
Yeah, unfortunately, all the heavy stuff is now east of us and beyond the edge of the road. So we're kind of vaguely making our way back to Eastern Falls, but, you know, we may want to recover to the garage at the next gas station, which there's a gas station up ahead at Eastern Falls.
All right. You just guide me, navigator.
Yep, if we follow this road straight ahead, it will take us to a gas station. I think at that point we can recover.
Okay. And recover, you mean by like to reload or? Oh, chase ends. There it is. 5 minutes.
Yep.
So there is a limited amount of time for a chase. Okay.
It makes sense, but also because all the storms are now like off the map.
Right.
So they've all moved off the map. Yeah, there's literally nothing on the map anymore. Yeah, so we can recover to the garage. I don't think we have to end the game per se, but I think we can recover to the garage and then start a new one. But I don't know, maybe the game ends in 5 minutes and we restart it. But if we just go straight ahead on this road, it will shortly take us to the.
Yeah, I'll try and stay on the road. Let's try and stay on the fucking road.
Wasn't a complaint.
No. I just wish there was another, like, if there was a view that I could do with like third person driving, that would be fucking awesome.
Yeah, well, once we recover, we can check the controls.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't see anything in the controls for third person.
Okay.
Just hang a left, pull us into the gas station.
Oh shit. Okay, we're fine. Okay, and now do what?
I'm guessing we click end chase or leave chase.
Where's
so
that?
We just hit escape.
Oh, escape.
Hit escape. Yep.
Okay.
Hey, we earned $2,350.
Maybe you did. I guess I didn't get any.
No, you should get something, I would think.
Total earned $387. Total deducted $1,574. Day earnings $0. I got $0 because of vehicle damage.
That kind of makes sense because I think somebody has mentioned that they were that they wish that the passenger princess photos and reports were also picked up by the driver. So I think we're actually considered separate people because I got 667 for tornadoes and 1,470 for the Chaser Network, and I had no deductions because I didn't do anything. And then we got a 10%. I got a 10% multiplier bonus, so I got $2,350 in earnings.
Oh, okay.
So I guess hit continue. Yeah, I remember somebody on Reddit when I was trying to study how to get into the passenger princess mode and such like that mentioned that, hey, in a future update, because he plays with his wife. So his wife is the passenger. And he's like, hey, my wife gets a lot more points than me because she's the one reporting.
And she doesn't get any vehicle damage.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully, again, not that I ever plan to play this again, but if you do, hopefully they fix that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get back into group chase and then shoot me the code.
Oh, so we don't stay in a group? That's another thing they should fix.
Yeah, that appears to be the case. They have some really funky names for these things. I know they're just randomly generated, but like that last one, warm smog, blah blah blah. But hey, I mean, you know, overall a relatively successful chase. We got tornadoes. We saw 2 tornadoes, and
yeah. Just need to get ahead of them. Get that fucking sensor in there.
Yep, exactly. I mean, yeah, we're getting more. I'm feeling much more comfortable now.
Yeah.
Yeah, not hardly in Ginga. Not hardly. I do not want to drive the Badgie.
Soft
That's
launching, becoming Zeke's wife.
Yeah, no, I do not want to be a driver, folks. Please. That's why when I saw Passenger Princess, because I thought I was just going to have to follow Zeke in my car, and God help me. But when I saw Passenger Princess was launched like 3 months ago, it's like perfect.
What other game modes are there? There's quick chase, and then there's daily challenge or whatever, as far as I can see.
Yeah, I think the daily challenge is like you have to get like certain numbers of pictures or something again.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I've only vaguely watched, you know, serious gameplay of this. I kind of, because it was during my work hours, so I had it on in the background while I was working.
Sure. So what does the guy with 3 degrees do?
I used to be. I was been mostly in engineering. I worked in Formula One for a while for Honda and Renault, and then I joined Boeing on the 787 program.
Nice.
And then I retired from Boeing a couple of years ago. And my friend said, "You will be bored within 5 minutes of being retired. So come work for me at Microsoft." So I currently work at Microsoft in the Azure web hosting team.
Very cool. Let's see. Ugh. Where do we want to even go? It looks pretty dead out here. What the shit? Okay, here we go. And they're moving. Okay, the one into the southwest is moving towards us. The north ones are moving away from us. It looks like.
Yeah. So I think we want to go to St. John. I'm next. Yeah, I think we can go to St. John.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Guide me there, sir.
Yep. Get in. Unlock.
Oh, right.
There we go. Okay. Let's see here. I think you're going to want to turn left. Let me center myself. Yes, turn left. Let's just follow the herd.
Oh, other way.
There you go. Yeah, just follow the herd.
Okay. See, I guess who's way more interesting than Zeke. Can he talk more? Well, you know what I do for a living. It's right here. It's interesting when you don't know someone and you learn what they do. Like, you see me what I do every day.
Hey, that's really cool that you work for Boeing now, Andrew. Congratulations. Yeah, I eventually just, I maxed out. I hit my senior level, and it just, in 2022, I would make a lot more money if I retired early. Because I was 55, so I still technically had 10 years, but the way the contracts and payouts and stuff were, it was far more better. Just keep going straight ahead. It was far more better for me to pull out then, and he said pull out. I think let's go
3 degrees, ladies and gentlemen, 3. And he's still doing pull out jokes.
Let's go all the way to the end and then hang a left at the T-junction at the far left, because they're kind of breaking up, but yeah, so it was just the point that it was far better to retire at that point. And then, like I say, my friend said, "You're going to be bored. Come work for me at Microsoft." It's like, I don't want to be an FTE again. And he said, "No, you can be a vendor. I'll get you. I'm with a vendor, and you can just work until you get bored and then leave." So far, I'm absolutely loving it.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, let's just keep going. Let's see here. Hang a right at the next junction.
Okay.
It wasn't even the age, Andrew. I just didn't want to deal with stank wrecking and all that baloney. You know, I didn't want to. I got out of a corporate job, didn't want to get into another one. And then when you reach the next left turn, hang a left.
Okay.
Yeah, that won't help you, Xantos, because I'm part of Azure, so I'm cloud services. I hate Teams as much as everybody else does. Yeah, so hang a left at this upcoming turn. And we are currently following Jimma Celtic.
Okay.
Yeah, so just go straight ahead. This paved road will become a unimproved road.
Unimproved road? Is that like the technical term for it?
I'm guessing. I'm thinking. Because we're talking about airplanes, I'm thinking of unimproved airstrip.
Oh, okay.
For like the Air Force when we land a cargo plane, like a C-17 or a C-130 out in the boonies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a dirt road, and then this dirt road will become a paved road again, and this will get us into Fort City, and then we get towards St. John, where the big dog is. I'll allow it, Wax.
Human capital? Thank you, Santos, for the 5 years, man.
Yeah, everybody else took the highway, but whatever. We're still ahead of most of them.
Hey, you can take the highway all you want. I prefer the dirt road.
And honestly, I think arguably we should just stay on this road all the way. So we'll just skirt the outer edges of Fort City, and then it loops back down right into St. John at a gas station, and where all the purple is and the deep reds. Kind of like the view, so I have to keep popping out of the map to look at the view, but then it's like I gotta pop back in really fast to make sure that we're going the right way.
Oh, there's someone like right on their ass, isn't there?
Survey says.
Unless that's you.
Yeah,
I think that green dot might represent you instead.
Yeah, it could be, because Celtic's ahead of us,
yeah.
Mater is ahead of us, and then Red Hood 2061 is behind us. But yeah, Jimmeltech is going. Jimma Celtic is going the same way. He's just going straight in. So yep, let's just follow this main road and just keep on driving.
Okay.
Because yeah, we're just skirting the outskirts of Fort City, and this will eventually drop us right next to a gas station, St. John, if we need it. Otherwise, we'll be right in the middle of the purples and reds, and so hopefully. Yes, we are, Seraph. This game by default is multiplayer if you have less than 4 people in your team. If you have 4 or more, it puts you in a private lobby. Otherwise, it's up to 12 people in a public lobby. Or you can play solo lobby.
I haven't crashed a car yet, which is nice.
Indeed.
As he jumps it. Oh, there's another car ahead of us. Oh. Is there something?
Yeah, we're right on it. We're right on it. Celtic is probably the guy right ahead of us, or now behind us, maybe. Yeah, he's now behind us.
Okay. Should we Okay?
Keep going.
Okay.
Just keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, all of this road all the way into St. John.
Okay. You just let me know when we stop and set up equipment, or take pictures or whatever.
You got it. Yeah, I haven't seen anything. Nothing's been reported, but ahead of St. John is where is the only purple on the map, is south of St. John. So I'm guessing that's where everybody's going. Yes, we are, Zavali. We are storm chasers.
Yes, and nearly means I didn't hit them, by the way.
Prince Ali, I'm pretty sure I found Zeke from Bikeman, because Bikeman will host Zeke when he's not broadcasting. So I have a strong feeling. No, he still does, because he's even like yesterday when I went, I happened to hit his channel by mistake, and he was hosting you. So he still regularly hosts you. And so I'm pretty sure, because Zeke, Bikeman, and Riker are my 3 longest streams, like over 100 months. Like Bike's like 140 now, I think. Zeke I passed 100 with Zeke, and I'm like closing in on 100 with Riker. So. I can relate, Prince Wiener. I can relate.
God damn it! It caught me looking. Damn it.
Okay, yeah, just keep on going, and the first major T intersection will be when you want to turn right, because that's where the gas station is.
Okay.
Yeah, because there is you're closing up on optional left turn, but it just essentially loops you right back. So just go through, and then if you go through the main intersection, you get into another U thing. So, okay, I guess Mechadom, maybe not traditionally hosting, but if you go to Bikeman's channel, he is probably broadcasting Zeke right now. Yeah, so go through this one and then hang a right up ahead. Hang a right here. Okay. And then you can either get gas.
Might as well get it now.
Yes, because what we're probably going to want to turn around. So yeah, let's get gas and turn around because it's not very big. It's a very small section of purple where Mater is, to our east.
Oh shit, we were right in the middle of this. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm staying in the car.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, offline channel, I guess, I don't know, but I just happened to notice the other day that when I went to Bike's channel, because I wanted to go visit somebody else, but I needed to park at a channel that I knew was not live. Yeah, so go ahead and, I think you're going the right, yes, you are going the right, no, loop around, 180. Okay. A channel that was not live, and it was on Bikes, and it was showing Zeke. Yep, so let's just stay on this road, because we're essentially right here. This road is taking us to where the hardest part of the storm is.
Okay.
The goal, Prince Ninurta, is to take pictures of tornadoes, report tornadoes, and then hopefully drop a probe in the path of a tornado.
And not get killed in the process.
Exactly. Yeah, we're just kind of following everybody else. I think they're trying to get around this thing and see something. So let's just keep going straight ahead. Because if there is a tornado, it's rain wrapped. And we're not seeing it. But Mater and Red Hood are ahead of us. Red Hood's reaching Fort City, so I want to see if he turns. No, he's going. He's still going. He's going past Fort City.
Okay.
I'm not sure what Mater's going to be doing because we're on the highway right now. So, arguably the next right turn is an off ramp to Fort City. I would say let's do that, and then turn left at the top. I think Mater actually did get off. I think so. Yeah. God help me. I think Mater exited the road.
Okay. Got off.
City.
I get it.
Exactly. Well, Zeke's driving. I have the advantage that once he's on a road for a while, I don't have to look at the map, so I can look at chat and chat with you folks. Plus, I'm chat too, so you know.
Yeah, what is this bullshit?
Yeah, so,
I should be the one in the passenger seat.
Yep. So coming up ahead will be a off ramp. So yeah, take this off ramp, and then at the top, hang a left. Yeah, I think everybody else is stopping to get gas, probably. But we can hang a left, and then hopefully the storm will come over us.
Wow, everybody's here. Holy fuck.
Yeah, well, I think they're all stopping to get gas. Yeah, so they didn't get gas like we did.
So we're gonna take a left?
Hang a left. Hang a left.
Okay.
Yep. Continue on until the T intersection. Keep going. I'm hoping so, Amnesty. I'm hoping. Okay, turn left here. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll have to go up one more.
No, actually, you know what? No, I'm sorry. Keep going ahead. Turn left next. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're at the T intersection. The map is kind of, yeah, so turn left here. And then continue on this road. And when it starts curving, we might want to keep an eye out because the heaviest precipitation will be directly south of us as we enter the curve. Yeah, so as we're entering this curve, the heaviest precipitation will be south of us. So maybe find a place to pull over around now.
Okay.
Yeah, this would be a good place to pull over, and then we can get out and see if anything is happening.
Okay.
Because in theory, it should be that way where you're looking. But again, if there is a tornado in there, it's going to be rain wrapped, so we're not going to see it.
Well, that's kind of lame, dude.
Yeah, because like right now the purple is on the highway.
No value.
But this is the heaviest precipitation right here. So like I say, I don't know. There may not be a tornado, but this is the heaviest precipitation in this area of the map. And there's really nothing else on this map. This is the only storm cell on this map. I kind of wish it was Diabeto 76 because I was hoping that when I wish I could remember my rally cadence so that I could give Zeke it in rally cadence, my directions, instead of just saying turn left, blah, blah, blah. It's like, right ratio, radii 4, however they do that. But yeah, unfortunately, this is when you, like, so if you look at the map, this is it.
Yeah.
If there's anything happening, it's happening here in Port City.
Not value.
So we may just have to kind of wait for it, maybe.
Can you take, I mean, yeah, I can take, there's no value though. I'm taking pictures of Kiskaloo or myself.
Everybody else is heading out. They're heading to Bridgetown, but there's nothing there. So I don't know if they're just bailing or if they're just running around trying to find something. Tell you what, let's do this. Let's... Damn, I mean, this is it, really. Let's get back in the car first.
Okay.
So I don't get left behind again. And let's drive back into Fort City. So let's hang a Yui, get back into Fort City, and start going south because if there's more, because we're kind of now in the outer edges of the storm cell. The heaviest part of the storm cell is now south of Fort City, where Jim Celtic is going. Yeah, so let's just keep going. We'll pass the next couple intersections. Yeah, even 3 degrees in this economy, right? Oh, hang a left here, or hang a right at this light, sorry. Going faster than I thought. And when we get to the gas station, hang a right onto the dirt road, because the dirt road goes right through the tiny purple section. It's not very big, but again, the heaviest part of the storm is right here. But there's nothing on this map. This is kind of a bum map, to be honest. Yeah, so keep going. Go through this, and then hang a right at the gas station. So, yeah. Right here, the stop sign. Oh, never mind, road's closed. Why does it say road closed? That's baloney. Okay, so we're right in the middle. We're right in the heaviest part of the storm of this cell.
Yeah, I see that.
So
Goddamn.
I'm gonna get out and see if I can see anything. Oh, I just got clubbed by hail, so I'm gonna probably get back into the car. That was a mistake.
Now, thankfully, I don't think it injures you. Like your injuries don't matter as far as the final price goes, right?
Yeah, because as soon as I stepped out, my entire screen went
Ow!
red.
They just keep hitting me. Come on, you bats! I feel like Lieutenant Dan on the mast of his ship. Like, you'll never sink this boat.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of. I mean, this is the best part. To be perfectly honest, this is the strongest part. There's another little purple section south of us, which I think is where everybody else may be trying to go.
Oh, you only have a limited number of pictures? Eat shit.
But yeah, this is the most intense part of this storm. If you go right, so a little more right. Okay, if you follow this road, once that Joker gets out of your way. Clear the road, Jim Celtic. Yeah, so go down this road. You can get past him. Did you ever see a fish called Wanda?
Have I ever seen it? Years ago,
Yes.
Yeah. I don't really remember it all that much.
We have to yell Kevin Kline's mode every time he hits a car. Asshole! Yeah, so if we go down here a little ways, we'll be closing on the next teeny bit of purple, but I kind of think this is a bus storm. So we may eventually want to just return back to the gas station and start over. Because this map has got nothing.
Yeah, we haven't seen... I've seen one tornado on this map. God fucking damn it.
There is a larger storm coming into St. John, so tell you what, let's reverse it. Sorry, let's UE again, get back on the highway, and go southwest back into St. John because there's another cell coming towards St. John. Yeah, this cell I think is too small. There's just nothing in it. Bill Paxton crushed it in everything. Man he deserves an honorary Oscar, much like Ed Harris.
Does Ed Harris not have an Oscar?
Evidently not, and he at least deserves a lifetime achievement one, in my opinion. That's my
Ed Harris is excellent.
Yeah, he has been so amazing. Truman Show, Abyss, I love him.
Apollo 13.
Absolutely love him. My three big ones were Martin Landau, who got his, Jeff Bridges, who got his. So now I just need Ed Harris to get his, and I'm okay with the Academy. I'll start watching the Oscars again.
Max reported Funnel Cloud.
Okay.
Do you see it?
We're okay. Yes, I do see it. Hang a right at this turn. Let's get back on the highway. So we'll take the first right. And we'll try to get ahead of it. Yeah, so let's get on the highway here.
Oh, get on the highway.
Sorry.
That's okay. No, I was... reading chat.
Yeah, it's maximum rigatoni, Celtic Knight.
Mater reported tornado.
Multiple tornadoes ahead. Okay, yeah, we want to. Okay, yeah, so let's get on the highway. Damn it, there's no off ramp ahead. All right, let's do this. Keep an eye out. I'm hoping that that we can just exit this road and go south and not crash anything, because there is an intersecting road ahead of us for a while, and that will take us. Then we can take that road down towards the tornadoes where all the other cars. So all the other cars are going towards the tornado, but it doesn't look like it's an intersection, so I think maybe we'll be able to just actually get off the highway, but I'm not sure. I'm hoping it's just more kind of like we can just exit this highway and right onto that road, but otherwise we can exit the highway just ahead. Okay, it is an intersection, so let's start exiting the highway now before we get to the big heavy stuff. And yeah, let's see if we can off-road this, hopefully on flat ground. And you'll see the road up ahead on the mini-map shortly.
Yep, I see it.
And then just turn right once we get to it, and that will get us down with everybody else. It'll also get us to another gas station because we're at 43%. Yeah, because this is the heart of the storm right now, and that's where so I think this is going to be our best shot to catch a tornado.
Oh, I think I see one off to the right. It's kind of hard to see, but it's got like a dark cloud. Yeah, right there to the left of the road.
Oh, yep, I see it. It's hard with all the rain, but yep, I just see it, so. I'll wait till we get a bit closer because Mater's much closer, so that's why, but.
Looks like a big one.
Yeah, so we're heading. Yeah, they're just passing that. Yeah, so they're on there. They're chasing it. So Yeah, I don't know, 39%. I don't know if we got enough gas to continue to chase or if we want to fill up. But yeah, I can see it now. It's fully formed. Oh, nice save. Nice save.
Come on now. There you go. There you go. Stop. No.
Yeah, I'm going to step out so I can see if I can get a picture of the tornado. Check the road, make sure I don't get killed going across it. I'm going to go into the field. I wonder if I can go up the stairs of this apartment. Okay, there we go. Yeah, good. I'll take it. Yeah,
so how
now
do you
it's
report
gone.
it? Oh, you just press R?
You press R and then hold down left key, left mouse button. Getting back into the car in a moment.
Okay.
Okay, I'm in the car. Let's see. I think at this point they're all coming towards us, so I think the tornado's either gone or they've lost sight of it. So let's follow Mater. Yeah, stay on this road. Let's follow him. They're all on this road. So up ahead there'll be an opportunity to turn right. So that's going to be my guess, is that they're following this storm cell on top of us, looking for more tornadoes. So okay, now that we're actually in the thick of it, this is a fun game.
Sorry, you can go ahead. Go past. You want to go past? Go past. Come on now. Oh, shit. I'm fucking all over the road. Am I still going the right way?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
There will be an opportunity to turn left up ahead, so I recommend we take it.
Okay.
Left turn is now on the mini map. It's right here.
God, I keep looking for that fucking funnel. Anywhere, anything, anybody. Give me it.
Yeah, I'm looking towards the heavy part of the storm. Just follow this road all the way. This road essentially ends at the on-ramp to the highway.
Okay.
So we'll just follow this to the on-ramp, which would be on our right, and then it turns into a very short dirt road, so we could probably go onto the dirt road and stop. Okay, so the heaviest part is directly to our left, right here. The heaviest part of this storm cell is right to our left, and I see nothing. So if there's a tornado in there, it's rain wrapped. We arguably almost want to get off here, but we're probably going to get clobbered with hail.
Shit.
Yeah, so if you just...
Fuck. Go ahead. What?
Yeah, so if you stay on this road and go through the intersection, it turns into a very short piece of dirt road, and I think maybe get off there and then take a peek. Yeah, right here. So we can stop right here because the road will end momentarily. And then we'll get off and get out. I almost thought I saw the power lines flicker like they were going down. It might have just been the rain. But where those power lines are, I think, is where arguably the tornado would be, but back in the car here.
Never mind.
Yeah, I think that's the storm cell. Everybody's heading out of town. Jesus. Okay, tell you what, I'm not quite sure why they're all going where they're going.
Okay.
Give me a second. Okay.
All right.
Almost had it. No, almost had it.
All right.
Okay, so let's hang a Yui here. We'll get onto the highway going southwest. Oh, now they're showing a bunch of people just reported tornadoes now. South of us. Okay, let's stay on this road. Yeah, let's just stay on this road and head. Yeah, because we're heading towards tornadoes. Accordingly, so people just posted 2 tornadoes further up this road. Really hard to tell because the colors keep changing so fast. So, but that explains why they were going down south. Because it's like, why are they going down there? It's all yellow, and then all of a sudden it went purple, brown, and red. And tornadoes spawned. So we'll keep going.
They might have better equipment.
Yeah, that's probably very true. They probably have better stuff. Yeah, Mater, that was too close. So he evidently just like jumped on one.
Oh, is that it right there in front of us?
Yes, it is. Take a picture of it. We report it first. And take a picture. Okay, what are our options? Hang a left at this upcoming light, intersection.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna follow Mater.
Hold on. There we go.
Yeah, and go ahead and report it too.
Oh. And then you what now? Oh, hold it down.
Press R and hold it
there,
down.
Reported tornado. Okay.
Yeah, it'll probably say reported by Mater, but maybe not because he had the wrong. His position is now behind us, so it's moving away from us. Right, it's moving toward where we're going. It's going where we're going.
Yeah. No, Vincent, I'm telling you, and I'll tell you again. Like the car is fucking squirrely. If it gets to going, it likes to drift into the grass.
I'm sure we're hydroplaning. You know, because it's
that too,
with
yeah.
this amount of rain. I'm sure we're. Holy Jesus, this thing is right on top of us. There is going to be a T intersection ahead.
Oh my God! They just fucking T-boned each other. Good Lord!
I saw them on the map coming north towards each other, and I exited the map just in time as they plowed into each other. Yeah. So you're closing on a. You were closing on a off ramp.
Hold on. Stop! For fuck's sake.
I'm gonna get out.
No value.
I'm going out taking a picture. Jesus, I'm getting clubbered. Optimal.
Yeah, how did you get optimal?
I stood still, I guess, but I'm getting clubbed like a harp seal here. All right.
And now it's gone. Great. Tornado's gone.
We're okay. If we keep going straight ahead and then hang a left at the next road, it'll intercept this storm cell. So we need back on the road.
They're getting clubbed like a harp seal. That was a good one. I kind of didn't hear that until someone in chat said
I'm a kid of the 70s. Nice. I remember watching documentaries of it, and it was absolutely traumatizing as a child.
I bet.
My parents got me a large plush harp seal so that I could hug it and take care of it.
Intersection.
Yeah, so, yep, left at this intersection.
Okay.
But yeah, it was brutally I did not like Canadians for a very long time.
Tell you what, I still don't. Fuck those guys.
Yep, so that storm cell is going to be crossing this road ahead of us.
Okay.
It's where Mater is right now. Yeah, so where I dropped the pin, that's where this storm cell is probably going to come right over us.
Okay.
Fuck Canada. Oh, no, I like Canada now, but okay, yeah, so this is about where we're probably going to want to maybe stop and see if anything interesting happens.
Okay.
Hopefully not by being, I'm going to exit and start getting hit again. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna get back in the car. I don't want to. I can look out the driver's side window.
Oh, yeah, we're right in the fucking middle of it. Holy shit. Come on,
so if there's
come
gonna
on.
Be if there's a tornado, I don't see anything yet. Now watch it just drop right on top of us.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's right on top of us and behind and the heaviest is just behind us. The rest of it is right next to us. Just love as soon as you step out of the car, you just get.
I know, but it doesn't seem to do much.
If you look south, it looks like maybe something's kind of towards the. It's very wide, so I don't believe it's a tornado, but it could be. Tornadic vortex is starting to form directly south of the car.
How can you tell what's south outside of the car? The car tells me where south is. You're just looking at the map.
I'm looking at the back of the car. So if you look past the back of the car, you'll see kind of the clouds touch the ground. I don't believe it's a cloud. I don't believe it's a funnel cloud, but it could be the start of a funnel cloud.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. I got pummeled by hail too much.
Yeah. Let's do this. Let's get back in the car. Let's drive forward, and there will be another road to the right.
All right. Give me a new marker.
That's where you want to turn right. Yeah, you are not wrong, XRX. This game, they've done an incredible amount of work on it over the past 2 years. And now that I'm actually in it and playing it, I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing. I might be wrong when I said I'll never play this game again.
I just wish there wasn't. I wish they would arcade it up just slightly more so there's more action.
Left turn coming up. Oh, I agree. I agree, because it is kind of, like I say, you're just really running around. From
Yeah, it's just driving. Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand, like, 6 hours of this is asking a lot. Unless you're like, into this.
No, dude, I'm here to chill, man. I'm having a decent enough time that I'm like, you know, I'm cool with just having like a chill day of driving around and trying to find storms and stuff. It's like fishing, you know.
Exactly.
If you go into it with the right mindset, it's not boring. It's just chill.
Yeah, no, I agree. But like I say, if you like this kind of stuff, if you're really into storm chasing and the mechanics of it, this is a phenomenal game.
Sure.
If it's more just like, oh yeah, chasing tornadoes sounds fun, I could see after a couple hours you're like, yeah, I've had enough. So up ahead in a couple clicks will be a turnoff. That looks like Max and Mater are both stopped on the side of the road just ahead of us. Because the heaviest part of the storm is now right behind us. We might want to pull off here.
Okay.
Because the other guys are farther ahead of us. So I'm going to get out of the car. Yeah, you can just see this giant right here. Just off to the...
Oh, shit. There. Is that... No, that's nothing. It looked like something, but it's nothing.
It could turn into tornadic. Because that definitely looks like it's trying to become a funnel cloud. Because that is definitely touching the ground. We just haven't seen, it's just too wide to be a funnel cloud right now. But I think that is going to become a funnel cloud as it passes us. So let's see here. Well, we have two choices. We can stay here, or we probably should get back on the road. So let me get in the car before I give you directions and you drive off without me, because in our excitement.
Yeah.
And let's continue on the road to the next turn, because Mater's there, Max is there, Red Hood's on his way. Okay. They believe this is where the intercept is going to be, is along that road up ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that, Mr. Big Bites, they play with their partner, their wife or their girlfriend and such, and they really enjoy it. So that one of them takes what I'm doing, passenger princess, navigating, picture taking, and then the other one does driving. And
are you trying to ask me something without asking me something?
No, absolutely not. I'm just saying.
Because the answer would be yes. I'll be your boyfriend.
Okay, yeah, right here.
Now do what?
Right here, right. Stop.
Stop? Okay.
Yes.
Whoa, lightning right in front of me.
Yep, I see it too. Yeah, so let's go down the road. So let's follow Max. Is that Max? It is Max. TJ Max.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's back up, it's Huey, and then hang a left.
Whoa, shit.
Vader, get out of the road. Asshole!
Tornado reported. What?
Like way below us, though. Way down.
Is that one right there? That is. Yeah, that is. It counted.
Oh, yep. Yes, you are.
Okay. Yeah, look at Mater's like fucking rig on the top of his vehicle.
Yeah, well, that's also why he was in the middle of the goddamn road. Okay, let me get back in the car.
It may cross the North Road, he said.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's nice when people do that, when they tell you that. Like,
well,
hey,
it's not a
follow
competition.
me.
I thought it was a competition, but it's not. So where do you want me to go? Should I follow him?
Yeah, they're all coming back up. Max and stuff's coming back up, so let's follow Mater. Because he definitely has the gear. No, we have not, Vincent, but they do exist. This other streamer I followed, we saw an F5 that had winds of over 400 kilometers an hour, which is like 300 something miles per hour. It was like an EF5, EF6 if such a thing existed. It was incredible.
Oh, you can just use kilometers. He's Brit.
Okay, cool. Well, it's just because the streamer's Dutch, so he was using kilometers.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, there it is right there. Look at that.
Yeah, this will take us, so essentially we're just doubling back on where we were. So we take this all the way to the T intersection if it doesn't get closer to us, and then come back. But the heaviest part of the storm is directly ahead of us. Okay, let me get out, take my picture. Yep, optimal. Okay. All right, so let's try to get ahead of it and see if we can drop a probe. Assuming it's, because I think it's coming right for us. Yes, it seems to be getting bigger. So I think that actually it might still be coming for us even though we're standing still.
So I reported it, I took a picture, and now...
Mater thinks it's going to be further west. I think, because I think it's going to come ahead. I can't tell if it's coming right at us or
so
if
never
it's
mind,
going
it's
to
turning
cross in
east?
front of us. I think it's coming right at us, to be perfectly honest. So we might want to consider moving a little bit ahead, trying to get directly abreast of it, and then dropping our probe and scoot.
Okay, tell me where to go.
Go straight ahead.
Okay. Don't you dissipate, you fucker.
It's definitely getting closer. Let's say right here. Yeah, let's say right here, because it looks like it's coming in at an angle. So, and I think you have to go into the trunk to get the probe.
Another one. So you can take multiple pictures of the same tornado. That's
yeah,
great.
mine just says to scoot. It's okay. It's coming behind us. I'm going to get back in the car in case we have to scoot, because it's going to fall behind us. Yeah, see, we can already see the winds starting to around us. So it's going to come right behind us.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Honestly, I think we should let it pass us. I think it's too dangerous to try to...
Oh. Yeah, it is moving.
Yeah,
it's moving away from us, I think.
Yep.
Deploying probe. Just in case.
Yeah, we might hopefully get some data. But yeah, we probably should. I bet you he dropped his probe. I bet you that's his. I bet you he dropped his probe.
Yeah, dude, it's going right towards his thing.
It's going right where those cars are.
I mean, should we chase it? Or...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's chase it.
Okay. Well, let me pick this shit up.
Because, I mean, as Jeremy Clarkson said, A, how hard can it be? And B, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, so let's follow Mater. I wonder if he dropped his probe ahead already. But yeah, if we go ahead and hang a right.
A right?
I think. No, a left. I'm sorry, a left. Yeah, we want to hang a left. Sorry.
See, now this is fun when you get a tornado that sticks around.
Yeah, left turn right here.
What did I even hit? There's nothing there.
It's going to cross the road before we can get to it, unfortunately. Hold up for a second. Get back on the main road. Yeah, sorry. Let's get back on the main road because it's going to cross. So let's UE. And then hang a left. There's another road up ahead. If we're fast enough, we can hopefully catch it. So hang a left here. And then just gun it and hang a left at the next road because that's where they're all going. It's going to go right over the overpass.
Okay.
We should hopefully maybe get a great shot from the overpass. We're almost out of fuel too, unfortunately.
31%.
But there is fuel in Eastern Falls up ahead. So this will be our last shot. We'll try to intercept and we'll just head into Eastern Falls and refuel.
Okay.
That was James. Left turn coming up. That was James. That little bird. Little red bird.
Oh shit! That's not the road. I saw a truck on it, and I thought that was the road.
Yep, hang a left here. Okay, we're closing. We're coming abreast of it. Abreast. Okay, probably right. Okay, assuming it's tracking true, we are almost on top of it. Right next to it. Yeah, Mater, I think, is probably going to drop his things shortly. Let's get past the car so we the house we can see. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's try it here.
Okay.
Just for the sake of argument. And we'll drop. I'd go back a little bit.
Oh no!
Back.
It's petering out.
It?
Yep.
Damn.
It's out.
Oh yeah, it's gone. All right, well, let's go refuel. But that was cool. That was very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, tornadoes be like that, even in real life. They just disappear. I do not stream Austin TKD. That's why I'm also not on social media. As I tell people, my life is boring enough to live. I shudder to think how boring it would be to watch.
All right, where's the gas station?
Yep, just straight ahead into town.
Okay.
And then, yeah, let's just, yeah, we'll take the first left. Yeah, so hang a left at this intersection. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a right turn. Never mind, go straight ahead. Keep going. I'm sorry, my mistake.
Okay.
Yeah, next intersection, hang a left.
Gotcha.
There's no main cross street. We have to loop our way to the main street. So hang a left here, and then turn to the right, and that'll get us up, back up on the main street. And then we hang a left on the main street.
I see the gas station now.
Yep. Well, like I say, that little redbird, I was a massive fan of Storm Chasers on Discovery Channel, and I vaguely remember what I saw from that. So that's kind of why I can vaguely bullshit my way with the terms and things. All right, I'm gonna get out and get some stretch my legs if I can. There we go. All right, let's see what the map says. A lot of tornadoes evidently were being spawned here, but man, so hard to see. I guess we'll want to go north so we get back in the car. So I think what we'll want to do is continue ahead on this road when you're ready,
Okay.
where Max is going. And that'll take us through the heavier part of the cell. It's not nearly as good as it was, but it's better than anything else. Yeah, pretty much Gary Yadislav. I can fake it till I kind of make it.
I guess the thing I would like for this game is, like, I would like there to always be at least one tornado on the map.
Exactly.
You know? I don't want to wait for that shit. Like, I want to have a destination to go to. Don't stop in the middle of the road. Pull over to the side, dipshit.
Asshole!
Asshole!
Hey, where are we here? Yeah, so we'll just follow this road. It ends at a gas station. And then...
Yes, everybody else on the map is real people, yes.
I don't know what this giant storm cell over Prairie Hills is going. I'm assuming it's going the same way. So at the signpost up ahead, turn left. You'll be entering the twilight zone. Because there is a giant wedge cell moving through Prairie Hills to our west.
Okay.
Yeah, so at the intersection up ahead, let's hang a left. And then I think there's going to be a left turn coming up ahead after we complete this turn, or this corner. We'll take that. That'll get us in between both cells. There'll be the strong cell to the left of us as we're going down, and then that wedge cell is to the right of us coming towards us. Yeah, so the left turn up ahead should be showing up in the mini-map any moment.
Yep.
And then we'll go down and we'll hang a right at the next right turn on the mini-map. I'm gonna take a look around, see if I see anything. I have to admit, you're better at spotting tornadoes than I am. It's also because I have my face in a map and in
yeah. I've got my eyes on the sky.
And in chat, yeah. Yeah, so if we turn right at the next road opportunity, that will take us to the other wedge. Because I can see a little bit of clear space between us and between this cell and the next cell. Yep, right here. Right here. Okay, so now we're driving into the next major cell.
Okay. Oh, we're going all the way west to that big old blob of pink.
Yep, I just dropped a marker.
Okay.
That looks to be our best shot right now, where we're at.
Gotcha.
Because I'm assuming this is going to be this chase is going to auto end relatively soon. So.
Yep. I'd love to get another picture. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I might still end up in the negatives. I didn't crash that much.
Electric Knight is from it's from a fish called Wanda. Scorched Hellfire. It's oh god, I just forgot his name. Kevin Kline's character. Every time he would hit a car, he would yell "asshole." That would actually be kind of cool, Grimbringer, having that mode. Yeah, so my marker is like right where the heavy part of the storm is, and it will be arguably in front and to the left of us. But again, it's not very big, so I'm not sure there's anything there. It is clearly raining.
Are we Are we the only people on the map? Because it looked like a lot of people were disconnecting.
Yeah, so I think this may be it. This may be done. Well, there's some people coming up to us, but yeah, let's just drive through and find the next gas station. Where is it? This gas station? Prairie Hill, Bakersfield. That's far. Is there anything closer to us? Yeah, I think we're done. I think this is it.
So do you have to go to a gas station to clock out or something?
Yes.
Oh, you
yes.
do? Okay.
If you do a UE, we can drive. It's probably faster if you do a UE. We'll drive all the way back through the cell again.
We can just come up here and hang a left and go down to the gas station there in Prairie Hills.
Oh, is there one in Prairie Hills? Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Let's just okay. Go all the way to the end and hang a left at the T junction. I didn't see that one. Sorry, I was looking farther north.
No worries. Well, it's fun while it lasts. While you're chasing the actual tornado, I just wish they would be more frequent or last longer.
Yeah, Kino Ghoul, this evidently uses very real physics. In fact, I think some people have said it is modeled on actual tornadoes. So that some of the ones that the game uses those kind of to model it. So evidently it is modeled on wind stuff, because there are other maps that show like wind and stuff. Right now I'm just kind of using precipitation because it's the easiest thing for me to see. But there are wind maps and things like that. So if you want to track it that way, yes. Because that's one of the high points of this game, evidently, is its accuracy of weather physics.
You fucking bitch. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
leave chase.
Turn off engine. No. Don't refuel. Don't refuel. Okay. Now just. Oh, safe to leave. Okay.
Yep, leave chase and then confirm. Okay, I earned 2002.
Fucking god damn it!
I gotta wait for your stream to catch up. See how bad you got shafted.
I lost 1,400 and I earned 1,300.
They need to change this. So
fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah, because I got 1,000 for the tornado, 735 for the network, so I earned 1,820. So I had 6 photos taken of all of our tornado, 3 reports.
Yeah.
I was not a first report on anything, so best photo score 198. So, all right.
All right. I gotta add a soundbite, so I'm gonna mute you real quick. All right, let's see. What are we getting rid of for you there, Berserker Raid? I think it is. Oh no!
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick!
Friends to know.
We've skipped it already once. I think we got to get rid of it now. I think it's time. You had a good run. We skipped over you once. It'll return, I'm sure. But for now, we got to get this one for Berserker Rage, which is only 1 second. There you go.
Asshole.
Like it. Short, sweet, to the point. Asshole! There you go. Perfect. All right, there it is. It's up on the big board. Not up on the big board yet. Hold on. I gotta put it up there. Gotta save it. There we go. Now, we erase this one. Reading Rainbow, you've had a good run. And now it's time for Asshole. There we go. C4. C4 it is. It's from a fish called Wanda. Did you hear it?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Asshole!
There you go.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, I am I'm at the menu.
Okay. There we go. Create a party. Get the code. Paste the code. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, can you upgrade your vehicle? Because I certainly can't.
Yeah, it's true. I'll have to be the one to. Then I think I have to drive, unfortunately, and I don't want to drive, so I'll have to go run into the tornado as soon as I get 20,000 points.
Jesus Christ. They're really, really sticklers on the fucking damage to your vehicle. Like, I have 0 points for 3 runs. That's just disheartening, guys. It's really disheartening. I haven't earned a single coin.
Yep. No, they. Because that's the trick is you are actually making money by doing reporting and taking photos, but then you're getting shafted because you're also taking damage because you're going to take hail damage to get a good photo.
Yeah.
So even if you stay on the road and don't hit anything.
See, I barely hit anything that time, guys. I did pretty well. And now, just like storm chasing, we wait for the servers to... Why does it take so long, I wonder?
My guess is there's not a shed load of people playing this game right now.
Yeah. Probably.
So, because I was pleasantly surprised to have that many people, and that, one of them was, Mater was really decked out.
Yeah. And helpful.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's not a cheap game either.
Yeah, it's like $30 before it was on sale for like $5 off or something.
Yeah.
But money well spent for entertainment, let me tell you. I'm having a blast.
Good, I'm glad.
Yeah, because that's kind of the reasons I wanted to do Star Trek Bridge Commander, because I think Scott did one of the VODs when you and JP and Max all played in VR, and it was just so hilarious watching you as the captain. It's like, oh yeah, I want to serve under you.
You know what? I'll have to check my PS4. I'll have to dig it out and check it and see if it's still on there and or playable there or anything. Because I mean, I don't even know if is there versions like VR version of the game? Can I play it like without a VR headset?
When the game launched, it launched in VR only, and then later on they made it so that it was it could be non-VR, and at least on PC you can have VR and non-VR together. I don't know about cross-platform.
Yeah.
Because the game actually had an update yesterday. I was shocked when I went into my Steam or just before you mentioned you couldn't have it. I downloaded it again from Steam because it's in my Steam library.
Right.
And then like the other day, there was actually like a 200 megabyte update for some reason.
Huh.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that makes sense that you probably have it on PS4 VR, which is why you couldn't find it. Okay, we got 6 players in this game.
Okay, cool. No, I know it's cross-platform. No, I was just wondering if the version I bought on PS4, because I bought one of the earlier versions, and I think it was VR. I know I played it in VR, but I'm not sure if I fired it up. Could I play it without the headset. So you can. So the one one I bought on PS4 is like automatically both.
That's awesome. That's the case.
That's my question. Okay, cool. Okay. So I will dig out my PS4 and see if it's there.
Yeah, if we can get a team of 4 together, I'd absolutely be happy to come back. It just even for like a half stream or something. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a full stream.
Yeah.
Use my radio voice. I used to do back when internet radio was a thing in the early 2000s. I'm part of an international Star Trek fan club. No surprise. And we used to have we had Starfleet Radio Starfleet, and when I used to fly for Boeing, I would fly first class, and back then Boeing Connectrix was satellite internet, and it would I would do radio shows from the airplane. Okay. So I used to call it Transatlantic Flight was what I used to call it, which is actually a Pet Shop Boys song, so I can't claim originality for that title. but I used to do like I would actually do a broadcast from the plane. We'd call it like Suite 1A or whatever, I was on, whatever suite I was in.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. I always wanted to be in the radio.
But yeah, so I had to practice my radio voice.
Okay. It looks like it's like, are you hitting my vehicle, you piece of shit? Okay, you're not.
Yeah, actually, I'm standing in front of it. I don't see anybody hitting it.
It looks like the storm is moving towards us. Like the storm from the west is moving east towards us. Let's see. In 10 seconds, it'll move.
Okay, let me get in the car. If I can. Are you in your car? Because
No, I'm not in the car.
Okay, I didn't think so. Oh, a couple of people have the Dominators. That's cool. They added that like a couple builds ago.
What is that?
That is I can't remember his first name, but it's Trimmer.
Oh shit! Look at that. Oh my god.
Well, Dominator 3. Okay, yeah, but essentially, yeah. Whatever. Was it somebody Trimmer? I can't remember his name, but he created an armored shell around like a GMC SUV, and he had various versions. So he had the initial, because his goal was to literally drive into a funnel cloud and take readings from inside the funnel cloud. So he made it armored and super heavy and stuff so that the funnel cloud couldn't pick it up. Let me get it. And such, and then over the years he upgraded it as he, because he had money. Yeah, I guess at this point let's follow the herd.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because they got better stuff than we do. Reed Timmer, thank you. Yeah, he kind of started out as an asshole, in my opinion, in the early days, but then he got serious. I think hanging around with that gentleman from the university who unfortunately was killed in a chase, that terrible tornado outbreak that killed him and a couple people in his vehicle. I think hanging around that guy kind of, I don't want to say strained him out, but kind of made him more professional. And now, I have a lot of respect for him now.
Yes, there is an in-game mic that you can use if you want. Like, we were at a gas station at the beginning of the last game and people were talking.
Yeah, we're just using Discord because the two of us are salty and enough. God knows the public. Hanger right at the turn up ahead. And then hang another right, because there's no through line to Bakersville, so we're gonna have to loop around the outer edge. Yeah, I think at this point we'll just follow Slushy Freeze.
Yep. I mean, how much does that fucking vehicle cost?
Probably a shed load. Probably a shed load.
Don't
hit it! Damn it.
Is there a way I can see my car damage?
I don't think so. I didn't see it in the controls.
God damn it. Because I swear to God, if there's too much damage, it's just better for you to just fucking restart.
Okay, what's he doing here? Okay, assuming he doesn't move, we want to go around him and hang a left at this light.
Okay, hold on.
He may be checking his map.
I'm checking right now to see like 10 seconds until the storm moves so we can see a little bit which way it's headed.
Yeah, because it's a pretty big band. Multiple cells. Yep, it's coming right for us. So if we hang a left and go down that road and then hang a right when this paved road becomes a dirt road, that should take us right into the center of the cell. So yeah, hang a right at the next light. Yeah, this is going to take us right into the heart of the cell.
Yeah. Okay. So he went the middle route and found a tornado already.
How the hell is Mosley seeing that, man? He's like so far away from that thing, but he must have a better this. Okay, we have two options here. We are coming up on a intersection. We can turn right, which will get us to a smaller let's go straight. Let's keep going straight because there's a bigger cell intersecting this road. So yeah, let's keep going straight. That sounds right, but let's drive because the Dominator can go places they can't. So it's probably the Dominator's just like, yeah, whatever, man, goes off road or, through the middle of God knows what. And they're all like in their little. There will be a dirt road to the right. So we're going to be crossing an intersection, which is paved road to the left, dirt road to the right. Let's take a right and it'll put us right in the center of the purple.
Okay.
Yeah, coming up ahead. Hang a right. That could be almost a start of I guess that's a big tree. Yeah, it's a tree. Never mind. But yeah, we're driving right into the heart of this thing. It's not super bad, but it is purple. It's kind of a light purple. So this kind of just off to our right, that big thing sitting on the ground there, that's the cell. And then this will eventually take us to the outskirts of Westport where we can hang a right and then we can kind of circle back to the upper cell.
Oh, dude, we drove right through it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a couple options. We're getting into Westport. We can either hang a right at the next thing, which will kind of move us back, but there's not a ton, so we might want to continue on.
Oh shit!
You see something?
Yeah, to the right there.
Awesome. Okay, let me get out.
Fair.
Yeah, probably too far away.
First report, hey, look at that.
You got first report on the tornado. Well done. Just got in. You were revving the engine as I got in. Okay. Okay. Assuming we want to hunt that one, hang a right up ahead onto the dirt road.
Yeah.
It'll circle back
Can you please call it underdeveloped or whatever it was?
Yeah, unimproved road. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Are you fucking kidding me with that?
That did not go well.
What in the fuck happened?
We are literally in a ditch. Yeah, you have to go straight ahead and then pull yourself out.
Dude, this vehicle damage fucking shit is garbage. It makes me, honestly, it's the worst part of the game. It makes me not want to play it.
No,
I
agree.
The fact that I lose all the money I make.
Yep. Whoa, double tornadoes? Oh, okay. We got one ahead of us, and we got one coming down from the right. It's very early, but it is coming down from the right. I'm going to come out and take a picture of it. And then I'm going to take a picture of the other one.
Who taught this man how to drive?
Good. I'll take that. There, I'll take that. But yeah, so... Yeah, no, that was bullshit, because I'm sure you're going to get really hit for that.
Where...
Okay, let's continue. Once you're back in the car, let's go straight ahead.
I just don't want to fucking continue now because I know I'm not gonna make any goddamn money onto this.
If you want to turn around and go back to the gas station and start over, I'm 100% cool with that.
No, it's fine. Good practice, but fuck that, dude. I mean,
yeah. So that one, the one on the right's Foreman. It's Foreman, and then we got one on the ground on the left. So this road is going to take us to the other one eventually in a very long roundabout way, but we're not going to get anywhere near the other one, unfortunately, the one on the left that's already fully built unless it comes to us, but we could get to the one that's starting to form on the right.
Okay, so how do we just
follow this road?
Guide me, Mr. Navigator.
Yep, just follow this road, and it just kind of just slowly goes up into the right and then comes back down, and I think it'll take us down to where that other tornado is, assuming it stays, because there's no way this road doesn't get us anywhere near the other one. Unfortunately, there's no other roads. This is a one-way road.
Sorry about my dogs. There's an intruder.
I can't even hear him. But...
There's the one on the right there. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's forming. I don't know if it'll stay, but it's trying to form. So this road should hopefully take us there. But when you do see it, make sure to give him extra hugs for me.
Will do. That sounded like an alarm bark, like someone knocked on the fucking door, even though we have a sign saying, "Don't do that."
Yeah, because I always blow him kisses and hugs when I see he shows up. Yeah, let's just keep following this road, and like I say, unfortunately, it's going to be. It'll eventually get us to a crossway to get back to Bakersville, where there is actually a lot of purple. So.
Jesus fucking Christ, this fucking vehicle's driving me fucking batty!
It looks almost like there's a whole row of tornadoes starting to form on the right side. Yeah, I think there's a multiple funnel clouds coming down out of this cell. You can see it. That's kind of intense. Yep, there's one right now. One's starting to form directly in front of us. And there's a bunch more trying to, but I can see it coming down from the top. Yeah, it's directly in front of us. And then those other ones look like they're going to turn too. But you kind of see the gray one almost right in front of us, just to the right of the window. That might have been the one we've been tracking. We got to get new tires on this thing, man.
Something, man. This is fucking ridiculous.
Because that would be cool if you could just upgrade your existing. Oh yeah, bingo! Look at that! Look at that! Look at it form. It's coming down. That's going to be on your left. See if I can report it if it hasn't already been reported. Yay! First report. Awesome.
Nice.
And I got it good. And that looks like a giant one forming behind it. It doesn't quite have cyclonic rotation, but it looks like it wants to. Okay, no, shut up and keep looking. Hang a left at you're going to have a cross section right here. Yep. Hang a left at this intersection.
Oh, shit. I got it. So, do you only get points for being the first to report?
You get more, I think.
Okay.
Oh, did it just disappear?
Yep.
Oh, that's bogus. Well, there's a lot coming down. I think this cell is going to be spawning. This cell's going to probably be spawning more because I can kind of see what starts looking like cyclonic rotation just past my A pillar.
Past your what?
The front pillar on the right, so the windshield pillar.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, so there's going to be a
Look at that guy.
intersection.
On the right, that big dark V.
There's multiple at the intersection up ahead. Hang a right.
Okay.
Yeah, these are gonna. This thing's got to be spawning more. This cell's got to be spawning more. Whoa! What a hit! And then when we get ahead, I think we're gonna want to turn right. So we'll be coming up on another T intersection. We'll hang a right.
Okay.
So we're heading towards where the last tornado was, the one that I got a picture of. Hey, be thankful I don't know Latin, Prince Ali.
Thank you, Vince, for giving a sub to Surreal Onion. Lupanix with 154 months.
I think we want to turn left here. Let's try a left at this intersection. Yeah, and then this road will take us right along the edge of this giant cell.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure this cell's going to be spawning more because it sure looks like it's trying.
And Vince giving a sub to Stunt Driver and Pencil Dick on Toast.
What?
I don't know. Yaba with 15. And then another gift for Buy Me Dinner First and Mark D's Nuts and Fuck Canada. And Bloodstripe with 53. And now I think I'm caught up. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, let's just follow this all the way into Prairie Hills.
Okay.
And keep an eye on the left because we're going to be skirting. It's going to be on our left. This is a very small but very intense cell on our left.
Yeah, it looks like it. Exterminator with 29, thank you.
And then once we get into Prairie Hills, we can refuel. On the far side of Prairie Hills, we can refuel, and then the road goes right back up to where this cell's going through. So the cell will cross that road as we go up from the fueling stop.
Okay.
Well, hopefully once we get out of the rain, the car will drive better at high speed. Make some time.
Perhaps, yeah. Raven Sword, thank you for the 9 months.
Yes, we can switch positions, Kone Jesus, but I really do not want to drive this car. I mean, maybe in the last hour or so, just for the lulls. But I'm having much more fun being navigator. That was kind of the key, is because originally I was like, you know what, Zeke, just play this solo. And then when I saw that I could actually be his navigator, I said, okay, I'll co-op with you.
Which way?
Yeah, you gotta hang a left. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, either way, but might as well hang a left because we can keep an eye on the storm. And then when you get to the end, you have to turn right. So essentially, it's the same thing. Main road doesn't go through the center of town for some dumbass reason, so you got to loop around the outer edge of the town.
Gotcha.
Gated community. That is a cemetery. Gated cemetery. Yeah.
Keep going.
Where are we? Hang a right. Sorry. No, never mind. Yes, keep going. Yes, I'm sorry. Keep going. And then up ahead, you'll have a left turn as soon as you make this corner. You'll have a left turn, and that'll take you right to the gas station.
Oh, Slushy Freeze disconnected.
Oh, bummer. He had a nice car.
Yeah. There was a couple of them, weren't there?
Yeah, there were like 3 Dominator 3s. Yeah.
Yeesh.
As I understand it, Kino Ghoul, it uses real physics and may be based on actual storms, but I don't believe it's in real time. Like Flight Simulator, you know, you can, like the latest Flight Simulator, you can actually pull real-time weather data from the airport and it will generate that. I'm pretty sure this is just procedurally generated, but it is based on real physics and possibly real past storms. God damn it. And not against you, I'm talking about the game. Because now I'm like, my heartbeat's like, dum dum dum, because boy, these gas prices. When was this game? 20.
No, I know that. Yeah. 2 years
2024
ago.
for sure. Yeah, seems legit. Okay, so where are we now? Okay, so when we come out, we'll want to go straight ahead on this.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll want to go straight ahead, and that will take us to right now. The most intense part is on the road, but I think essentially we'll want to go straight ahead, and when we get to that right turn, there's that big road that comes off the right. We'll want to do that because that will put us, I think, closer into the path of the purple and the red.
Okay.
But we could play it by ear, because if we go all the way to the top, then we could loop around the other way. But I think we'll tang a right at the next option, and then hopefully we'll parallel the storm, and then we have the option to continue ahead if the storm keeps going that way, or we can go up or down if the storm changes direction. So right turn coming up ahead, and we're starting to enter that band now. Yep, stop sign here is when we want to turn. That damn car. Maybe it does not handle well in town.
No, it doesn't handle well at all. They give you the fucking shittiest car to start with, and it just... hate it when games do that. Like, give me a decent car to start with, and then make them more decent. Don't give me a piece of shit.
Or don't penalize you so hard.
Yes.
Don't literally take all your money away. Okay, so at the T junction, we're going to want to hang a left.
Yeah.
Or not the T junction, it's a full intersection. Start keeping an eye out for tornadoes. Somebody reported a tornado somewhere. Interesting. It's a tornado warning, but nobody's reported a tornado.
Another cow.
Thanks, Pete.
Left turn should be coming up shortly. Yeah, so we're just on the outer edge of the rain shower. So as soon as we turn left and start going up this new road, we'll be going into it. Oh God, a Reliant Robin, save us.
Look at that. Oh my God, look at that. I turn around, there's the tornado.
That was a beautiful drift. All right, let's get back on the road and get off, because we're getting out now. Okay, here we go.
Already reported. Damn it.
Sorry. I figured at this point you're losing
you
so many...
did it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I figured you're losing so many points. I'm going to try to max myself out if I can, but I honestly should have let you do it.
Just remember, I have an ejector seat here.
Yes, you do. You can't throw me out. But it's just, like I said, the trick is this game is so rigged against you right now that it's just not, every point you get, you're going to lose. You're just still going to end up with nothing. It's like, well... Okay, so yeah, let's just keep going straight up, because the Dominator boys are on their way down. They're coming to, they'll be intercepting this road shortly. They're on the road up ahead. Oh, you know what? Actually, stop for a moment. Slow down. I wonder, because the tornado's behind us now, so I think we should loop back. Sorry, I was looking at other things. So yes, I think we should loop back and try to intercept, because you can see it's weird. The heaviest stuff is, it says the heaviest stuff is ahead of us, but okay, let's stop again, please, because the tornado's to our right. I'm a little mixed up. I'm sorry about that. So let's do a UE. Oh, you know what? Let's just, I wonder if we, it's gonna pass right behind us. Can we back up? Can you back up?
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, okay, I'm gonna get out and take a picture.
Okay.
But going back up, because if you can get close enough to it, try to drop the probe.
Yeah, get in.
I got an optimal picture. Damn, it's going to cross before we can get to it. and we can't go off road because our car sucks. If you want to get out and take a picture, feel free.
I did already.
Because oh, okay, cool. Okay, let's burn ahead, and we'll hang a right at the next stop, at the next option. Yeah, because see, unfortunately, I can't get the timing right because this would have been a perfect place to drop the probe, and we would have got a shed ton of points. That's what those other guys are doing. They're dropping their probe. You want to go the other way, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, the other way is going to be better, I think. Because there's going to be, assuming it stays on the ground, there's going to be another opportunity to intercept. So if you go up and at the next intersection hang a right and then just burn it, there will be another hopefully opportunity to intercept, and there's going to be gas up ahead as well. I mean, we still got plenty of fuel, but I'm kind of hoping if this tornado stays on the ground for another 10 minutes or so, we can get into position to intercept it with our probe. Because that's where you get the real money, evidently, is the probe.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And you have the probe, so you'll get all the points for the probe. If you go into the tornado iron post by yourself as a person, you will die, and depending on how large the tornado is and how big your car is, it can lift your car up and kill you as well. It's going to be a bit of the way, but that's what they're doing too. They're right behind us. They're going as well. Still on the ground. Yeah, so we have to just try to, hopefully the weather won't be too bad, so we can, driving will be good, and then we just got to hang it, and then because we're well ahead of the other two guys, so right turn should be coming up in the next minute or so. Is that? Oh man, you can just see the wind, the rain from the tornado.
Yep.
Yeah, see, it's rain wrap now. Yep, okay, hang it right here. We are right in the heaviest part of the storm. It's possible the tornado's still on the ground, we just can't see it. It could be rain wrapped at this point, but we should be ahead of it. So I'm going to try to keep an eye out and get ready to brake hard. Yep, okay, I think I see the bottom of the cloud ahead of us, so get ready to brake. Because we're almost, if that's what I'm seeing is correct, we're going to be up abreast of it pretty quickly. Right now, let's brake. If you look dead right, I think that's the tornado.
Yeah.
Let's go a little bit farther ahead. Yep, that's the tornado. Let's go a little bit farther ahead. And here, drop it here and drop the probe. Let's get it, drop the probe and run.
Okay.
I'll stay in the car. But yeah, drop the probe and run, because that's it right there. And I think it's got to be close. It might actually get a little ahead of us, to be perfectly honest. I think it is a little ahead of us now, but it is definitely going to cross this road. Yeah, see, they're already coming up behind. Yeah, so if you haven't dropped it, I'd pick it up again because we have time. Let's pick it up again because we have time. Let's go a little bit farther ahead.
Okay.
Because one of them stopped with us, but another one's coming ahead. So yeah, but we gotta move. It's like really close. So if you don't think you got time, let's just drop it and call it and back up. But if you think you can do it in the next 30 seconds.
Well, this guy dropped his too.
Okay, then let's do it. Then let's call it. Yeah, okay. It's probably close enough for government work. Yeah, they're all stopping, so they know what they're doing. At least one of them, Mimoski, has to know what he's doing.
I don't think it's even going to come close.
Yeah. Oh, God damn it! That sucks because we had it. We had the perfect target. Oh, man.
It's just tough. Well, it's tough to call the direction of a fucking tornado.
Yeah, because it looked right. It looked next to me. It looked like it was next to me. I'm gonna step out for a second and take a picture.
Okay.
It looked like it was right next to me. All right, let's see if we can get another one. We got plenty of fuel. We're gonna let's go straight ahead. Let's just keep going straight ahead down this road. Oh no, fuck. No, we got a Yui. Sorry, we got a Yui.
We got a Yui?
Yeah.
What?
Well, if we go straight ahead, our next opportunity to chase this thing, assuming it doesn't just stop and come at us, is going to be on the highway, which is a couple clicks south of us. Because there's nothing that we can go left to until we get to the highway. So we can go to the highway and then drive and then take the, but we can't even get on the highway, unfortunately. We can't even get on the highway. See, the problem is the only way to get to Eastern Falls, which is where I think this thing is going, is we got to UE and go up and then come back down. There's an opportunity, if you look at the map, if we go up towards the gas station and then come back down towards Eastern Falls, there's that big road on the side. There's nothing between this road and the other road, unfortunately. And the highway doesn't have an off-ramp to Eastern Falls. Well, it kind of does, but we won't be able to get onto the highway. That sucks.
Wow.
Because that's still going. And bummer. Yeah, there's just nothing. Yeah, it looks like the real Mimasi, I guess they're going down to try to intercept the highway. So I guess we can try to do the same, but I don't know. I think the fastest for us is to keep going where you're going.
Okay.
Go up, hang a right when we get to the T-junction, and then hang a right at the gas station and hope it's still on the ground. But we're getting much better at intercepting.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, Scott, I'm in it for the money too. I think we are probably playing it a little too safe, flim sneezy, but the fact is with this car, I think even a basic F1 Tornado would kill us if it caught us directly.
Oh, for sure.
And I'm assuming when you die, you lose everything because you don't recover you're not at the, so I'd rather be a little safe, and because we still got a couple more hours of this at least till we get bored of it. Yeah, so hang it right here. No stop signs.
I think we cleared them.
Okay, I kind of have a feeling we are going to want to stay on this road and go past the gas station.
Okay.
Because there is another right turning road farther ahead that loops back, and right now it loops back into the deep purple. So if that tornado is still on the ground and tracking in that general cloud direction, I think that might be the better opportunity, because the road we just passed, the heaviest precipitation has now passed that road.
Okay.
So we'd have to get into Eastern Falls and loop around Eastern Falls to come up on the same road we can now intercept at the next right turn.
Okay. Well, I don't have a map in front of me, so just tell me when to turn.
Yep. Turn coming up on your mini-map right here.
Turn right?
Yep. Just look at the mini-map. Yeah, when in doubt, check the mini-map and it'll tell you right when to turn. Nicely done. Missed the stop sign. I thought you were going to hit it, but you didn't.
Thanks, Dad.
The last second. And now just follow this down, and it should theoretically, if that tornado is still on the ground, it should be somewhere to our right as we pass this hill. Because we are moving back into the strongest part of the cell.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Is it hell in the cell?
Yeah, because we're driving into the strongest part of the cell right now. So as we start banking to the right and looping back, we are going to loop back right into the heaviest part of the cell. And I think the other two figured out what we were doing was the right call, because they're now well behind us, but they're kind of following us.
Oh, okay.
I don't got no fancy shit. Even I know where I'm going. Don't need no Dominator to dominate. Now watch the thing disappear right in front of me. Then I have to use the Vey laughing emote against myself. Okay, so we are now just entering the heaviest part of the storm.
Yeah.
And it's arguably to our left. Okay. Oh,
there it is, right there, dead ahead. Hold on. God damn you!
All right, I promise to let you have the next one.
There we go. Optimal.
Okay, now unfortunately, this is going to take us away from it because I think it's already past us. But we do have an opportunity if we go. I mean, this thing's been on the ground for a while. So if we go through the city of Eastern Falls, we can get on the highway. No, we can't. Okay, I think we're at the end of the thing, so let's just get into Eastern Falls and call it. Okay. Because the highway ends. So this storm cell is approaching the end of the edge of the map.
Okay.
Yep. So we'll get into Eastern Falls. So at the first opportunity, when you get into Eastern Falls, hang a right, and that will loop us into the gas station. We'll call it.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's already approaching the end of the map. The highway unfortunately stops before there's any other. Whoa, is that a tree?
You fucking what? I didn't even hit anything!
Oh, that's bullshit. You totally missed them. Oh, that's bullshit, because I didn't... see, I got nothing. It showed me you passed... you can keep going ahead and then hang a right at your next opportunity. That's bullshit, because I specifically saw you clear it, and I got no red, which is usually what happens when you hit, so that's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit.
It just sucks, man. Because I'm not gonna get any points.
This game is fucking rigged. It is. It is really. I'm gonna have. No, it literally. This makes you're 100%. I would be so upset if this was a if I was the driver. This is absolute nonsense. Yeah. See, I got 2,800 points from this.
Oh my god! I actually got points.
You did?
My vehicle was not damaged that much, I guess.
Oh, now I feel really bad for not letting you take.
No, I got 2,400.
Really oh, you did great. Awesome. Yeah, you did. Yeah. You did better than I did. Yeah, because I got 1,000 for tornadoes and 104 for funnel cloud, and then I got 1,700 for the chaser network. But that's fantastic that you did better than me.
No, I swear to God, I thought the vehicle damage was gonna fuck it up again. But I only had, for some reason, I only had 562 vehicle damage.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Because I was really feeling bad about taking those 2 tornadoes because that would have really boosted your score because you would have got like another couple thousand probably from that. So, all right, well now I know. Then I'll let you because chances are you may play this again like just on your own because I don't think I will. It looks way too complicated as a single player game. So I'll take photos, but I'll let you do the reporting and stuff.
Okay. Well, because I can't do reports while in the car. I have to get out and do it.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah. All right. And I made 2,000. Can I buy anything? Nope. You can
probably get some
0.
Some clothes, maybe. I think you can buy like clothes.
Oh, there we go. I can do colors. Let's see. Let's do. Yeah, pure gold. There you go.
Really? You gonna blow money on that? Well, why not?
No, it's not money. It's free. Oh. You can change your car skin for free.
Oh, okay. I said gold or yeah pure gold. Gold is better. Yeah, because what's the best car? Yeah, this car's 50,000.
Tell your pet I said hi. Oh my god. Alien. You can just put writing on your car. That's it. That's nice.
All right. Well, that was. I feel a lot better about that one then because we knew what we were doing. And yeah, no, I know, Scott. I know what you're saying because this is really difficult to play. I think this has got to be really tough on your own.
Oh, they're cosmetic only.
It very much is, Mighty Incisors. It very much is.
Yeah, Dominator 3. Predator. Why would you get that? The max speed is higher, but the torque and the fuel capacity are both shit.
Yeah, it was probably because of all the armor. Yeah, probably a Jeep would be good.
Extreme Tornado Tours. Yeah. God. Yeah, even like a little ice cream cone is 12,500. I have 7,400. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm at 12,467, so...
Terrible. All right.
Yeah. All right, ready for the code when you are.
All right.
This has turned out to be a lot more fun than I thought. Thank you.
You bet, man. My pleasure.
And, well done, Chad. You're right there, giving us the grief that we deserve. I wish I could be there with you. Normally I would be throwing shade just as hard, but...
Okay. Let's go.
It's a lot of fun with another person, Sarafe. Yeah. I think by yourself it may not be nearly as interesting, but when you can have up to 4 people in the car. Yeah. I don't know if they can all do the same thing or if just the person in the front right seat can do map and stuff, but you can have up to 4 people in this car, and in the van you can have all 12.
I'm gonna go take a pee real quick. You entertain the peoples, or not? Either way, whatever you want. But I'm gonna go take a pee real quick, and I'm gonna show off the BRBs that I think Javi made.
Awesome.
So. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, that would be a great idea, Cosmic Blip. Okay, so evidently I am loading into a game now, so I have to now exit. Because I'm by myself. Unless that's Zeke's car. Nope, that's Titan. Sorry, guys. I gotta leave the chase.
Alrighty.
Welcome back. It actually loaded me into a game, so I'm leaving it.
Oh, don't leave.
Even though I was, no, it's fine. It's because I was at the gas station, so it didn't matter. Yeah, no, the Be Right Backs are great. I was actually, because again, I've been a member of a International Starfleet fan club for 40 years. I have a lot of pictures of me in Starfleet uniform. So if we were actually going to be able to play Star Trek Bridge, oh goddamn it, you're right. I'm sorry. I forgot that you gave me the code, and that's why I entered.
Yep.
Oh, I am stupid. All right, let me see if it'll let me back in. But
I just exited.
All right, I wouldn't let me anyways, probably because I guess it's trying, but I'm going to exit. I was actually going to take a risk and post a picture of me in my TNG Season 1 Admiral's dress tunic with and so that people could add me into the Be Right Backs with you.
That's awesome.
Yep, I'm sure I would have regretted it. No, actually, everybody's like, especially Cosmic Blip, he is so fantastic.
Yeah. There you go. New code.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I didn't realize that I'd already signed in, so I was like,
all good. No worries. Let's go.
It's like, why is it loading me in? I didn't enter a code. Yes, you did, you moron.
Let me know if you and Zeke want to try that Star Trek key.
I guess Khalith has a key. Is it a Steam key, Khalith? Because mine's on Steam. Not that I think it matters.
Huh.
But yeah.
I mean, dude, if you got one, I'll try it out and see what happens.
Yeah, and if it actually works, we could at the next break switch games.
Yeah, you could whisper me. No, I'm game. I'm game to fire it up. Can we play it 2 players?
Yes, because NPCs will fill the other 2 roles if we don't have 4.
How do you give them orders? Or do they just do it?
I guess you just, maybe they hear? I don't know, because I've only played with, admittedly, I may have played with NPCs at one time, but it's been so long I don't remember. But evidently you can do it with, if you don't have 4 people.
Okay.
You need at least 1, and then NPCs will take the others.
Yeah, just do you have me on Discord? Are we friends on Discord, Khalith? If not, just whisper it to me. Star Trek Bridge Crew, Cosmic Blip.
It was the game we intended to play until Zeke wasn't able to find his copy and couldn't secure one. So that's why I recommended, all right, let's try Outbreak, because this so far this looks fun.
Okay.
And it has been.
I'm just going to check my Discord real quick. See if that key works.
My other car is a Dominator. That's funny. Oh, yeah, this makes it easier now that your car's gold. I can find it faster.
Oh, the product code has already been activated by an existing Steam account.
Damn.
So the one you gave me has already been activated there, Khalith.
Curses, foiled again.
Unless, yeah, they could have also deactivated keys, but it said it was already used or whatever. Okay, let's go. All right, Navigator, this is our gold vehicle now.
I'm ready.
Come on in.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we are going to want to... looks like we're going to want to go out and then hang a right.
Okay.
Yeah, so hang a left, hang a left, and then hang a right. My apologies. So follow the herd. Ooh, this road is going to take us right into into a nice cell.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Just follow this all the way. It curves up to the left and then goes for a while, and then there's gonna be cells to the right and left of us as we start curving to the left on this road. It's gonna be a nice road.
Yeah, I checked my Ubisoft account. Cosmic Blip is not there.
Yeah, we're thinking it was probably his PS4 VR.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised it wouldn't just show up on your PlayStation account, but maybe PS4 VR is a separate thing within that. Not having a console, I don't know how those work.
Have I checked my Ubisoft account? Am I still going this way?
Yes, just follow this road all the way.
Okay.
Yeah, Saito, that's what he thinks it was. He was playing on PSVR. Because the last time when Scott showed the VR, the VOD that gave me the idea, he was playing with Max and JP and one other person. And they were all in VR at the time, I believe. Okay, so, they're stopping for a reason. I don't know why, because I don't see anything, but...
No tornadoes have been reported.
No, and we're right between two large cells, or two intense cells, so maybe that's why they're stopping. They're waiting to see if something shows up. Yeah, because this is where the two cells are, so that's probably why they're waiting and hoping something shows up. I'm gonna step out for a second. Oh, no, it just looks like rain to me. Well, up ahead looks a little nastier.
I thought I saw something touching down.
Yeah, I mean, the wind and rain is coming at us, so this cell is coming directly to us. So I think that might be why. I'm gonna get back in the car in case we have to jump. But I think this might be why they're parked here. Oh, it's trying. It's trying. You can see the little tendrils starting to come out, but not yet. Ooh. Okay, he's heading off. Let's just go. Okay, I think we want to maybe get in and... No, this goes away. Yeah, I think... Yeah, the thing right in front of us, I'm going to get in the car. So, yeah, so I'm not blocking you. I kind of have a feeling where that giant, like, monument thing is sitting, that's, like, probably the most intense part. Because it looks okay behind us, but I'm not really seeing anything that looks like it's trying. Next left turn is far ahead, but it will take us to another. Yeah, it's definitely moving toward us. But I think we're getting out of the. Yeah, this part right here is kind of the worst part of the storm up here. Then there's a heavier one down below. So if we keep following this way and just keep going straight ahead, following these other two guys, GM guy and Ferrari, they're going to the other intense section of storms, which is which ends where in front of a gas station. A military base to the right of us?
Yeah, whisper me, Mr. Peril. If you have me on Discord, DM me there. If you don't, just whisper me on Twitch and I'll get it. Oh, you fucker.
I know, God, the tires on this thing. Jesus.
Not bad.
It's probably got bald summer tires, don't I?
My summer tires.
I really dislike that they added collision, death to my summer car. I like the first one when the car just ran into you and bounced off.
Yeah, that was great.
And then they changed it so that it kills you. And it's like, that's not cool, man.
All right, do we take a right or no?
Yes, could you just keep going straight on this road? Ignore any turnoff. Just keep going straight down this road.
Okay. So I'm going straight south.
Yep.
Yep.
We get to the gas station. We can try to turn left. There is a dirt road off the gas station to the left that loops right back to where we're going. Oh, okay, no, let's do this. We are going to be approaching a left turn soonish.
Okay.
Take that left turn, because essentially what it is, it's a very short loop of dirt road that will take us to the gas station, which is where everybody's parking. But at least we have a shot to get a little bit of the edge of the thing. Yes, it's just coming up almost right away.
Dirt road?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, this dirt road. Let's take this dirt road because it will loop us back to that gas station right there, but at least gets us a little closer to this cell, because this is where the action is right now, is this cell, but it's going away from us. So I kind of have a feeling Apex, not the weather girl. Okay, that's kind of funny. Dead ahead to the right. Maybe a funnel cloud forming? Maybe not. You're gonna be turned in here for a second.
I got it, Mr. Brown.
I can't tell if you slow down and look to your left. Maybe a funnel cloud ahead. Let's see what happens when we get to the base.
Shit.
Tell you what, let's for this. Okay, so let's get towards the gas station and hang a left at the when we get back on main road, hang a left. So you're going to be hanging a left right here at this intersection. Now what's this guy doing? Okay, he's trying. Can you stop for just a second? Okay, we have two options. There's a large storm cell a little northwest of us, which is where, if you look in your map, GM guy, I think that's what he's doing, is he's driving down and then he's going to take that first right turn and drive up to the storm cell where Apex, not the weather girl, is coming down. Or we continue ahead on this road. We'll be driving in clear space as we get to Bakersville, but as the road turns right, it'll get us to the bottom section of this giant storm cloud, and we have multiple opportunities to turn left and go north into the storm cloud that we just passed through.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking maybe, man, I don't know. Actually on the flip side, to the left of us where that one car is driving, assuming it's coming our way, if we turn around and go back up this road, there's just this giant swath of purples are just going to go over us. So maybe we'll get lucky.
All right.
So maybe just hanging a Yui is the way to do it, because there's two giant storm clouds that are just going to be coming at us. We got plenty of fuel, so yeah. So maybe I'm going to I'll mark the spot about halfway up the road, And I think that's where we should stop, because that looks like that's where all the heavy stuff's coming right through.
I'm just gonna top it off while we're here.
Absolutely.
Oh, funnel cloud. Someone reported. Oh, right here. Okay.
Oh yeah, Smoky 420. That's a much smaller cell than the ones we're going to. So hopefully, where we're going.
All right. Which way? Straight.
Yes.
Okay.
Straight to where you'll see my waypoint soon enough, and I would slow down about there, because that should put us right in the middle of the next storm cell that's coming through, a deep purple storm cell.
Fuck
hopefully
you.
Something. Game is so rigged. Yeah, I think if I take damage too, that means it's a battle. If you only take damage, it seems to be less so. And unfortunately, I took damage on that one.
So, he reported a tornado.
Okay, let's slow down here for a second. Let me check the map. Okay, it's, this is about where it is. It's a little south of us, but this is the purple if you look at the map. So we're now driving away from it. So honestly, now it kind of looks like the worst part of it is actually back at the gas station. So maybe, let's loop around and go a little bit. Let me clear the one I've got, and let's go about. Gas station might be not a bad place, or just before the gas station. I'll put a marker point down, because this is the heavy part right here. There's some stuff like just south of the gas station. Everybody. Apex is coming our way. GM guys going. Oh, they're going to a very short temp, but the tornadoes reported east of us, east of Grassland Park. Okay, tell you what. Let me look at the map here. Yeah. Our goddamn car. Shit. Yeah, I think at this point we need to. If nothing spawns here in like the next minute or two, then we need to continue on this road all the way down where everybody else is. Get out of the storm cell, drive along the southern edge, and then we can come up around. There'll be a gas station at the far end, and then there's this gigantic cell sitting over Lost Flag Village, Northern Dale, and Grassland Park. So yeah, maybe if nothing spawns here in the next minute or two, we probably then need to follow the herd and go deep, far east. But we'll be in clear air, so hopefully we'll be able to make good time.
Should we not like just go to where the red shit is? Is that not like?
Well, I think purple is the most intense. So I've been trying to steer us to the purple and red brown areas.
The red outline, the red not rectangle, but rhombus, I guess. That shit on the map. You know, yellow means storm, red means tornado.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, yes, I understand. Yeah, that's probably, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it, is a yellow is for an intense storm, and then when somebody spots a tornado, it turns red.
Yeah.
And then when the tornado disappears, okay, no, you got it, you understand it. Yeah, so let's just do that. Let's just follow the herd, go way south, get out of all this crap.
I gotta go all the way around if I want to stay on the road.
Well, they got to too.
Fuck.
They got to too. And fortunately, we'll be on dry pavement, so we should be faster than like the Dominator and stuff.
I don't like this in-car view either. I feel like I need to be bumped up. Like, I need my booster seat underneath me so I can see the road better.
Yeah, I think having third person while driving would be very helpful.
Would be fucking awesome, yes.
Because that's the problem. You spend so much time in hyper-intense rainstorms and having, we've all driven through in real life hyper-intense rainstorms and know just how impossible it is to see anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just stay on this road all the way, and hopefully we'll start catching up the slower guys.
No.
It's not that sexy, Scott. It's literally, like I say, I've got one of me in that uniform, and I was probably taken 20 years ago, so I'm a lot younger than I am now. And then there's one of me and a Starfleet Marine Corps black woolly pulley with a plush Porthos, the dog, Captain Archer's dog from Enterprise, on my shoulder. Those were the two I used to use for all my ID cards and stuff. Oh, Scott, I'm almost ready to shipbox you, my friend. All right, I'm gonna go pay attention to the map because Scott's annoying me. Let's see here.
Man, if only I could. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's just keep cruising because that's what the whole herd is doing. They're on their way to Mountain Ton, not Mountain Ton, because that's where all this heavy stuff's coming. Because it looks like the theory saw a tornado. But yeah, so it looks like this giant cell, these red rhombuses are the ones that are spawning tornadoes.
Excuse me.
Good hunting.
Ooh, there's another one.
I would say God bless you, but God has abandoned all of us in this channel. Even Tacarella has no time for our nonsense anymore.
Oh, there's I see one. In that dark cloud to the left of us, there's a funnel cloud forming right in the middle of it.
Okay, once you stop, I'll get out and take a look, and I will let you be the first to report it.
Might be.
I don't see anything, but
It was there, now it's gone.
Okay.
Maybe I was seeing things.
Oh, we lost somebody. Okay, GM guy reported a tornado. Where is he? Okay, GM guy reported a tornado, and he is in Mountain. But the storm cell to the left of us is much bigger than the one that is bigger than the one in Mountain, and it's heading that way as well. So,
yeah, reported a tornado in the red. Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we want to do. Is we want to start heading towards Mountain, because that's where all these cells are going.
Yeah, we only got 4 minutes left on the chase.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, that explains why everybody's bailing.
Yep.
Oh, well.
Did we even get any pictures?
I don't think we did, to be honest. This is probably going to be a bust for us. Okay. So let's just drive to the gas station and then reset.
Oh, I can leave the chase. Safe to leave. You will keep your earned points.
Yeah, once we get to the gas station, we're fine.
No, it just says, like, in the menu.
Oh, because the chase is ending.
Must be. Yep.
I just jumped out, but watched you go off. It's hilarious.
I got 0 and I got 666 deducted. So
yeah, I got
0 pictures, 0. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was a fucking bust.
Blame that one on Scott. All his snide.
Fuck you, Scott. All right, I'm gonna try and check out Mr. Perril's code here.
Sounds good.
See if this works. Oh my God, activation successful. Get the fuck out of here.
Can it be? Where he truly is the Kwisatz Haderach.
There it is. Star Trek Bridge Crew is now downloading.
All right.
Huzzah. All right, let's do one more and then maybe we switch over.
You got it, Chief.
Yo, Vince gifting a sub to Graceelberry Pie. Good to see you, Grace. Also, Kenny V. Gardner with 14. Halle Berry's fart pillow with 9 months. Always a favorite.
Oh, yeah. I'm guessing they are Cosmic Blip because there was actually an update for it recently. And maybe that's what it was. It was a very small update, but maybe it was an update of servers. But I guess we'll find out. If not, we can always come back to this.
Oh, the update was has Ubisoft Connect embedded in it, so that was the update. An update to Ubisoft Connect.
Oh, okay, yeah, because it was very small. Yeah, I was surprised. It was only a couple hundred megabytes, so I was thinking I was very shocked to see one. So that makes sense. Leech Line, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Farrell. That was very kind of you. I appreciate it.
If you got another key, use it yourself and come join us.
Absolutely.
As I say,
100%.
We got 2 more spots. If 2 people have it, you know.
Any fart pillowers in chat?
Oh, gee guts.
Are you drinking a white monster? When did you become a furry e-boy? What the fuck are you talking about? White monster's just objectively the best next to red, but I can't get red anymore because they discontinued it in most places.
The disrespect, Graceberry Pie.
No.
The disrespect.
Asshole!
There you go. There you go, Gils.
I mean, from a mod, I expect it, but, you know, so I guess.
Oh, it's funny that you say that because we just had Reb Ford on the drop frames and she was drinking a white monster and we had a little talk about it. So apparently she's a furry e-boy as well.
Now, Scott, if I know better to mouth off to rocks. I'm on my best behavior on rocks. The rest of you chowderheads, I'm generally comfortable with. Plus, I've met most of you at
Chowderheads. What a great insult that is.
Plus, I met most of you at 2019 TwitchCon anyway, so I know not to fear you anymore. Okay, that's my car. Where's the gold car? For it to spawn in. Mondo Jameson. Oh, there we are, far corner. Fair point, Grand McLarge Huge. Fair point. I am an old man, 6 feet under. I am an old man. Oops. All right. As always, let's follow the herd.
And that is...
I don't know where they're going. I don't know. They're kind of all everywhere. Let's go.
Because the storm front is moving towards us a little bit south. It looks like, but
yeah. Let's go that.
Not this way.
Well, sorry, my map's kind of. See what's down here. Well, no, you know what? Honestly, might not be.
I think we go southwest and follow those guys.
Okay, or we could go up a bit to the upper part of Bakersville where there's that dirt road, because there's a dirt road that eventually connects to a good road, and then the good road takes us to the. But yeah, I guess let's follow the herd. So.
No, I mean north looks good too. Maybe it's moving up.
Well, it's definitely moving that way. I'm just kind of thinking that if we go, okay, let's do this. Let's go out of town to our right. So let's follow Jinxed, or Jixed. Yeah. So the green car is going up to the right. Let's go that way. Let's follow them, and then we'll make a left at the T junction and go north. So turn around, 180. I'm trying to see. I can't. It's hard to see your little blue thing with everybody. There we go. Let's go this way.
Got it.
And then at the T intersection, we'll we'll go left, and that takes us to another gas station. And I think what we can do is we'll hang a left at the gas station. That'll loop us down into the teeth of this thing. No Hundalism. It's Hundism. That's kind of scary there. You know, it's like osps, very dangerous. You go first. May arguably want to stay on this road. I guess it depends on how early we want to hit this thing, because it looks like it's going towards Hopfield. If we hang a left at the next available thing, which is where the gas station is, that will take us down into kind of the teeth of it. But there's let's do that. So when we get so this next left, and they're all going north, aren't they? They're going up. Okay, they're going to Hopfield. So let's follow the herd to Hopfield. So let's just stay on this road.
Okay, that's all I needed. Just stay on this road. That's what I needed. Like, I don't have Hopfield up, my map pulled up, so.
Yep, got it. Sorry.
Yep.
And then, so the next left that shows up on your mini map, I'll give you a little bit of a warning. We'll hang a left. But I think that they're all doing that. They're going to Hopfield because there's a big, long stretch that goes all the way from Westport north to the top of the map, because we're towards the upper top of the map. So Hopfield is about as far north as we can go.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because we are literally in the upper corner of that map. We can't go any farther north or west once we get to Hopfield. Oh, a NATO's wax million. That's outrageous. Yes, this left. I've had a squall line come through at my apartment. Yeah, I think that giant thing right there, that's probably where they're all running. But I had a white squall line come through. Damn, that was freaky. It was at my apartment. I was walking back from the mailbox. Unfortunately, I was under the car covers when it hit. But it was just all of a sudden, big burst of wind, solid vertical wall of water just flew right past us. It was incredible. Keep going straight ahead. It looked exactly like the movie White Squall when that thing hit the boat. It's, obviously much worse in the movie, but it was still the same thing. Just a huge, you could just hear the wind roar as it came over the trees. It's just amazing.
When we first booted this game up, I was like, oh, I'm going to be able to drive right into a tornado. I had no idea how hard it is to actually find the fucking things.
Yeah, that's realistic physics. The damn things appear and disappear in moments.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think at this point, we'll drive into town and keep going until we hit the major intersection. And everybody's kind of stopped there. We're going to run. Be careful as we get closer, because everybody's kind of like stopped right there. I think they're waiting to see which way this thing goes, because with the option to go straight up or straight down. Okay, Colts is going north. I think somebody else is fueling up, but we got plenty of fuel. So okay, you want to fill up?
Might as well. Over here.
Sure. No, we're here, yeah.
Okay, so there was a funnel cloud reported. Oh, okay. Oh, down south. Way down south. Okay.
Okay, yeah, all right. Okay, so when you're ready to go, let's go to this light and hang a left. Go down and hang a right.
Jesus, would you fucking turn? It's not that difficult of a turn.
Okay, now when you get to the T intersection, let's stop for a second and look at the map and tell me what you think. The most intense part of the storm is coming right at us. It extends farther south than it does north, but where we're at looks like, if you look at your map, it looks like it's the most intense part of the storm is like right on top of us, and there's more behind it.
Right, but there's guaranteed tornado action down south. Is that not like something we want to? Because everybody else is moving north for whatever reason.
Yeah, there's only one car down south, so if you want to go south, the storm cell is larger north. It extends all the way off the map, so I'm thinking in theory more will come. So I think that's why the other guys are they're gonna like circle in this upper area, because the road. The trick is this is pretty much the edge of the north-south road. Because if you zoom in really far, the highway ends almost immediately, and then at the very top. So I think those guys are just kind of gonna be going up and down this area looking for tornadoes. So what we could arguably do is go up and down this road between Hopfield and Westport, because they would just bounce between the two cells and see if we get lucky. Because essentially, two large cells are going across this road, so.
Stop that shit. God fucking damn it. Such a bitch.
Yeah, because we should hopefully get to that smaller cell as its most intense part is crossing the highway, and there'll be more tornadoes.
Alright.
Or we can report. You can report the same tornado farther afield from wherever that first report was.
Do you miss the ball cooler vents that were under steering columns of certain vehicles? I don't remember any of those, but
yeah, that does not ring a bell. 6 feet under.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're in a little bit of clear area now, and then we're heading into a heavier storm. Because that's where Raylex is. Raylex is parked. He is across in the tornado. So Raylex is tracking the tornado. So as we go farther south, now they're starting to drive away from it, but maybe it's going south of them. Or he's going down south to hook back up. But yeah, we're driving into the tail end of a pretty heavy storm. Could possibly be a funnel cloud up ahead. You kind of see that against the ground, that kind of fluffy green thing. That usually is a sign of a tornado. Yeah, that's definitely a tornado up ahead.
Yep.
If you can get back, don't try to climb that. Stay in the gully and get out on that way.
There we go. Come on. I see it.
Don't tell me this fucking is an elevated highway the entire way. Okay, I think you can get back on me. Yeah, right here. Yeah, hopefully. No. God damn it. It's like this the entire way. I call rigatoni. I think it is. Just screw with us. Oh, yeah, maybe there.
There we go.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
If you want to stop and get out and try to report it, feel free.
That's what I want to do. Okay.
I got a good.
Good, yep.
Then R to report.
I reported it.
You did? Okay, cool. Okay,
God, there's no turnoffs.
as you approach the bridge, you will actually there will be an off ramp coming up ahead on your right.
Okay.
That will get us to an overpass. Yeah, so there should be an off ramp just coming up ahead.
Where do I go this intersection?
Where'd the tornado go? So, okay, okay, hang a left.
Yep, okay. That's what I thought. There you are.
This is an off ramp, so we'd want to go through this. There are multiple left turns that kind of go this way. So you can kind of, any of these turns will kind of get you there. Yeah, this one. Hang a left at this one. And then hang a right at the next one. And then hang a left. And then hang another right. This is a really weird intersection. And then hang another right. Hang another left. And then hang a right at the next one, and that road should then carry us to where this fella's coming. Yeah, so hang a right here. Not that you have a choice. Now this is a main road that will hopefully intersect the tornado, because it turns into a unimproved road, but it continues along the path where this tornado is. And when this road ends, this road will end at a T junction in a couple clicks. You can probably, I would maybe try to, I don't think this tornado is being tracked again, so you might want to get out and see if you can track it.
First report.
Got it. Awesome. Yeah, because it wasn't on the map.
Optimal.
So, sweet. And I got optimal too. All right, let's cruise. Yeah, so when we reach the end of this road, we're going to want to turn left.
Okay.
And that should hopefully, if it stays down, because unfortunately we're at the very edge of this thing, the storm cell. So I hope it doesn't disappear. But yeah, so once you round this curve, the next up ahead will be a T intersection, hang a left. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of extra speed. Yeah, so right here at this intersection, hang a left. Still on the ground. No! Oh, nicely saved.
That's still damage.
Really? Not for me. God damn it.
No, it didn't put blood on the screen, but I don't know if that matters.
Yeah, okay, so now let's just gun it for this fella.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's a big boy. Yeah, so let's just try to get abreast of it and then drop the Oh man, you're gonna really have to haul ass. I think it's moving too fast. Oh god, look at the trees. It's ripping up trees. That's got to be an EF2 or 3. Look at it rip up the trees. That is so cool. I don't know, man. We might. Well, I mean, do we YOLO and just go into it and see what happens? But the, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll throw up our thingy, the probe. So hopefully we'll still get wind speeds.
Cow.
Throw out your thingy from the dinghy. Yeah, this is actually really cool, Graceberry Pie. I have to admit, this is very cool. Yeah, there's their probe. So yeah, there's their
look
probe.
at that.
Let's throw your probe out now. Don't get too close because it will blow you away literally. Or, well, there we go. Oh! Turn right! Turn right! There's a road.
Okay.
There's a dirt road right there. Be very careful though. We are right next to this fella, but we might be able to.
Jeez, that column of fucking wind. Look at that huge fucker.
Yeah. We are paralleling this fella. We are paralleling this fella. Boy, I would love to get I wonder if I can get a photo from in here. Optimal. Oh. Okay, hold up for a second. I gotta come in. You run in.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were taking pictures from within the car.
I did, but then I jumped out because I see you. Okay, let's go.
God damn you.
Up ahead, there is going to be an opportunity to hang a left. I don't know if this guy will get there or not, because... And then farther ahead, there's an opportunity to go to the right. I don't know if this guy, because he's kind of behind us, but... I wish I could read the wind directions to know.
You can change the map. Like, there's one other thing you can look at, but I don't know if that helps you.
Yeah, I just...
Oh, come here, you beautiful bitch.
There will be a left turn up ahead. Raylick's past it. He's heading for the dirt road farther up, so he's probably trying to get ahead of it. So we might want to do what he does, is follow him and hang a left up ahead. So skip this intersection and take the next one, because it's moving so fast. I don't think we can intercept it. We need to really haul butt on this road while we can, and it's dry. Yeah, Raylex is going to take the next intersection. So up ahead, there will be a dirt road to your left. So it's probably just going to be a stop sign. Actually, it looks like the road's closed at this point, so yeah, let's be a little careful when we approach this so we don't get hit. Close both ways, but we'll just cross the other way. Yeah, there we go. Damn, that thing is so fast, we just can't catch it. That is hauling butt. I would love to know how fast that thing's going. Okay, yeah, everybody's up ahead of us dropping their things. We're closing on them, so we probably want to drop our probes where they are. We're very close. They're right there. You can see them right ahead of us. Let's just pull in behind them, drop the probe, and pray, or do what they do if they run. Yeah, let's just drop it right behind them and run. Oh, it is going to be right on top of us. Fantastic. Yep. Yeah, it's going to pass a little bit ahead of us, but I think at this point we can't really take that chance. You want to go for it? Or did you? Oh, you dropped the probe. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm praying that probe gets data, because it's so close. I'm sure it's going to get data. I do love my Laurel and Hardy, Grand McLarge huge.
No, don't go that way. Come towards us.
It's going to be close enough, I think. I think we're going to get data. I think we're close enough to get data.
Fuck,
so let's just let it pass. Well, it's so hard to tell, man. It's so hard to tell. Once it passes us, get the probe, go dead north, and then we can take another road that goes to the right. Did it say anything about probe data, perchance?
I'm picking it up now. I don't think it is.
Okay.
Yep, no data.
Okay, damn.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so if we go ahead, if we go to the top to the T section and hang a right, it will parallel it going down. Because that's what I think what they're doing. A long-lived tornado.
Thank you, Javi.
That's got to be an F2 or F3, theoretically. Okay, so assuming we don't intercept this again, once we get into Prairie Hills, which is where we're going, we loop around the outer edge of the town, and then there's a gas station, because we're down to 30%,
yeah.
But then there's a vertical, but outside of Prairie Hills, there's a road that goes straight up into this tornado. So I think we might not intercept it before we get to Prairie Hills. So we just follow this all the way into Prairie Hills.
Okay.
And then it's another one of those where the main road is on the absolute outer edge. So as soon as you reach the T junction, hang a left, hang a right, hang another right, hang a left.
God damn, dude. I really wish I would have pulled up just, half a mile further up and gotten that fucking data. That'd have been sweet.
Yeah, I don't know if the thing has to go right over you or if it's like, depending on how close it is, you get certain amounts of data. We're down to about a quarter tank. Raspberry Pi. But we are approaching a, okay, you hang a left here. We'll be driving by there's a gas station on the other edge of the town, just where we need to get onto the road going north. So just follow this. I love these just partial gated community. It's like a random fence in the middle of a field. Maybe they plan to put more stuff in there in a future update or something. And then go through, well, oh wait, you know what? Take the left here. So this dirt road. This will intersect with the, this will save us time, and it will intersect with the main road. That's what Rayleigh X did. And then when you get to the end of this, the T junction, then hang a left. Yeah, this is a shortcut. We're gonna almost catch Rayleigh X because he took the long way. Yeah, he's still on that thing. Still, oh, that's another tornado. That's another one forming. Dead ahead. So we still, is Big Dog still out there somewhere? Because that's a smaller one. Or
yeah,
maybe that is
like
Big Dog.
Oh, please. Okay.
Did you make it? Good.
God damn that fucking.
Yeah, hang a left at the stop sign. Did you hit it? Yeah, I didn't see it.
I did. I
Okay.
nudged it a little bit.
Okay, yeah, let's just pull straight ahead. Let's just go down this road and we'll intercept.
Oh, first report.
Oh, awesome. Photograph 25 tornadoes. Hooray!
Is there gas? Is there gas this way?
No, it's behind us. Yes, at the very far end of Grassland Park, at the very far end. So if we can hopefully make it, we'll. Because this damn thing's so fast, it's going to get across the road before we do. But at least you got the report and the photograph. So yeah, let's just cruise to Graceland Park because we're going to run out of gas otherwise.
Is that this way? We're going towards it?
Yeah, just stay on this road. This road will take us to Grassland Park, when there is a gas station at the very end. So we should have enough fuel to get there. That is a long-lived tornado. That thing's been on the ground for 10, 15 minutes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just stay on this road. It'll drop us off right at a gas station.
Oh, it's gonna be close.
The fancier cars do have probes on top of them, Flying Dutchie, and you can get fancier probes. So you can get a car with built-in probes, or you can buy fancier probes. I think we're gonna make it.
%.
Yeah, around this corner, you'll see the gas station. So it's this corner to the right.
%.
Maybe
Stay
slow
on
down,
target.
Almost there.
I see it right there. We can push it. I have taken my thumb off the gas, or my finger off the gas.
Right there, man. Yeah, hang it right.
Cruising in at 0. Let's go.
Well done.
Let's go.
Fan bloody tastic.
What? Now, there.
Okay, you're full. Shows you're full. Yeah. All right.
Oh, I'm
if you
full?
Still want to
How did I get full
if
so
you
fast?
I don't know.
That was a weird instant refuel. Okay.
Yeah. If you still want to chase this fella, I think there is this right here, the Graceland Park. Maybe is that the off ramp? No. Okay. Or are you going down that road?
I say we go northeast.
Okay, you're arguably going the right way. Yeah, because they're all refilling now up ahead. Yeah, so you can you could turn right. Because this is another one of those where you can't go, or yeah, you can just
I'm gonna
force
cut
it straight.
through. I'm gonna cut through.
Yeah.
Might not be faster, actually.
Yep, I agree. That tornado's still lurking around somewhere.
Okay.
Now, there was a tornado report south of us, assuming it's still active. Which we can.
Oh, there's one
get
right there. You
on...
can look it to the right.
Okay, okay. All right, let's just follow this road all the way down. Because it ends on a unimproved, an unimproved road.
Oh, they're disconnecting. Wonder why.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to have an option here. Continue past this dirt road. Keep going on this road. When you get to the end of this road, you can turn left, or you can continue ahead on a dirt road and then have the opportunity to turn left again. So I think going straight ahead is going to give us the better opportunity to intercept this fella.
Okay.
Because this dirt road will end shortly in a T intersection where we can hang a left. And that should start pushing us back towards that tornado. That's crazy. That one single cell is just literally carrying that tornado, or actually the tornado is carrying that cell with it. It's probably more. I'm going to step out for a minute, take a picture.
Yep.
Okay, I'm in. Did it let you report it?
It did. It didn't give me first report or anything, but
Oh, okay.
it
All
let
right.
me report it.
That might be why everybody else is it even gone now? I don't see it anymore. Oh no, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so you got a left turn coming up.
Oh yeah, that green dust.
Yeah, this road will go directly to where that report was.
Okay.
So that tornado is literally on the road. Raelix is driving away from it, so I'm not sure. I'm assuming he's trying to get ahead of it because there's a gas station up ahead and then the opportunity to loop back in front of it. So I'm guessing that's what they're trying to do.
Okay.
So if we follow this road all the way into town, unless it's right near us, because we'll have an opportunity. There is a four-way intersection up ahead, but I think we might still be behind it. So we might need to continue on continue to the gas station and then go up.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
If we hang a left at this intersection, and we are behind it, there's another four-way intersection up ahead that would loop us back. So let's take this left at this upcoming intersection right here.
Okay.
And head up to the top one in case. So if we are behind it, we can maybe catch it on the way down. Because that's what Rylix is doing. I think he's driving into town.
He just said tornado just lifted.
Just lifted. Damn. Yeah. Maybe it'll drop again though. Yeah, so if nothing else, we'll just follow this, hang a right, and head back to the gas station. If we don't see it, then we'll call it and see if Star Trek works.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And then if it doesn't, we'll come back to this. Although, honestly, I've had so much fun, I would consider my time done, so something else.
No, I'm very curious to see if Bridge Crew will work, if there's a way to connect still.
Yeah,
don't they have to have servers up for it to work?
I don't know. As soon as once we get there and exit, I'll try to fire it up on my end and see what happens.
Yeah, there's not even any red on the map anymore, or red squares.
Your Be Right Back looks fantastic, Carlos Javier. Data as Scott is truly the Cosmic Blip. That is probably one of the most disturbing ones you've done, and I know that's saying a lot, but man, that is just, you know, that one gets the Alimu no reaction. And that's truly terrifying. All right, let me get back in the game here so I can direct you. Yeah, so hang a right up ahead, and this will get us to Lost Flag Village.
Okay.
There's gas station. There's a gas station either way, but might as well stop in the village. But yeah, it looks like it's done. That was a super long tornado, though. That's crazy. Yeah, so you can go left or right. Either one will get you to the gas station.
Yeah, once that chase ends thing pops up, you can exit for free.
All right, and that is what I will do.
Yep. Hey, I made money, 2,400.
I made 1419, so I'm at 14,000. That's not bad for a couple hours of futzing around.
Nice. Still not enough to get a fucking good vehicle, but hey, not bad though. Not too
barely
bad.
enough to get a damn t-shirt.
I can't even get a fucking t-shirt for this. All right, let me grab those BRBs. There we go. That one. And Jesus Christ. Fucking terrifying. He's like Data, but if he's Hannibal Lecter.
Well, yeah, it's with Scott though. That's the like I said, that is truly just like, oh my god, I can't deal with that. Okay, exit game.
All right.
Darn,
Let me put those in. There you go. I'll let you guys look at them while I'm pulling up the next game. There's one. And there's the fucking Nightmare Fuel one. There you go.
It is just truly terrifying.
Yes. Agreed. Okay.
All right, I am trying to launch Star Trek Bridge Crew, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Let's
find out, shall we? Oh, not in VR mode. No. There you go. Just regular mode, please. Okay. And keyboard, mouse, or controller? What do you think?
I'm gonna have to say keyboard mouse for me.
Oh yeah, it's bringing up Ubisoft Connect, of course.
Yeah, it's trying. Yep, it's definitely trying. Just got to switch over to my Mac for a second to pull those pictures of. See if I can find those pictures of me in uniform. So you guys can make my life a living hell. Let's see.
Okay. It's firing up. We've got a pulse.
Yeah, I hear music. So I think maybe we're there.
Oh, trigger. Okay. All right.
Welcome to the Starfleet Training Simulator. Our system is currently configured to train command crew of Aegis-class starships.
Why is it
Here
like
you may
two,
learn
one
about
by
the
two?
roles and responsibilities of each officer on the bridge, and how to operate all of the controls of their command stations. Feel free to experiment and get comfortable with the ship here in the simulator before moving on to the real thing.
There we go. All right. Do you want to be the captain this time? Because I was captain last time.
No, because that's the fun part. You're awesome as captain.
I'll be the captain. All right.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be engineering.
As captain, you are in overall command of the crew. It is your responsibility.
So I'm going through the tutorial or whatever.
Of the other officers on the bridge. You'll receive important updates on mission status, and also have direct control of the main view screen. The Captain's Objectives feed contains vital information about your ship's mission. Updates from support crew and Starfleet Command are reflected here, so that you will always know what your crew needs to accomplish. Open the Objectives feed now. Some objectives also have more detailed information. Sometimes you, as Captain, must choose between different ways to complete an objective and direct your crew accordingly. In all cases, your crew depends on you to keep them informed of their goals. Select the objective for more information.
Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Captain's Log.
Sometimes you will receive additional information to help with your mission. Keep an eye out for your intel feed.
Okay, Cosmic Lip, I have put in sub chat on the Discord a transparent GIF of me in my Admiral's, my Captain Picard jacket and under sweater, and from like, this has to be 20 years ago, if not even older. But hopefully that'll work for you. Okay, what am I doing here?
Okay.
As captain,
Okay, I
you
guess
can
I don't
answer
need to
a
go through all the
hail when
nonsense, so
messages
I'm
from
going to just
Starfleet
wait
or
for
other
you to be
ships are
ready.
received. If the message
Say that
is
again?
accompanied by video,
I
it
do.
will be
It looks like
displayed on
because
the
I
main
play,
view
I've
screen.
played this game before,
Answer the
I
incoming
don't need
hail
to go
now.
through a tutorial
Aegis, this is
because
Captain
it's
Uku
putting
of
me right
USS
into
Huxley.
game mode.
Our
okay.
system checks are complete. We're ready to
So
go.
I'm going to work on my
We'll stand by and
avatar.
follow you out when you're ready.
Oh my God, there's 2 of 12 things? You know what? I'm just gonna go. And I'm gonna wing it. Like Shatner would.
For me.
Oh, I can't?
Is it going to force you to go through the tutorial?
Oh, maybe. No. There we go. Okay. Quick match, custom lobby. Yeah, quick match, right?
No, I think we want custom lobby because it's
Oh,
gonna,
right. Okay. Test my mic.
I don't think it matters because we'll be in Discord.
Yeah.
Test your mic. Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, I'll leave it open to the public. Sure. Is anybody else playing this?
At this point, you know, how bad could it be?
Campaign missions. Launch.
If we get an option starship, I'd like to be a Galaxy class, if that's available.
You say that again?
If it lets us pick different starships, I would like to be a Galaxy class.
Captain's log.
Because that's my jam.
225.8.16.
I'm a TNG boy.
Hold on a second.
That was also the name of my chapter in Starfleet. Yeah, it's going to make you go through the nonsense,
Captain,
I think.
We have a message incoming from
To
Deep
start.
Space K7.
But you're not in the game. I want you in the game first, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, because I think you have to create the custom lobby. Test.
Thank you, Vince, for getting a sub to set phasers to stun. There you go.
Oh, next gen might be DLC or something, so we'll stay with the Aegis. That's fine.
Don't. That's right. Don't try to. Okay. All right. Custom lobby. Yes. Okay. So I'm creating a lobby. All right, now can you find me somehow?
Let's find out here.
Thank you, Vincent. Or thank you. Oh, this is what you want. Sorry. That's what I saw. All eyes on Zeke. All eyes on Zeke.
Once you create the lobby, does it give? Okay, yeah. So choose captain and try launch and see if it puts you into a place where you can invite people.
Maybe. What if I did this?
Yeah, we may have to be on our Ubisoft. We may have to be on our Ubisoft friends list. I'm kind of far behind because I got to watch you on the screen. Watch the stream.
No. Watch game.
Yeah, I think it has to be done through Ubisoft Connect because I have friends that are in the game. So I think maybe we have to be friends on Ubisoft Connect.
Okay.
But you might be able to do that in the...
So hold on. Do I have to fire up Ubisoft Connect? Because I thought it did right away.
Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. I can't do next gen. But I do. Captain.
Yeah, it's a public lobby. No, I
Yeah,
can invite through
so-
Steam. I tried that.
Yeah, because if when I'm in the briefing room, so when I'm in the briefing room, so if I create a game, launch the game, and I'm in the briefing room and I hit escape, on the far left is a list of people I used to play this game with.
Yeah.
So, and they're part of they're friends. So I don't know if that means that
No.
they have to be. I don't know if they're Steam friends or if they're Ubisoft friends. I'm gonna exit back out to. No Ubisoft Club friend requests. So I think that's what it is an Ubisoft Club game invites.
Okay.
So that appears to be it, is Ubisoft Club, whatever the hell that is. So let me see.
Add friends.
So, yeah.
Kiskaloo. Kiskaloo. Is that your name on Ubisoft Connect?
I'm gonna say yes because that's what I show.
Okay.
So
I sent you a request in Ubisoft Connect.
Okay, second here. Oh, cool.
Oh shit, you right there? Hey.
Yeah, I just clicked the thing.
Okay. Now I'm hearing double. Are you hearing me double?
Yes.
Okay. So let's mute ourselves in Discord.
You got it.
All right, buddy. You ready to do this?
Yep, I've chosen engineer.
Okay. I've chosen captain, I guess. So let's launch.
Possibly go wrong.
No, I don't. Nothing. Nothing. This is gonna be great. It's gonna be excellent.
Captain's log, stardate 225-8.161. My crew is assembled, and we're preparing to disembark on our expedition to the trench. Before we depart, however, Starfleet Command has asked us to complete one final exercise to confirm the Aegis's fitness for the mission ahead, and undoubtedly to test the readiness of her captain and crew.
All right. Oh.
Captain, we have a message incoming from Deep Space K7.
Yes, how do I turn my head to look at you?
That's kind of what I was figuring out. Oh, okay. In my case with the mouse, I just have to scrub it all the way to the left.
We have a freighter coming into dock, and we've had a little trouble lately with smugglers trafficking invasive species.
Oh, right
On the way
bumper.
out, I think it'd be best for everyone if you could just verify the ship isn't carrying any wildlife.
Yeah, I see you now. Hi.
Hello.
How are you? Okay, let's see the objectives. Okay, looks like, reduce signature? What? Okay. Nope. Analyze the target. No, what is my objective?
Efficiency is down. Can you see what the issue is there?
Yeah, I'll take a run through it.
No. I want, oh, that's why I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay. Scan the Ragusa. Okay, there we go. Okay. Do you scan? You don't scan anything, do you?
No, I believe Lieutenant Hoyle will be the one doing this.
Okay, so I will.
Yes, engineering, I control where the power goes.
Okay. So there we go. Lieutenant Hoyle, no. That's the helm. Crew-wide orders. I want crew-wide orders. Wait. Oh, I just tell you the orders. So I have engage. Oh, analyze target, right? No. Scan target. Nope, that didn't work. Nope.
Scorch Hellfire, that is probably from the episode, I'm gonna call it Brothers, which is the one where Data gets a signal. It essentially gets taken over by Dr. Soon and takes over the Enterprise and takes it to the planet where Dr. Soon is, where he meets Lore for the first time. And so he locks the command module controls with a ridiculously long string of numbers and stuff.
Okay, nothing is targeted yet. I get that. How do I target something?
Scanning for anomalous energy fields.
Oh. Their target's right there. I see it. Oh, displays your current target.
Yeah, I think you have to pick it from a map or something. I normally play tactical, but again, it has been many years.
Okay.
I played this game.
I can't approach target. I can't avoid target.
Aye, aye. New
Fuck.
coordinates, adjusting course.
Fucking reduce signature? What the fuck does that even mean? I mean, I know what that means, but subsystem targeting.
I'm very much a tech nerd, C-Line.
Nope.
You're a trick nerd. Tech nerd too, but
Oh, that's right. Everything. Oh, God damn it. There, Aegis exterior. And then no.
Environmental controls are due for a diagnostic scan.
If I find anything, I'll let you know.
Oh, there we go.
I think you and I are probably the only
Is that
people
it?
playing this game.
Yeah, probably.
Because I accidentally said join public lobby, and I dropped in on you. So.
Nope. Yeah, maybe I should have done this tutorial.
Well, I think it's a little bit harder because you're trying to do, because I think you have to select a target and then scan it.
Target already scanned. Okay.
Okay, then try analyze target.
Yeah, I did that too. No, god damn it, dude.
Yeah, we got really lucky that Mr. Peril happened to have a humble bundle key.
The Ragusa. There, I'm targeting the Ragusa now.
And you want to press
And
one
now
for torpedoes and 2 for phasers.
there it is. I guess I wasn't targeting. Okay, there we go.
Aye, aye, Captain. Locking new target.
There.
Scanning.
Jesus. Sorry, dude.
No, it's not your look, man. Like I say, when Sky said a chimpanzee and 2 trainees could run this thing, I think he was giving us too much credit.
Okay, tell me, like, you scanned it. Tell me what you scanned. Okay, I managed to get her to scan it, but I didn't get her to tell me what she scanned it for.
Under the that last pop-up window you had, it said details. Maybe you have to click on the details link.
Yeah, I can't go over there.
There. So on the far right, where it says scan the Ragusa under details, I'm thinking maybe that'll tell you what it does.
I'll look it over.
No, I can't move my finger over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if it hasn't actually.
You got it. Targeting.
Oh, okay. Now so scan then analyze, I guess. Fucking whatever.
I'm just wondering if it actually has scanned. She's locked on it, but I'm not sure she's actually scanned it, even though it says scan the. But it doesn't have a check mark.
All right, she's putting it up on the view screen. And
You know, I just watched the VOD with you guys in VR.
Understood. Target selected.
oh, target out of scan range, so I gotta approach target.
Aye, Captain. Following the target.
Okay. Oh, I guess I need some engines to go.
Okay, impulse engines are online.
Okay.
Give you a bit more power. You got 20% power now for impulse engines.
Okay, that's what we want to do. We are now approaching the target, right? We're not approaching very fast though.
Okay, let me give you even more.
Initiating scan.
There, now she's in the range. Now she's initiating the scan. Okay.
Okay. Oh, I see. The more engine power I give you makes us more detectable. This doesn't really matter.
Aye, Captain. New target locked. Scanning.
Thank you.
Radiometric converters functioning normally.
All coming together.
Okay, so she's scanning it now, and bing.
Transferring analysis to your panel, Captain.
No life signs. Okay.
I am not detecting any unusual life forms aboard the freighter, Captain.
I'll let K7 know the ship's clean.
Okay, ship's clean. Warp to Gamma Hydra, continue patrol.
Okay, I can do that. I'll give you full engine power and make warp drive available.
Do you set the target, or do I?
You need to tell Ensign Rao where to go, but you now have full power to engines and warp drive is available, Captain.
Okay.
Was it transwarp drive at your command? Incredible machine.
Warp. There. Whoop. God damn, every time I press A, it's triggers, dude. Okay, so we're going to Gamma Hydra. There you go. Heading is there. And the warp course has been plotted. You give power, right? And I tell him to go?
That is correct, yes. I've set warp drive, I've enabled warp drive, and I have given you maximum engine power.
Okay. Oh, there. Oh, I have to tell.
Aye. Warp course plotted. Aligning warp vector.
There we go. Prepare warp. As soon as we're there.
We're aligned for warp.
Punch it. Oh, can you charge the warp core, please, Ensign?
Oh, my apologies.
Warp coils charging.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kiskaloo. Ms.
Certainly.
Mr. Mrs.? I don't know. Do you call him Mr.?
Charged.
I think actually it's Mr. regardless, because I remember they called they called Savick Mr. Savick.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kiskaloo, are the warp coils charged? All right.
Yes, they are.
Buckle up.
Warp drive at your command.
Let's punch it.
Aye.
Woo! Everybody, hands up!
Okay, we are back on Impulse Tower.
Thank you, Miss Kiskaloo. All right.
I'm picking up a distress signal, Captain.
Okay.
Channel open.
USS Aegis. My vessel has lost all power and our life support systems are nearly exhausted. We have a crew of 6. I request that you take us aboard your ship as soon as possible.
All right, let's approach the target, Mr. Rao.
Aye, aye, Captain. Following.
All right.
And then
Full
once we're
impulse.
within range, once we're in range, I'm going to need Lieutenant Hoyle to do a scan so that I can lock the transporter on them.
Okay.
I'm going to enable.
Okay.
Well, maybe we don't need shields. I'm guessing our deflector is going to take this. I don't control shields technically. So.
Are we going at full impulse or?
I mean, you've got maximum power for impulse.
Okay.
So I don't
Oh, there we go. There we go.
How fast you want to go.
Full speed ahead.
There we go. Full speed.
Aye, aye. Changing target. Scan initiated.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Headland Ausbilder. I've never played Warhammer, but I watched a video by Space Doc showing how Warhammer FTL works, and goddamn, that's frightening.
I will update your panel, Captain.
Life signs detected.
All right. We got to rescue him. Okay, we got to get a transporter lock, so we need to power to the transporters if that's necessary.
Doesn't look like it, but I do have. Trying to select a target here. Okay, here we go. Trying to get a lock. Need less than 20 seconds. I've got one.
Care to cross-check?
Okay.
Got 2.
Diagnostic on that.
Got 3. 4.
Oh, God damn, every time.
Aye, aye. Throttle to 0.
6. I got him. Energizing.
Excellent job there, Mr. Kiskaloo.
The vessel is empty, and all crew members are accounted for.
Hooray for us.
All right, we got it. We got our objective. We rescue the crew. And
priority message incoming from Starfleet Command.
there we go. On screen.
Channel.
Captain,
Thank
we've
you.
lost contact with one of our survey vessels, the USS Nicholson. You're the closest ship to their last known position. We need you to locate the vessel and render any aid they may need. We're sending their last coordinates to you now.
Okay.
Starfleet out.
You got it. All right. Impulse. You got to go to Section 6 to investigate Starfleet distress call. Okay, so.
Can we get there on impulse, or do we need warp drive?
Yeah, no, it's impulse.
Okay, you've got full impulse.
Okay. And now we go to. Okay. Section 6 Nebula. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Calculating travel vector.
Okay. And
6.8 light seconds.
okay.
Aye, aye, Captain. Maximum throttle.
Are we?
Come up with a plithy command for warp, like make engage or I wish to go.
Seeing a small plasma
Hit
flux
it.
on my scanners.
All right.
I'll put eyes on this.
We got our target. Doo doo in the poo poo. No?
Drive at your command.
Let's get it on.
How do you kill a god?
Are we going?
I mean, you've got the power. I think you need to tell Ensign Rao to move.
I thought I did. I said full speed. Hold on, I got a fucking alert in my ear. I can't hear you. Thanks, Pete. Jackson, thank you for the 7 months. I said speed, but I didn't start it.
Well, that's implied.
Aye.
Instant
Following
route
the
should know
target.
better. That's why he's
No.
an instant.
No, that.
Plotting course.
There. Now I plotted the course. No, god damn it. Now, oh,
Aye, Captain. Laying course for impulse.
there we go. I gotta prepare the impulse. Jesus. And it's not under his, it's under crew-wide shit, which is stupid.
You know, like I say, it's been so long since I've played this, I don't remember it. And I've never played engineer before. I've always been tactical, since I thought I'd try engineer.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of variety in. Because this is probably the last time I'll play it for the next 10 years. Assuming Ubisoft even keeps it around.
All right. Answer round. Let's get it on. Fuck, wrong button again.
Aye.
There we go. Growing pains. We'll get it. As soon as I know how to get the impulse going now.
The trick is, Garrett, 24601 Zeke's not driving, but he is giving instructions to the person who is.
Got some high-end sensor interference. Could you check it out?
I don't like that you're not in my view screen. Like, I can only see Hoyle and Rao in the view screen. You're part of the right over here. I want to keep my eye on you.
Yeah, it's kind of, I know, I have a really bad angle for view screen.
I am using controller, causing blip.
Captain, I'm detecting gravitic mines in the area.
I figured.
If we get too close, they'll be attracted to our hull, and the damage could be severe. We should keep our distance.
All right.
Give a bit more power to our shields and a bit more power to phasers.
The environment is inhibiting the effectiveness of our sensors, Captain. We are, however, detecting pockets of plasma coolant. They may provide clues as to the Nicholson's whereabouts.
This. Yeah, this.
Aye. Locking on target. Scanning target.
I want to order Lieutenant Hoyle to raise the shields just in case we get too close to a mine.
Oh, I have to tell her to raise shields? Okay.
I'm guessing. I only control power.
Aye,
I do not
Captain.
control.
Raising shields.
All right, shields are up.
Yeah, I only control the actual power distribution. But, I'm actually going to give us full power.
Sensors are detecting a distress beacon, but it is not a Federation frequency. It looks like a civilian vessel needs assistance as well.
I'm
We
picking up
hitting
a signal
something?
on emergency frequencies.
Okay.
On screen.
Aegis, according to my engineer, our engines are locked in some sort of malfunction cycle. If we could temporarily override them, I think we can fix the problem.
Fucking classic Khalif. Well done.
Oh yeah, this is way easier.
We've arrived.
Yeah. Keyboard and mouse is way easier. All right. Oh, avoid gravitic mines. Oh, scan B. Right. There we go.
Predictive
No.
Aye. Updating target. Scanning.
Right. I'll look it over.
I am sending new data to your panel, Captain.
Thank you. Okay, got that one. You.
Aye. Adjusting heading.
Avoid that.
Yeah, so right now you have full shield power.
Okay.
Aye,
Full
Captain.
power, and your phasers are good out to 10 kilometers. So I can balance that as necessary.
Yes, Captain. Blocking new target.
Thank you. And you can hear them say, like, yes, Captain, locking new target. You can hear all that?
Yes, I hear the crew.
Okay.
Aye, bring her to full stop. Aye, understood.
I finished the scan.
Entering anomaly.
Hazard detected.
I believe our lost ship is showing on.
Whoa! Why'd I go? No.
Aegis, this is the USS Nicholson. Our vessel is severely damaged and leaking radiation. Most of my crew escaped, but a few of us are trapped in the forward compartment. I need you to transport us off the ship. And then, well, she's too dangerous. I can't just leave her floating out here. You'll have to scuttle her.
There. God damn. Sorry, I switched into Ensign Rao's fucking position there.
No worries. We're gonna need to drop shields to transport. So I've reduced shield power to minimal, but you'll need to tell Lieutenant Hoyle to drop the shields.
Okay. No. God damn it, I did it again. Hold on.
You disappear. Yeah, so you'll need Lieutenant Hoyle to drop the shields.
Roger
and
that.
then,
Dropping shields.
Scan that I can use a transporter.
Oh yeah, I need that. Here. Nope. Target. Yeah, you.
Mr. Peril had a key.
Approach the target.
Staying with them.
Are you seriously gonna hit that fucking asteroid, you dipshit? No? Okay, good.
If JP was still at the helm, absolutely.
Okay.
We're getting some odd feedback effects in the impulse engines. Could you check on that?
All right, I'll have a look.
Are you approaching it like a fucking turtle, dude? What are you doing?
You may need to tell him to increase speed.
Apparently.
Aye, understood. Setting throttle to full.
There you go.
Exiting the anomaly.
Can you? There you go. Now scan. No, scan the target, dude.
Aye, changing target.
There you go.
Initiating scan.
And you're in charge of the transporters, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
So as soon as I've got a solid scan from her, I will, from Lieutenant Hoyle, I will.
Transferring data to your panel, Captain.
Okay, I've got it. All right.
Hold on.
I'm locking on the USS Nicholson. I've
Okay.
got 6 crew members. I need 20 seconds.
Okay. Why is the scan for life thing not checked off, though? Thought I did that.
4 of them. 5 of them. I've got all 6 energized. Transport complete, Captain.
Roger that. Okay.
Aye, full
Stop it. Oh, we rescued the survivors. Okay, now destroy the USS Nicholson to remove hazard. Okay. Minimum safe distance, 20 kilometers, and we are, oh, it looks like we're 3 kilometers. Okay. So we gotta get you to,
Okay, I've raised phaser power to maximum, so you've got 20 kilometers on phasers, or you can use
Aye, aye.
torpedoes.
Following the target.
I would recommend raise shields before we try to blow it up, just in case.
Okay. So we go. Well, yeah, I was gonna say we got to get at least 20 kilometers away from the previous ship.
Yeah, so our maximum phaser range right now is 20 kilometers. So if we want to, so if we're going to use phasers, we should be exactly 20 clicks away. Otherwise, if we're farther away, we should be able to use photon torpedoes, and Lieutenant Hoyle will have access to both.
Okay. Yes, no, we definitely played it. I played it with JP and Scoots.
Gassy.
And I don't think
Scoots and Gassy.
Was Gassy there? Okay.
No, maybe it wasn't Gassy. It was JP, Scoots, and somebody else.
Yeah.
Scott did a VOD of it like within the last 3 months, and that's what gave me the idea that I was so close to Mach 100.
Oh, Aurelian, right, Aurelian.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, we're so close. Let's do Bridge Commander again.
Moving into the anomaly.
Detected.
Okay. Full stop.
Throttle to 0.
Okay. Not this. Local. There we go. Now turn around. Nope.
Your other left ensign route.
Did we just fucking hit something, bro? Weapons. Oh, arm the torpedoes, please. Oh, you. Oh, that's you. Okay.
You got
there we
it.
go.
Arming torpedoes.
Okay. Oh, weapons. There we go.
Aye, aye. Locking on target.
Oh, did I tell you to fire him? Oh. What the fuck? We saved the crew. We got the crew.
Yep.
Firing.
There we go. Okay. Yep. Now they're going backwards, but hopefully we're 21.4 kilometers away. And
The torpedoes are guided, so if the ship's behind us, then hopefully it hit them.
I am sending new data.
there we go. Okay. We did it. They are scuttled. Okay.
Sweet.
And now, new target. This guy. Scan
Yes,
that.
Captain. New target locked. Scan initiated.
Okay. No, I hit it. No, it was behind us. They went out and then they turned around. They did a little. They flipped a UE and went back and destroyed the ship behind us. Hey, can you just approach the target? Make it a little easier for her, huh? No, this is much easier with like when I don't have to do everything. Like I don't have to do the job of 3 people.
I probably should
transferring data to your panel, Captain.
Okay.
Because that's a lot of that. But...
All right. Select engine subsystem via system intrusion. Oh, hey, can you stop us? Thanks.
Full stop.
Okay.
Okay, system intrusion.
That's Hoyle.
I
Oh, I
believe
did it
that's
again.
me.
God damn it.
So what does it want me to do? Disrupt.
Select engine subsystem via system intrusion.
Okay, that's for me. So I am now disrupting their engines.
Okay. Oh, okay. Because she has disrupt shields, engines, weapons.
It looks like that fixed it. We should be able to take it from here. Thanks for your help.
Okay, you're welcome.
Probably just saved all our lives.
We did it.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. They'll have minimal engine output in 15 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, I can disable weapon targeting, isolate shield frequencies, or disrupt engines.
Where are the Space Cats? They're on planet Jellicle, apparently. And they're out of here.
Captain, I have an update from Starfleet Command.
Okay,
They're
give it to
sending
me.
us new coordinates.
Jerks want now.
Thank you.
Scanning for anomalous energy fields.
Thank you, Jackson, for the gifted sub to Space Jambo. And for the 7 months.
It's like, gotta do the Cartman song. Days never ending. Admiral's got me working.
All right.
Calculating travel vector.
Are they wants to go somewhere? Oh, on impulse power. Okay, you have sufficient impulse power to get wherever.
Thank you.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Full
Maximum
speed.
throttle.
Oh wait, right. I need you
Moving
to.
out of the anomaly.
Oh, there you go. Prepare impulse.
Making ready for impulse.
Oh. Yeah, get a good heading. And then we'll engage the impulse as soon as you're... Are you fucking... Okay. Torpedo launchers damaged because I guess we hit something? I don't fucking know, dude.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Alright, there you go. Engage the impulse. Let's get us out of here. Are shields down? I don't know if shields can be... No, I know shields can't be up when we do warp speed, but impulse, maybe? I don't know.
It could be. They're down right now.
Yeah.
I've got 3 repair crews. All 3 repair crews are on the launcher. They'll be back in a minute, Cap.
Oh, thank you. Copy that.
Captain, I'm getting something on the distress channel. Putting it on screen.
Thank you. The Kobayashi Maru.
We've lost all power and our hull has been penetrated. Life support systems are failing. Our position is Gamma Hydra Section 10. Please, you must help us.
Would you mind investigating the shield calibration flux here?
Captain, that places them in the Klingon neutral zone.
Yep.
Entering the zone would put us in violation of treaty.
Oh, I know. I'm aware of this. Okay. Well, I don't care. We're gonna rescue it. Anybody have a problem with that? Didn't think so.
Torpedo control system restored.
Aye, staying with them.
Now, when I say approach target, I mean approach target like with a little bit of steam on it, huh? Right?
Got full phaser power.
Thank you.
Aye, aye. Setting throttle to full.
All right, prepare the transport. We're gonna get him out of there.
Aye, Captain. Updating target.
Boom. Prepare for impact.
We're approaching the Klingon neutral zone, Captain.
Yes, I know. Why are we changing course here, butthole? There we go. Never mind. Okay, as you were.
Klingon neutral zone. Drop your pants and moon them as we go by.
Yep.
Yes, we can, Rogescu, but right now, 10 kilometers is the minimum, and that's what we're at.
And we're at max speed. We're at full speed, aren't we?
Well, I mean, you have a sufficient impulse. You need 3,000 power for impulse engines, and that's what you've got. If I give you more, I don't know if it makes you faster, but it does make us more detectable at longer range.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I'm keeping our engine power at 3,000 because that's what controls.
I see what you're doing. Okay.
All alert medical.
Scanning target. Roger that. Targeting.
We're doing this.
Scan.
Brace for impact.
I will update your panel, Captain.
We've got life signs.
Okay, I've got a good lock.
Okay.
381 people. Oy, oy, oy. Okay.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Get as many as you can, Mr. Kiskaloo.
Yeah. Looks like I need about 45 seconds to get all of them. I'll grab 6 at a time. Oh no, I guess actually I need 45 seconds to get 6. Jeez Louise, it's gonna be here all day.
Warning. Cloaked vessel detected.
Red alert!
Torpedoes arming. Be sure to look into that.
Okay, I lost lock when you raise the shield.
Fuck, right. Forgot about that. Hold on. Let me cancel that.
Okay, try again.
Aye, Captain. Lowering shields.
Okay, trying another lock. Need another 50 seconds for these first 6.
And no, we're here. Decloaking. I've got a new contact. Hostile.
You want to fight them first or try to pull people? Your choice, Captain.
Oh.
I think we need to attack. I think they're attacking the ship, so we might need to hit them first.
Yep. Keep getting them. Keep taking as many as you can.
All right. I've got 3. I need 20 seconds to get the next 3.
3 at a time, sir? Can't you give me any more than that?
That seems to be all I have is 1 active target.
I said shut up. As in close your mouth and stop talking.
All right. I've screwed up and reset the clock trying to see if I could get more. So sorry.
These are lives at stake here, mister.
I understand, but I don't see an option to give myself any more transporter power.
I don't want excuses. I want solutions, mister.
Vessel operating in the area.
I said I'm working on it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How many we got so far?
Another attack. I got 4. I almost got my first.
Okay. Out of how many?
We've been detected.
381.
Decloaking. I've got multiple hostile contacts.
Okay.
All right, I'm pulling the first 6. Okay, going for the next 6.
That sounded ominous.
Seconds.
We're showing on their sensors. Kobayashi Maru is at 50% hull integrity. Captain, we've been detected.
Yeah, I know. Thanks. I'm aware.
Flash. Yeah, I'm trying my hardest, Trick. Cut me some slack.
Yeah, I know the dogs. They know you're trying. They're giving you their support.
Kobayashi Maru, 25% hull integrity.
Would it be better if I was closer, or does it matter?
Probably, it might be the case. It might be better to be closer. That might be why I can only get 1 lock at a time.
Oh, okay.
All right, I got another 6 coming.
Okay.
We're showing on their sensors.
Aye, aye. Staying with
Kobayashi Maru hull, 10%.
Okay, trying to lock on the next 6, but not liking my chances.
The Kobayashi Maru was just destroyed, Captain.
All right.
For that.
We got as many as we could.
Yep, I'm gonna give you 40% shield power.
Congratulations, Captain. You and your crew have just completed the Kobayashi Maru simulation.
Yep.
I know it's not easy to face a no-win situation like that, but it's a necessary test, both for Starfleet and for yourselves. I think we all have a better idea now of the decisions you'll make when there's no obvious right answer. Based on your overall performance, I'm not only clearing the Aegis for Operation Distant Shore, I'm recommending that you lead the expedition into the trench.
Great idea. I'm a good captain. Got a good crew. All right, first mission down. Not bad.
Hey, I got promoted to lieutenant.
People, oh my God! Finally, I see people.
Hey,
it was like weeks now. I've been trying to get on with like anybody ever. Right?
Welcome.
Right. We usually play on weekends, but my multiplayer has been jacked and has seen no one. I've seen no one. Anyway, welcome back.
Thank you. Well,
or welcome, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Try it. This is only our 2nd mission, so I guess we'll try and do our best.
We're good.
Do you have a
What do you want to play, Mr. Ezekiel?
I usually play captain, but I played. I'll do helm or tactical if you want to captain it.
Oh, I play captain all the time, but we'll do that, and we'll play ongoing missions random.
Okay.
And choose tactical. I'll choose helm. That's fine.
Okay.
And I'll play helm. We don't have to wait for anybody.
Sounds great. Let's go.
Just like that. And we'll walk you through. Should you have any questions?
Sounds good.
Captain's Log Supplemental. We've been asked to provide additional support to the routine patrols of the area. Given the levels of activity, it seems a confrontation is imminent.
Not a very Starfleet thing to say, right? All right, let's hear about it.
On screen.
Aegis, this is the Suribachi. We've been ambushed. Multiple hostiles closing on
Yeah,
our
I can do
position.
this.
We need your immediate support.
All right, those are arm movements. All right, it says meet the Suribachi
Star charts with new coordinates.
by warping to Silva. Charge those coils. We are going to Silva.
Aye, Captain.
Warp coils charging.
Beautiful. And we don't care about physics. We'll just go right on through it, right?
That's right.
Charged.
It's a media subspace.
We're out of here. Just like that. I'm so happy to have people. I swore multiplayer was broken forever. I was like, this thing is broken. Nope. People. Alright. Oh, that's not a good sign.
We're under
Shields up.
attack and need immediate reinforcement.
You might want to scan him to disable his weapons.
Okay.
You ever equipped for power allocation, Captain, to phasers and shields?
Shields, mostly. Shields are up, right?
Nope.
Mr. Ezekiel? Please put them up. And load torpedoes and everything, because we are going to take Homie out right now.
Torpedoes armed.
Here he comes.
And shields up.
All right. Here
Scan.
we go.
First scan complete.
Okay, go ahead and disable his weapons with system intrusion. Take system intrusion here on this little pad.
Okay.
And choose disable weapons, so he can no longer fire for a little bit. Then you're going to unload everything we have on this fool.
There you go. Disabling weapon targeting.
Beautiful. All right, here he comes. Not that he'll do anything of value, but feel free to just everything we have, throw at him. Phasers, photons, children, garbage, whatever we have available, please throw at him.
You have 100% shield strength, Captain, and 10 kilometers on your phasers.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to back us up so we can see where he's at. And you are going to fire. You firing him, yeah? I'm hoping.
Oh.
There we go.
My bad, sir. I forgot I'm the tactical. I haven't done this in a long time, so a little rusty.
No, you're fine. All right. Just make sure you disable his weapons again when it comes up, because it should be up here momentarily.
Okay, I'm disrupting the weapons.
I'm going to back us up minus 1,000 and keep up with him. There you go. Keep tossing everything we got in him. I'm going to keep this lined up with him. What does his shields look like?
Torpedoes launching. Who knows? Oh, shield status. No, that's ours. Our shield status is 93.
His shield. Right. What is his shield status?
We're being hailed.
Oh, it's a threat. I'm ignoring it. Oh no, the Raleigh. Better never than late, Raleigh.
As soon as possible.
Yes. Okay.
It says 100% shields. Have I not hit them with any of this?
Not very much.
I will update our operational charts.
Let's see.
Oh, target destroyed.
Down to 66%, Captain.
Sweet. Good job. Now we're to assist the Raleigh by heading to Silva Dead Planet Nebula. So let's line that up. I got Impulse, Dead Planet Nebula, and we're out of here just like that. Soon. There we go. As soon as I line this up.
Okay.
Spinning us around. Slowly. Very slowly.
Should I disarm torpedoes and take down the shield or no?
Oh, hell no. We're going to need that.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to need all that.
Okay.
Right?
Sounds good, sir.
And we are out of here. Today. Out of here. Sweet. This is Spork here to my left. And this is Me Too. I call her Me Too, my number one, Me Too. She likes to say, they know we're here.
Ah.
That's her favorite thing to say. She does say that a lot. A lot.
Spork and
what
Me
state
Too.
are you guys in? In the United States, of course, you have no accent. You have no accent. So somewhere in the United States you guys are from, yeah?
Texas for me.
No accent. Pretty good for a Texan.
Well, I'm originally from Montana.
There you have it. I am in Washington State, which is so close to Montana. You are really? I am way down in the south, in just above Portland.
I'm in the
All right, you might want to scan these. Oh, in the hood, you might want to scan these anomalies, especially the one we're going to go right on through, for any kind of hazardous.
Scanning, sir.
Then when you're done, scan the cruiser and disable his weapons. I'm going to need more power to engines so we can get there before 2 days before the day after tomorrow.
Okay, you've got 3,000 right now. Do you want the full 5?
Yep. You may want to throw some power in there from the phasers until it gets to about 30 kilometers. Oh, there's all kinds of...
Full power to engine shields are at level...
What and no, oh, we bumped into our little friend. Environmental hazard. What kind of damage is it causing? Does it say?
Let's see.
Sensors reduced is what I'm...
I have a targeting.
Okay, it's obscuring.
Obscuring. Okay, so that's the anomaly you want. Okay, obscuring then.
There is Cruiser Beta 1. All right, you can throw that engine power back into whatever you had previously. It's fine.
They know we're here.
You're right.
I would personally scan this cruiser and disable his shields and toast.
There we go. Okay.
Engine power reduced to 3,000. Shields to full. Phasers at 10 kilometers.
Beautiful work.
Okay, scanning.
I'm going to keep us aligned with this Klingon if I can. There he is. That's him right here? Yeah, toast him, please. I'll line us up. Unload everything we got on this fool.
Looks like we're out of range.
From him, right here? Cruiser Beta 1?
Nope. Am I?
You're out of phaser
there
range,
we go.
But you should be within photon range.
Okay, there we go. Photon torpedoes away.
Give me one more to engines, if you would. 2 more anyway, so we can get there. Because he's just too fast for our taste.
We're showing on their sensors.
Full power.
Here we go.
Shields reduced to 4. Phasers reduced to 7.5.
Disrupting weapons.
He is dragging us further and further away from this guy here, the Warbird Beta 1. So in fact, what I'm going to do is focus on Warbird Beta 1 entirely. You may want to scan him and so you can disable his weapons. We cannot help this guy way out here. He's too far. But we can help by taking care of Warbird Beta 1. It may not be a good decision, but you know what? Sometimes we don't make good decisions. We're human. Here we go. Feel free to unload anything you want in the interim.
You're in phaser range, Zeke.
Disrupt.
Toast the fool. Toast the
Disrupting weapons.
There you go. I'm trying to
weapons
keep
are
him
offline.
aligned here. Oh, where are we at?
There's a tiny leak in one of the EPS conduits.
There he is.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Shield is 64%. His shields. Their shields.
Our shields are...
And his weapons are still offline? Oh, because here he comes. He is pissed.
5 seconds
We can't help the Raleigh.
till we disable.
All right. Feel free to unload whatever we have on this fool. He is pissed. He is super pissed. Of course, that's clean up for you, though, yeah.
Down to 60%, Captain.
Alright.
Warning. Environmental hazard detected.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for that, Teller. What's his shield at now?
22%.
Alright, keep toasting him.
Photon torpedoes away. Shield is 7%.
Okay, you can take that power out of the engines and put it into phasers if you would. Or shields.
You now have 15 kilometers worth of phasers, Mr. Zeke.
There you go.
Alright. Hull at 87%. Waiting for torpedoes to charge. Torpedoes away. Hull at 48%.
Oh, he just does not want to stop, does he?
There we go. Disrupting weapons.
You can pull all the power out of the shields and throw it into phasers, if you would, by rerouting it. Because they're pretty useless to us right now, having no shields.
Torpedoes away.
Toss this guy. Oh, he's burning me out. What's his, pull at? Not much anymore, but toast.
Thank you for your
The quarterback's toast. We won.
Nice diehard reference.
Sweet. Sweet.
Aegis, we have detected additional hostile activity nearby. We are ready
Because the
to
joy
launch
never
a
ends.
counterattack.
Alright. We are
To your readout, Captain.
going to hit.
I will update our
And what are
operational charts.
the damages caused by the current environment? Does it say?
Obscuring.
Asteroid field. Obscuring. Alright, we are impulsing to the next location. Hopefully by then we'll get our shields back up. You can go ahead and reset all the routes, because we'll likely need that power back into shields when it does come up.
Captain.
Here we go. Aligning with the impulse vector, and these guys do not look like they're in a rush to get there either.
They never are.
They never are, no.
Shields are back to 100%, Captain.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, this does not look promising. Alright, I'm gonna sit right here and wait. Unless we see someone else just beyond that, let's see. Should we move forward or wait for our friends? I say let's move forward. But those are going to be volatile objects in front of us that you'll have to destroy
Scanning
with
the
phasers
anomaly.
when they do finally appear. Alright.
How much phaser range would
Environmental hazard.
Hazardous.
What? Uh-oh. That's the worst kind of hazardous. New contact.
They're trying to withdraw from the area.
Yeah, there's that volatile object. We have to get it before it's within kilometers or it'll cause us damage.
So, you want me to...
Please.
Blast it?
You have
Okay.
Yes, sir.
20 kilometers worth of range, Mr. Zeke.
All right.
Okay, target destroyed.
Excellent.
Warning. Environmental
Oh, this is not a good
hazard
sign. I'm backing us out of here.
This is hazardous, yep.
Not a good sign. It's causing what kind of damage, it says, Mr. Engineer?
USS Aegis, this is Klingon
The anomaly?
space, and you have
It's
no
causing
business here.
Subsystem
Leave or be destroyed.
I'm gonna back us out so he can come to us.
Captain, I have noticed a pattern of unusual sensor echoes. They are
There
indicative of
are-
the recent use of a cloaking device.
Indicative. It's the word I use daily. All right. All right. We are clear of the anomaly, it looks like. And they're not in a rush to come to us. I'll hit full stop.
I believe our vessel will absorb the anomaly's effects with little trouble, Captain.
Oh, great. Are they even moving towards us at all?
Could cause direct damage to the ship.
The Klingon warbirds?
Yeah, they're not.
They are not.
Not moving an inch.
The effects of that anomaly will be quite severe, Captain.
Fuck. All right. Go ahead and throw the power into engines so we can clear this anomaly.
Our ship is likely to sustain direct damage as a result.
Detected.
All right. Yep, it looks like it's causing some kind of damage.
4 on the shields.
You see, I think that this is such a disastrous anomaly. We're going to back us back out after all my thoughts. What's going to happen is they're going to be destroyed just by sitting in this anomaly. We won't have to do a thing. Because it is damaging. Is our shields lowering pretty... No, they're where they are.
Yep, 100%.
They're still 100%, Captain.
What is the status of the Raleigh and the Suribachi? What are their shields at?
Okay. The Raleigh, it says 9% hull, 0 on everything else. Weapon, shields, engines.
That's. What about the other one?
Oh, come on now.
Suribachi.
I'm trying to. I can't put my finger on it, sir.
Oh, can't put my finger on it. There's something wrong.
Been destroyed.
That's the anomaly, I think.
Yeah. Am I doing something wrong here?
And let them just fight among themselves for a minute here.
There we go, Suribachi.
This looks suspiciously...
0% on everything, hull 52%.
And is it lowering at all?
Nope. Not at the moment.
Yeah, that lighting looks like Star Trek The Motion Picture. I'm so tempted to go in there. Fuck it. All right. I don't know why I had to think twice about it, but I did.
Warning. Environmental hazard detected.
Hostiles are disengaging.
Doesn't look very fleeting to me.
No. Give me you. There you go. Warbird Delta 1.
All right, toast him. Shouldn't even scan him. Just start toasting him.
Okay. Out of range. Torpedoes away.
Throw everything. There you go. You can take our power from the engine and throw it into phasers, whatever you need there in here. Use your best judgment.
All right, you have maximum phaser range.
Is this lowering any of our subsystems damage? The anomaly that we're in?
Right now, I'm still showing subsystem damage and scans reduced, but all our functions are at 100%.
100%, right. Yeah, all my worry for nothing, tell him. It's a little lightning, though. You know where I come from. That's probably not a good idea. Standing all that way. You are going to toast this for right now, aren't you?
It is 1%, sir. And target destroyed.
We're done. All that work and all that worry and...
Aegis, thanks for the help.
That was the easiest thing ever.
That's going to make a great story since we both made it out. Not that anyone will believe it.
Hull integrity.
We're going to return to base.
All right, you do that.
Suribachi, out.
Cue the music and we're done here. Woo!
Nice work, Captain.
That's a lot of
This guy's good. This guy's good. He knows his shit, man. I love it.
Oh, that's a whole other show.
It's nice to be like not giving the orders for once.
All right, I'm off to hunt down my friends. Should you see Dumador or Nura's captain, tell them I'm on the hunt for them.
Okay.
I've not had any luck fighting them today. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That guy was good, dude.
He was fantastic. It's too bad he didn't want to stay.
Yeah, that's good.
But that was a lot of fun.
Yeah. He knew his shit, man.
Exactly.
All right.
No, clear, concise commands. It was nice.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
Yes, he was Peter Nincompoop. We're actually in a public lobby, and I think we were like the only 3 people on this server right now that you're playing this game right now.
Yeah, he just jumped in. It was great.
It led us to victory.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, it's too bad we don't have 2 more people in chat who could come in and because this is good vibes again, man. Good vibes.
Yeah, that was awesome.
How much I enjoyed playing this game.
That was really cool. Yeah, it sucks that they delisted it. Okay. Now, how do I don't even know how to start a mission.
I think it's ongoing voyages, maybe. I think we have to do ongoing voyages because I think we're in.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, it says recommended for experienced crews. That would be a mistake. We aren't.
Org resistance.
Nope,
No.
No, we don't want to do that. We'll get wrecked.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't picked a position. My apologies. Okay,
That's why. I just need you to pick something. Okay. Okay.
I think I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna try tactical again. It's been a while.
All right. Sounds good.
Do helm. I haven't done helm. I'll do helm.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, because
Yes.
Tactical. So.
It was absolutely VR originally, Corbin Tom. That's how I played it first, and it was great. It was very fun.
Captain's log, stardate 225-8.161. My crew is assembled, and we're preparing to disembark on our expedition to the trench. Before we depart, however, Starfleet Command has asked us to complete one final exercise to confirm the Aegis's fitness for the mission ahead, and undoubtedly to test the readiness of her captain and crew.
Can we do this? Yeah, no, it's not available anywhere. It sucks.
Captain,
right,
we have a message incoming from Deep Space K7. Opening channel.
Aegis, we have a freighter coming into dock, and we've had a little trouble lately with smugglers trafficking invasive species. On your way
Oh, we
out,
already
I
did
think
this
it's
one.
best for everyone if you could just verify the ship isn't carrying any wildlife.
On the plus side, we know what to do.
Well, can we?
You could probably exit and try a different one. I think escape and then more, I believe.
Oh, more. Okay, there we go. Okay, quit. Return to briefing room. Okay. Yo, Clouds Katie with the radio. We're playing some Star Trek, and I bet you're high as fuck. Okay. Stormy seas. Let's go.
Hello, Kate.
We bought pickles. Oh, nice pickles.
Captain's log, stardate 225-8.193. We believe we've identified a candidate world for Vulcan resettlement. The Governing Council for Settlements in the Trench has granted us permission to perform a survey of Silva 4 and its home system, on condition that we share all our findings with the Council. We'll be accompanied by our science vessel USS Huxley. This is our first journey into the uninhabited regions of the Trench.
Incoming message from Starfleet. Putting it on screen.
Captain, I understand you're about to get underway. Before you go, I wanted to remind you that you are representing the entire United Federation of Planets out there. I'm counting on each of you to demonstrate our ideals to the highest possible degree.
You hear that, Mr. Kiskaloo?
You have Starfleet Command
highest possible degree.
Good luck to you and your crew. Starfleet out.
He does know who fleet operations attended this mission, correct, sir?
We're being hailed, Captain. It's the Huxley.
All right, on screen.
Aegis, this is Captain Uku of USS Huxley. Our system checks are complete. We're ready to go. We'll stand by and follow you out when you're ready.
All right. Looks like we're heading out. We're gonna warp to the Silva system.
Yes, sir. Also get the engineer to give us warp power. And charge the coils.
Okay. Oh, right. There we go. You. The engineer. Power to engines?
Set it. Yeah, you do set it to warp drive.
Aye, Captain. Prioritizing power to engines.
Oh, prioritizing. Oh, that's not what we want. We want. Oh, prepare warp. There we go.
Preparing for warp. Adjusting power.
Coils are charged.
Yeah.
Ready for warp.
Charged.
Should be good for Silva, I think.
Oh, I think you go. Yeah, punch it.
Well, now it says engine's not set to warp again for some.
Affirmative. Initializing warp protocols. Diverting power. charged.
Oh, not aligned with warp vector. What was that?
I don't know, because I've selected Silva.
Huh?
Yeah, see, when I click the aligned with warp vector, it said just not set to warp.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't be the helm to go back engineer.
Well, I don't.
Okay, so we need to set the engines back to warp, but I don't know.
Okay. So I'm preparing warp.
Allocating power.
Because I see it says charging coils, and I see the warp coils go up, but then I don't see an option.
Warp coils ready. Charged.
Aligned with warp vector, but I don't. Maybe I have to move us to location. I bet you that maybe that's it.
Aye. Preparing for warp. Adjusting power.
Oh, okay, I see now. I got it.
Okay.
All right. Sorry about that.
All good. And
ready for warp. Charge.
Let's fuck this pig.
Detecting several localized energy pulses nearby. I do not recognize their signature.
Target selected.
I recommend we perform an active scan on one.
Scan complete.
Okay. Huxley should be arriving shortly.
USS Huxley has entered the system.
Yep. There you are.
Aegis, keep your distance from those distortions.
Okay.
One just detonated when we got close to it.
Okay, so
damage is minor, but we don't want to do that again.
you hear that, Helm?
Understood, Captain.
All right.
Captain, I'm reading a number of spatial disturbances. Waveforms are similar to a Class 1 plasma storm, but it seems to be affecting the entire system. It may impact navigation.
Okay.
We should proceed with caution.
Duly noted. Thank you, Spork.
It's towards where the last known position Hudson was. She's off the scanners.
Nope. I have breasts. Whatever do you mean?
Understood, Huxley. Stand by. Captain, USS Huxley is getting unusual readings from their planetary scans. They're requesting we verify with a scan of our own.
Okay. Let's see.
Lieutenant Hoyle, sir.
We're headed to Silva.
We're at Silva, sir.
Okay. Oh. Long range scan on Silva 4. Okay.
Put that on my docket.
Okay. Oh, tactical can launch a probe. Okay. No, not you. Tactical. And
No idea where the Silva left. Guess it's on the other side of the planet.
hold on. It says tactical launch a probe, but I don't know. Nope, that's not it. God damn it. No, stop doing that. Okay, I'm reading the objectives here. It says Location Silva, planetary orbit. Okay. I think you might need to do that on your end? Like, impulse to the planetary orbit?
Understood, Captain.
Perhaps?
Thought I was already there, but okay.
Travel vector.
There we go. Yeah, we were not there.
Well, it had a yellow triangle. I thought that was a warning, like we could not use impulse.
There we go.
Stupid. That's what you need to do. This game was originally VR with the Roo, but now it is.
Understood. Changing target. Launching probe.
Long-range sensors indicate a few chondritic bodies.
The
I'm
probe
updating your
position
panel,
and
Captain.
transmitting data.
Intriguing.
There we go.
Silver may have been inhabitable sometime in the past, but if so, something has changed it dramatically.
Incoming message from Captain Ukwu.
Hey, Ukwu. What you got? Oh, sorry, I'll answer the phone.
Captain, I've asked my science team to perform deep planetary scans on Silver 4.
The storm is
Take
getting
us a
stronger,
little while.
Captain. And
If you
based
can
on these
complete the
readings,
survey
Shut
of
up!
the remaining areas, we
Continue
should
to
be
worsen.
finished by the time you return.
Stop talking over her. God damn it. All right, set a course for the cracked moon, please. Dead planet, cracked moon.
Plotting course.
There you go. All right, engage when ready.
Yes, sir. Engage.
And don't look at my moon's crack. That is not for you. That's not for you. That's not for anybody other than the captain.
I said shut up. I said close your mouth and stop talking.
So.
All right.
Particle analysis shows localized high-frequency oscillation around the moon. It is causing reduced fidelity in our sensors. We should be able to complete a scan, but quality may be compromised.
Okay.
I'm answering all stuff, Captain.
Thank you. Approach target. If you would please, helm.
Acknowledged. Guess we can just punch through this.
Can we? Yep, just thread the needle right between the screws. All right, I don't know how close we have to be, but we have to be closer to scan this target. Maybe we should put the shields up.
Acknowledged. Maximizing power to shield emitters.
There you go. Oh, ray shields, please.
Aye, aye. Shields up.
There we go. Shields are up. Can we scan the target? I think we have to be within 20, I want to say.
I feel like Picard in the episode with they were in the asteroid field, look at the Promelian battle cruiser from like 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, and he had to command them because it was they had aceton assimilators, aceton, that was drawing all the power from the ship.
The storm is intensifying.
Why can't we scan the target yet? We are very much very close to it. Within 12 kilometers. Oh, it's got to be within the yellow, like, circle or whatever. Yellow half circle, I think. Got to be a little bit closer. Give me a little bit within 10, I think, probably, Mr. Kiskaloo.
Acknowledged.
Target already scanned? What the shit?
Helm answering full stop.
Okay.
We might have an issue with launch sequencing.
There we go. Let's scan that.
Captain.
What's
New
that?
target locked.
What is that?
Scanning.
Transferring analysis to your panel, Captain.
Thank you. Oh, navigate to the scan's position and fire probe. Okay, so. Okay. Navigate to the scan's position and fire probe. Do you got to be closer because the fire probe is not up yet?
Get closer, but was it 7.2?
I know it shouldn't be. It should be easy. Yeah, fire probe should be.
Within 5.
Yeah. Oh, objectives updated. Okay, fire long range probe. To where? Oh, to that. Oh, okay.
Roger that. Updated
Weird.
target.
Okay.
Probe is away.
It's not even that thing that we're looking at. It's off to the
Probe
left
is in
here.
place and transmitting.
Intriguing. There are patterns on the moon consistent with subsurface structures, Captain. I see no signs of life, but that may be due to the atmospheric interference. Our belief that this area is uninhabited may have been misinformed.
Okay. Nothing here. All right, to the asteroid field there, Mr. Kiskaloo, please.
Aye, sir.
I don't see it on mine. Do you see it on yours? Asteroid field thing?
It's not in Impulse, but
It says-
I use.
Location Silva Dead Planet Asteroid Field. Oh, there it is. Okay, click into it. There it is.
Oh, got it. Understood.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's a couple menus deep.
Yep. Yep. I think you're gonna have to turn us, and then we can fire.
Sir.
By all means, take your time, though.
I am paid by the hour, Captain.
All right.
Let's get out of here.
Doo-doo in the poo-poo. I'm still working on it. I'm still working out the kinks of the fucking my catchphrase here.
Something about those asteroids appears to be drawing power from our warp core, Captain.
They are acids.
I'm receiving anomalous readings from the asteroid cluster, Captain.
Yep. I
Picking
figured.
up trace signals from deeper within the field. It's too faint for me to decipher. It may be a distress beacon of some sort.
Scanning.
I'm getting a scan of the anomaly.
Scans complete. The anomalies.
The anomaly will cause minor disruptions to normal system function.
Okay. Let's check this other one out. Can you get us a little closer to the one on the left-hand side there, Mr. Kiskaloo?
Damage to the ship. I will update your panel, Captain.
You want the one at 21 kilometers or 33, Captain?
33, that one. The one on the right is hazardous, so avoid that if you can.
Understood, Captain.
Yep, there you go. That one right there. There we go. Getting closer. The target was not already scanned. I don't know why you're telling me that. Oh, that one is...
I am updating your panel, Captain.
I guess they're both hazardous. All right.
I'm sending new data to your panel, Captain.
They're all hazardous. Okay, there's one I can scan. Yep. You can probably sneak us.
Environmental hazard detected.
We need that one there. That guy. There we
You
go.
got it. Target selected.
All right.
Scanning target.
Safety inspections are complete.
Okay, we're in the anomaly. It's not doing much, so I'm not too worried about it. What do we have there?
Captain, be aware that the anomaly's effect on the ship will be substantial, transferring analysis to your panel, Captain.
Okay. Yep. Just a little bit of dingage.
I was trying to fly above it. Maybe my
transferring data to your panel, Captain.
Thank you. There's a distress call. Can we analyze it? What's going on here? Obscuring. Okay. So yeah, the probe I see like right in front of us. I'm trying to scan it, but I don't know how. Nope. Okay, maybe I'll just do it like this. Oh, we're out of range. Yep. Got to get a little bit closer. Keep going. Almost. Got to keep going just a little bit further. There we go. There we go.
Maybe stops on a dime.
All right, analysis coming in. There we go. Oh, what the fuck? Our analysis is not.
Yes, Captain. Equalizing power.
God, this analysis is fucking slow. Why? It's because we're obscured? Must be.
Readings indicate a minor subspace distortion effect.
Come on. Can we get more power to the analysis machine? Yeesh. Well, I don't think it should take that long, but apparently it is. We're still going. The progress bar is still progressing. All right, one more. There we go.
That's the source of the signal.
Yeah, I know.
It does appear to have been a distress signal at some point, but the signal's far too weak for it to be of any use now.
Well, shit.
Perhaps it has been overwhelmed by the environmental conditions.
All right, to the nebula region.
Aye, sir.
Plotting course.
Thank you, Slim, with 97 months. Yep. Almost there. All right. Get her done. Nope, I hate it. That's not what I want.
This nebula has an unusually high concentration of ionically charged particles. Remaining within the particle field will negatively impact shield function.
All right. Thanks,
We
Sport.
should launch a probe and get out of here as soon as possible.
Aye, aye. Locking on target. Scan initiated.
Can you move us in a little bit there? Just get us on the edge of that anomaly, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Kiskaloo.
Aye, sir.
I am sending new data to your panel, Captain.
All right, time to launch a long-range probe at these guys. What is this? Harmless. Harmless. Good, good, good. All right, you can sneak us way in if you want to, but we're gonna launch that probe right now.
Target. Deploying probe.
See what we get.
We're getting data back from the probe.
The probe has detected a ship, Captain.
Oh
They
shit.
need help.
What kind of ship?
There's no activity on standard subspace frequencies, but we may want to check it out just in case.
Target.
Yep. We got it.
Initiating scan.
Yeah, if you want to get us close, these anomalies are harmless, so we can go right through them.
Captain.
I think that helps with analysis.
Transferring analysis to your panel, Captain.
Full maneuvering thrusters.
All right.
20 kilometers out.
Transferring data to your panel, Captain.
All right, what do we got?
The vessel's computer is intact.
Okay.
It's encrypted, but we should be able to access it through our remote intrusion system.
Warning. Environmental hazard detected.
System intrusion. Okay, hold on. What is... Disrupt the vessel's comms to pull recent logs. So I think... There we go.
Aye, aye, Captain.
There it is.
Attempting to
We just had to
disrupt.
get
Locking
closer.
on target.
We're good.
Ship's been picked clean. Multiple hull breaches. It must have happened fairly recently. The last log entry was just a few days ago. There's no one for us to save here. We may want to scuttle the ship to make sure no one else gets drawn in here.
All right, back us off to about 20 kilometers there, Mr. Kiskaloo, and then we will blow it out of the stars.
Aye, sir. Backing off.
Actually, we could probably fire phasers and be all right.
Aye, Captain. Locking new target. Opening fire.
There we go. All right, we're good. Didn't need to torpedo it. Oh, shit.
New contact. One enemy vessel.
Scan it.
Aye, aye. New target locked. Scanning.
See it? Shields up. Oh, shit, that's me. No, shields are already up. We're good.
I will update your panel, Captain.
Bringing us around, Captain.
Captain, incoming message from the Huxley on emergency channels.
Aegis, we are under attack by 2 unidentified vessels. We need immediate support.
Shields, 50%.
Dude, armed torpedoes.
To that. Arming torpedoes.
Fire.
Understood. Targeting.
Fire.
Yes, Captain. Target selected.
Dude, come on now.
Baffles.
You got it.
Shields, 25%.
Disrupt their fucking weapons and fire. Why aren't you firing?
Enemy vessel inbound.
Shields are down.
Damage report. Repair crews report.
What? Do we not have fucking power to our phasers?
You have to check engineering, Captain. I'm trying to bring us around, but the damn fools are
Affirmative.
staying in my
Full
back.
power to phaser banks.
Phasers are at maximum power, goddammit.
Try to put some distance on us so I can swing around better.
Oh, did I take power from your engines and
Understood. Balancing power.
Yeah, 3,000's plenty.
There we go. Now I have fucking changes. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. There. Now we're doing it. Okay. Almost there. That should do it. There we go.
Well done.
Okay. Oops.
Warning. Aye. Dispatching repair crews.
I'm answering full stop, Captain.
Alright. Alright, we're gonna impulse to Silva 4.
Shield emitters repaired.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Shield emitters restored. Calculating travel vector.
Yep. Heading to the planetary orbit. Full impulse. Slap that clown. Slap that clown? How's that sound? Slap that clown? Probably not.
Works for me, Captain.
Fist it.
USS Huxley is reporting 75% hull integrity.
Fist it up. Fist it good.
Engines are fully operational.
Thank you.
Phasers are fully operational.
Phaser array restored.
Okay.
We're showing on their sensors. I'm reading multiple hostile contacts.
Yep. Let me get on there. There you go. There you go. Target weapons. What do you mean no target? There's a target right there. Oh, you gotta scan it first, don't you?
Aye, aye. Changing target. Scanning.
All right, keep us on that space-powered Alpha 3.
I'm updating your panel, Captain.
I can.
Target its weapons.
Hostile vessel inbound.
Seven %. Come on now. Come on now. Keep us up. Keep us in there. We're not letting them get away.
Engines, Captain.
There we go.
I want to give the attack guys some booster power.
Come on. There we go. Torpedoes away. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
The Huxley is at 50%.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Change targets.
Aye, sir.
Okay.
Hostile ship is fleeing.
Okay. Do we let him get away?
Yeah, we
Okay.
did it.
All right.
The Huxley is secure.
All right. We're good.
I
We're good.
appreciate the help, Aegis. I'm afraid we need a little more. We've sustained damage on several decks, and our navigational systems are down. We need to get back to Edinov as soon as possible, but we can't plot a course. If you can lead the way, my chief engineer believes she has a method for us to follow your warp signature.
All right. Edinov. All the way over there. You ready? Oh, I gotta prepare the warp, don't I? Yep. Let's prepare the warp.
I captured. Initializing warp protocols. Diverting.
All right. As soon as she's powered up, fire at will. I like that one. Fire at will.
Warp coils ready. Charged.
Engage.
I'll never get tired of that.
USS Huxley has arrived safely, Captain.
Thanks for getting us back home, Aegis.
You're welcome.
I think we can take it from here.
Okay. I love you. Damn it, she never says it back.
Old as Pluto.
Oh, we did it. Look at that. Hell yeah, dude. I'm a lieutenant junior grade.
I'm a full lieutenant, halfway to lieutenant commander.
Nice. Very good. You like tactical? Or do you like helm?
Yeah, helm's not bad, you know?
Okay.
Helm is not bad, but I'll try tactical again for this next one.
Wait, hold on. Did I do the right one?
Engineering is super easy.
Okay, no, I don't want to do the same one again. There we go. Sun and the Shield. When a routine survey is interrupted by a distress call, the crew of the Aegis is drawn into a race against time to save a research station and themselves. Space. The final frontier. These are the voyages of the starship Aegis. Its continuing mission to seek out... Oh wait. To explore strange new worlds. To seek out new life and new civilizations.
Stardate 2258.201.
To boldly go where no one has gone before.
Our science team has discovered a connection between the anomalies we encountered in the Silva system. Each showed the presence of a highly unstable substance known as protomatter. Our continued exploration suggests the entire trench may be contaminated with concentrations of protomatter, but further research will have to wait. We've received a distress signal from an independent vessel and are now in pursuit of the ship to render aid.
Stardate 420.69.
We're being hailed. Opening channel.
I say open channel.
This is Anton Serko, acting captain of the Polaris. We're experiencing multiple system failures. Please keep your distance. We can't guarantee your safety.
Entering the anomaly.
The Polaris's current trajectory will take them directly through the asteroid field, Captain. Their chances of survival are effectively 0.
All right, well,
if we can get within range,
let's get them
we may be
aboard.
able to disrupt their engines.
Or that.
I'll contact USS Raleigh and request support.
All right. Yeah, head over there, dude.
You're in command of
Aye, understood. Following the target.
Okay, now, give me full speed.
Aye, full speed ahead.
Okay.
Recalibrating sensor array to do a wide band.
Shields captain, just for safety.
Good idea, ensign or lieutenant. Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tenacious James, welcome aboard. Thank you for the 8 months. Why are we not going super fast? Let's power to the engines. There you go. There you go. Now, nope. Oh, there you go. Now we're going max power. There we go. Okay.
Moving out of the anomaly.
Good. All right, let me know, Mr. Kiskaloo, when we are in scanning and disruption range, please.
Hi, Captain.
And as soon as we're in range, disable those engines if you would.
Hi, Captain. We're 48 clicks out right now.
Do you know how close you have to be?
Closer than where I'm at, sir.
Right. Can you scan them yet?
Sometime with, that is a negative, Captain.
All right. Yeah, we just gotta go as fast as we can. We're going as fast as we can towards the target.
As soon as I'm in range, I will start the scan, Captain.
Okay, what the fuck, dude?
Aye, Captain. Following.
There you go. Jeez, Omizo. I gotta keep telling you to follow the target, bro?
All right, I'm in minimal range, Captain. I'm gonna try a scan.
All right.
Moving into the anomaly.
Okay, keep an eye on that disruption. Let me know when you can disrupt their engines.
Yes, sir. I'm about 50% complete on scan.
Transferring analysis to your panel, Captain.
Scan is complete, sir.
Okay. Actually,
Disrupting engine.
not sure if we needed that. Just shows our weapon shields and engines.
Engines have been disrupted, Captain.
Good,
Captain,
good.
Incoming message from the vessel.
All right.
Please, you have to help. We're taking supplies to a research station in the Persef system. Something went wrong. Something happened to the star. We got hit by some kind of blast wave or something.
Okay.
Now we can't reach anyone at the station. You have to go back. You have to help us, please.
USS Raleigh is arriving.
All right.
Incoming message from the Raleigh, Captain.
Oh, on screen.
On screen.
Thank you.
Aegis, this is USS Raleigh. We're on hand to assist the Polaris.
All right.
The Raleigh is better equipped to help with repairs, Captain.
Good.
I advise we check on that station.
Sounds good. All right, let's go to the station, shall we? This one. Yep, warp to the Persef system. Okay, let's get the warp ready.
Aye.
There we go.
Preparing for warp. Allocating power.
Warp course laid in. Lining up for warp vector.
There you go.
This game was
We're
really
on
well
vector
done.
for warp. Course plotted.
Coils charged.
All right. Finger that button. Finger that button. No, hold on. Hold on. Let me come up with something.
Exiting the anomaly.
Get it? Nope. Go for it. Go for it.
Discharge. Captain, the warp coils are about to discharge.
Oh, sorry. Get it. Button that finger. Button your lip. Oh man, one of these days I'm gonna come up with something that's gonna fit just right.
I'm gonna need to talk to HR about this, Captain.
Go for it. No, I'm still testing.
I am not reading
That wasn't you. I wasn't talking to you.
Station, but I am picking up a few escape pods amongst the debris.
All right, scan those.
Aye, sir.
Captain,
the closest
sensors
one.
indicate the star is experiencing wide-scale coronal disintegration. If the core erupts, our ship will not be able to withstand the blast wave. I will update your panel, Captain.
I've got 6 people on the closest escape pod to our starboard, Captain.
Aye, understood.
We're gonna approach the target, and once they're within range, get them out of there.
That will be engineering, Captain. Shields are down.
All right. Is it engineering?
Oh no, I can do it too. My mistake. Engineering. We both have that option.
Oh, okay.
My apologies.
Okay.
Starting lock. Got one.
Thank you, Web Talks. Oh wait, hold on. Since this game was delisted, do you have any other recommendations?
I said shut up.
Yeah.
As in close your mouth and stop talking.
That's my recommendation. All right.
Got six good locks energizing.
Captain, we should deliver the survivors to the Raleigh. Their medbay is significantly larger.
Right.
I'll contact them and ask them to put their medical staff on alert.
Thank you.
I am detecting tachyon levels consistent with recent use of a cloaking device.
We should be on our guard.
We can't transport with shields up. So we got to get these guys as fast as we can.
You just had him, Captain. If you want to to the right.
Cloaked vessel detected.
I'm locking on him. I need 50 seconds at this range.
All right.
Captain, I'm getting a signal of unknown origin here.
Federation vessel.
Son of a
Leave
bitch.
now or be destroyed. You have 30 seconds to comply.
15
What are the
seconds for
Klingons
blast
doing in the
free, Captain.
trench?
Got 5. Good luck on 6. Energizing.
Captain, we've been detected. We've got hostiles inbound.
Captain, we've reached.
That's a Klingon D5 cruiser.
All right. Scan it. Disable it. Disable the weapons when you have a chance and unload on them.
Acknowledge, Captain. Scan in place.
Environmental radiation levels are spiking. The star's core
Disable
is
weapon
going to
targeting
erupt
engines,
soon.
Captain.
Weapons. Disable weapons.
I think engineering disables their weapons, but I have disabled their weapon targeting, Captain.
There you go. That's what I meant. And now, unload. Give them both barrels.
Sir, arming torpedoes.
Helm should be trying to stay with them.
Hostile contact detected.
Aye. Balancing power allocation.
One way.
Okay.
Torpedo 2 away.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
At 50%.
Yep, keep firing those phasers if you can.
Shields at 25%.
Yep, don't let up on them. Stay with them, Ensign Rao, god damn it. Son of a bitch.
Damage report. Deck 14 has sustained serious.
Okay, phasers are recharging, Captain. Torpedoes are reloading.
Incoming ordnance.
Torpedo 1 on the way. Torpedo 2 on the way. Phasers recharging. Torpedoes reloading, Captain.
Okay.
Torpedoes at 50%. To load.
Oh. They are almost out. There you go. There you go. Next target. Next target.
Acknowledge.
Scan and disrupt their weapons targets. All right, you engage them.
Scan enabled.
Engage the target.
Following the target.
There you go. All right. As soon as they're up, disrupt their weapons.
Scan complete. Disrupting weapons targeting. Torpedo 1 away.
And
2 away.
there you go. Unload on them. 72% hull. They should go down pretty quickly. There we go.
Well done, everybody.
Nice work. Nice work. Send them to Stovacor.
Okay, let's take a look here. Sense there. Gonna look at this one out of range. Okay, need everything's the outer ring. It's a little.
Oh, right. Sorry, let me approach target there.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything closer. Okay, that's the closest one right there, Captain.
Yep. We're heading to it.
Still out of range to scan.
Yes, Captain. Full power to engines.
Yep. Get us there.
Lowering shields. I'm within minimum scan range. Scanning.
This game, I think it came out 4 years ago, I want to say.
Oh, it's older than that.
Oh, it is?
No life
Okay.
signs on that one, Captain.
All right.
Scanning no life signs on the other one.
All right.
Next one is 38 clicks out.
The amount of environmental radiation is spiking to dangerously high levels, Captain.
Can you scan that anomaly?
Sure. One moment. Scanning
We're
now.
showing on their sensors. Hostile vessel closing in.
Son of a bitch.
Scanning the thing, raising shields. Shields are up.
Damaged.
Sick bay is not responding.
I am updating your panel, Captain.
Following.
All right, how they looking?
Disrupt.
Oh, they got 100%.
Targeting. Torpedo 1 away. Torpedo 2 away.
Entering anomaly. Incoming hostile contact.
Affirmative. Balancing power.
Looking on the other way, heavy scanning.
Oh my God, there's one right on top of us.
Shield strength at 50%.
Yep. Keep pounding away at that one.
Our shields are at 25%.
Disrupting his targeting, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Prioritizing power to shields.
Captain, it looks like
Torpedo
matter
one
from the
away.
star is causing temperature spikes in
away.
certain areas, severe enough to damage the ship. Those pods might not last long out there.
Warning.
Moving into the
Environmental
anomaly.
hazard detected.
There you go. Yep, there you go. Keep it up. Keep it up. Damn it.
Aye, aye. Repair crews are en route.
Okay.
Moving out of the anomaly. Entering anomaly.
Man.
Torpedo one away. Torpedo two away.
Come on, shields, go down. Go down, shields.
Engine
incoming fire.
There you go.
Shield emitters
They're almost there. Oh my god, 1%. You gotta be kidding me.
Shield emitters restored.
Oh, come on. Just one more phaser shot.
No valid target. Understood. Balancing power allocation.
There we go. Target down.
I am sending new data.
Next. Oh, come on. Hold at 66. There we go.
Shields are fully operational.
Oh my god.
Phaser fire control restored. Engines fully restored.
Okay.
Array restored.
Aye,
Scanning.
Repairs underway.
The health of the pod to our right. Starboard, Captain.
Yep.
Transferring analysis.
No
to
life
No life
signs.
signs.
All right.
Count 3 escape pods.
So
we have
we're
not yet
going to
searched.
be behind
Torpedo
us, Captain.
launchers fully operational. Torpedo launchers restored.
Aye, aye. Bring us
Prioritizing
around, please.
power
The
to
anomaly.
engines.
Okay. We're gonna cruise on over there. We're gonna save as many people as possible.
Moving out of the anomaly. Moving into the anomaly.
Stellar core eruption is imminent. We need to warp out of here, Captain.
Entering the anomaly.
Scanning.
Oh, can I not repair the hull? Is the hull repair not something I can do?
I don't think so.
2 pods remain.
Okay, everything is repaired,
Lock,
but
Captain.
there is hull damage. Okay.
Okay. Yep, I've got to lock it on the 6 in this one, Captain.
Okay. We're fine. We're fine. Just hold out a little bit longer. We're at 58%. We can make this.
30 seconds.
Sensors
20
are showing
seconds.
waveforms consistent with recent.
Can you scan the anomaly while you're transporting or not?
I'm almost there, Captain. Let me start the energizer and I'll scan the anomaly.
Okay.
We've arrived.
They know we're here.
Cone,
Enemy vessel
energizing.
inbound.
Hostile contact.
Scanning analysis.
Entering the anomaly.
Oh shit, we gotta get out of here.
The anomaly to our left is harmless, Captain.
Okay, we gotta go.
Torpedo away. Torpedo away. Got him.
Entering the
On the
anomaly.
next one.
Why are
Scanning.
our shields down?
Oh, my mistake. Sorry, because we were beaming.
Moving
Shields
out
are
of
up,
the
Captain.
Oh, okay. I see. No problem.
Exiting anomaly.
Environmental torpedo
Okay.
launchers repaired.
Yeah.
Torpedo launchers restored.
Okay, we gotta get out of here.
I'm disrupting the weapons cording on that D5 cruiser, Captain.
Aye, Captain.
Good torpedoes, send them on their way.
Course is set. Lining up for warp.
Yeah. We're gonna get out of here. We got 18 of them. We did the best we could, but we're at our hole's at 39%. We gotta get out of here.
Acknowledge, Captain.
Front impact in 60 seconds.
Oh, come on.
Warp vector.
There you go.
aligned.
Let's get out of
On
here.
your mark, Captain. Aye, Captain.
Warp core is fully operational. Warp core restored.
We got 18 of them. We gotta be happy with that.
Big. Tactical's a
Little what? Little technical?
little intense.
Yeah, it is, right? Tactical's fun, man.
All right, I think I'm gonna go back to engineering for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'll stay tactical because that's kind of the key with the combat. Tactical is actually pretty important. So.
Well, I wonder, can I just do helm and there's a captain like?
You know, maybe there would be. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if we have to have a captain.
Oh.
I guess you do, because you
yeah,
have to have a captain.
You do. One of us has to be captain. Okay.
But like Captain Pike did, though, he could pop into that station and command that station. So
I did that a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy was awesome. I wish he would come back. He was a great captain.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
He was. He was fantastic.
All right, one more mission, then we'll call it a day. How's that?
Works for me, Captain.
All right. After uncovering the Klingon presence within the trench, it's up to the USS Aegis to determine, the Klingon Empire's aims within the region.
Captain's Log, Stardate 2258.206. It's become clear that the dangers of the trench make it unsuitable for a population as fragile as the Vulcans. The Federation will have to find a new home for the Vulcan people elsewhere. After our encounter with Klingon warships, our mission has changed. We need to know what the Klingon Empire is up to. We've detected significant Klingon activity deep within the trench. We're going in alone to see what we can learn.
Okay, hold on. I gotta add.
Once we arrive in the Arna system, we will have to be cautious. Based on my data, I believe the Klingons have established a sensor network.
We got another, I think another one BRB to check out. And I think you'll particularly like one of them.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's fantastic.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go take a pee and I'll be right back.
Aye, aye, Captain. I have the con.
Okay.
That one still scares some of the crap out of me with Data and Scott. And that's me from like 20 plus years ago.
Can you look into that power surge from the right warp nacelle?
Taking a look now.
I like the Vulcan ears on Scott on that last one. What a fantastic day this has been. I hope you've all had half as much fun as I have. Vulcan Scott looks like he's examining a dog turd or something in that one. It's like, what's this?
God, that Data one just fucking freaks me out, dude.
I know, it's just maximum disturbing.
That's great. Me, Scott, and Kiskaloo. And you're the red shirt, of course.
Of course I am.
Yeah. Excellent work, y'all. Excellent job, guys. All right, what are my objectives here? Infiltrate the Klingon network. Warp to the Arna system. All right. Here we go. Oh, wait. No, I got to do the warp map. There we go. All right. Prepare warp.
Understood.
Initializing warp protocols. Allocating power.
Warp course plotted. Lining up for warp vector. We're aligning for warp. Course plotted. On your mark.
Do it.
Aye, aye.
Slap my fanny.
Slap my fanny. Don't say that in Britain, though. Totally different thing.
Indeed. Alright,
What are those things?
Oh, we have to avoid detection,
Starships,
so.
Lieutenant. Or the remains of them.
Is that on me or is that you?
But from where?
I think you want to keep engines power below 300, and I probably want to keep shields lowered
source.
and not do too much scanning.
I wonder who built them.
Okay.
If you look at engineering, it will tell you what your detection range is. And I think if you have power set to 300 on engines and shields off, you're at 10 kilometers, which is the minimum.
I'm looking here.
Yeah, upper left, detectable at 10 kilometers.
Oh, okay. So 10 kilometers is pretty good.
Yeah, but you can kill engine power to 3,000. We don't need more than 3,000 per impulse. So you can click the in the center line. Just.
Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Sorry, because I'm behind on you. I'm watching the stream.
All right, there we go. I see. All right. Let's see. What are we supposed to do? Avoid detection. Move to the search area. Search for a point to hack into the network. What's this guy? That's a derelict ship.
Search area is 90 kilometers ahead, Captain.
All right, so
I've tagged it on our screen.
I go approach target, but can I say approach target and avoid another target? Can I give him 2 orders? What speed are you going at? Oh, you're going to 3,000. Okay.
You could give him more power, maybe. I guess that's it. If you give him so I guess that's the level 3,000.
Yep.
3.0 power is 3,000. If you give him 5,000, he can go faster. So that's why Captain Pike kept asking for more engine power.
Yeah.
Just at this point, because it allows him to go faster.
But we don't want to go faster because we want to avoid detection, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Captain. That seems to be logical.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't fucking say that shit to me. I'm gonna slap you with a fucking formal reprimand. You mouth off to me like that again, Lieutenant.
Just slow-boat it in, sir.
You're fucking, I'll slow-boat your mom. Yeah! Captain's log with my captain's log. It took me a while. I got there. Can you please analyze? Can you analyze that anomaly?
I noticed a pattern of unusual sensor echoes. They are indicative of the recent
We are
use
still
of
out of
cloaking
range,
device.
Captain, but I will analyze it as soon as possible.
Say it like I said it.
Yes, I will look at the enough.
Will you analyze it for me, please?
Yep, I am analyzing it.
Okay, good job. Okay.
Transferring data to your panel.
I'm picking up some
Okay,
localized signals.
we're gonna go towards that then.
They're consistent with a Klingon sensor network node.
God damn it.
If we can access a node without triggering it, we may be able to inject an override. It could give us more time to work in the system undetected.
No, towards this target, dipshit.
Aye.
There you go.
Oh, he's out of range. I think he's gone warp.
He either warped or cloaked. I'm guessing warped. I heard a thingy.
I will update your panel.
I've retargeted the Klingon sensor buoy, sir.
Okay.
It's
Entering anomaly.
60 kilometers away.
Yep.
Aye. Staying with them.
All right. Both of those anomalies appear harmless, so we're gonna go right through them and hopefully we'll get there before, I die of old age. Man, staying out or staying below the radars, fucking boring.
Aye, sir.
Entering the anomaly.
Why? What are you doing? Oh, you're flying around
trying to-
obstacles?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Okay, are you gonna turn towards it now? I think we're efficiently around it, Grandma. Okay, good job.
It's like, hey, Judge, well, we're young.
These two Utes. All right.
Miss Rodney Dangerfield so much.
You buy this hat, you get a free bowl of soup. Looks good on you, though.
Gambling is illegal at Starfleet, sir, and I never slice.
Exiting the anomaly.
Steady as she goes, Ensign. Feel like I should be giving orders right now, but we're just...
I'll be in my cabin if you need me.
Yeah. You've got it. I'll be in my quarters. How do you measure yourself by other golfers? Two other golfers? Usually by height. According to the rules. Oh, thank you.
Attack officer anticipates his captain.
Exiting anomaly.
A little late on that. We exited about 10 minutes ago.
Transferring data to your panel.
Thank you.
Okay, lock communications, Captain.
All right.
Locking communications.
Thank you.
Communications have been blocked for the next
That
30
should keep
seconds.
us from showing up on the sensor network for now. We're picking up additional network nodes around the system, Captain.
All right. Put
Each
them on.
one we disrupt might buy us a little more time to operate.
Yep, put them on my map.
I will update the chart of our operational area.
Thank you. All right. Investigate the boneyard.
Scan the anomaly ahead of us.
Plotting course.
Okay. Are we still undercover?
I'm guessing so, Captain.
Aye.
Allocating
communications one more time.
Plotting impulse course. On your mark, Captain.
Communications have been blocked again for 30 seconds, Captain.
All right.
Entering anomaly.
Let's go.
Captain.
Detecting a civilian vessel in the area, Captain.
I cannot tell what it is hauling, but its signature is fluctuating wildly.
Aye, understood.
I'm sure the Klingons are monitoring the transport sensors. If we get too close, they'll know exactly where we are.
Okay.
Everything's out of range, Captain. About 45 clicks out.
You scan that anomaly?
Aye, Captain. It is hazardous, Captain.
Shit.
Pattern analysis suggests the anomaly's effects will be minor.
Moving into the anomaly.
Scanning D5 data 2.
Our ship is likely to sustain direct damage as a result. Transferring analysis to your panel, Captain.
Okay. Well, we gotta sneak around that.
Aye.
Sneak around that. No. Stop. God damn it. That is not what I wanted. That target. Approach that target.
Aye. Staying with them.
There you go.
Still out of range for the transport ship, Captain.
Yeah, I figured.
Scan it.
How close are we to that ship? 17? Okay. Should be alright. As long as they keep moving on by.
Yeah, I'll have a scan complete on the D5 momentarily, Captain.
Yeah.
The transport.
Yeah.
I am updating your panel, Captain.
Alright.
Captain complete. D5 scan complete. Scanning tech transport ship.
We're too close. Klingon vessels are responding.
What? Too close to what?
Attack vector.
We're too close to the transport ship.
Captain, we've been detected.
Hull breaches on deck 7.
I count 9 crew members
Get 'em.
aboard the transport. Only 3 of them are Klingon.
They have hostages?
The device they have on board is dangerously unstable. A protomatter core of some kind.
I'm locking on 6, Captain. I
That
need
device
15
is
seconds.
too dangerous to
Okay.
leave in the Klingons' hands. Or anyone's hands, for that matter.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I pushed us too close to that fucking transport ship. I didn't know the transport ship was the one that was going to detect us. I thought the birds of prey were going to do it.
Got 6 locks. Energizing.
Okay.
They're calling for help.
Scuttle it.
Knowledge. Raising shield.
Captain, they're calling for reinforcements.
Arming torpedoes.
All right.
Shields going up.
I can
Ready.
confirm that the protomatter core was destroyed.
Scanning the other D5.
Aye, aye.
Diverting power for impulse.
Making ready for impulse.
Enemy reinforcements are inbound.
Yep, we're getting out of here.
Captain, hostile reinforcements en route.
Shields.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Turn us about. Get us out of here. There we go. All right, Boneyard has been investigated. Now we're going to the wreckage. Nice work, Lieutenant, by the way, on that transport. And scuttle.
A probe should be able to keep an eye on what's going on here.
Everything is out of range, Captain. Highlighting the first D5. First D5's 38 clicks away. I'm out of scanning range. Second one is 53, so I'll lock on Alpha 2.
No, every time. Just want you to approach target.
Reinforcements en route.
Yep.
Sensors are showing waveforms consistent with recent cloaking activity.
So I'm currently locked on the anomaly, Captain.
They know we're here. Hostile
Yeah.
vessel inbound.
They know we're here. How do they know we're here?
New hostile contact.
Scanning the anomaly. Get the anomaly, scanning the.
Aye, aye.
Let's go.
Power to engines. Shields 25%.
Torpedo 1 on the way. 2 on the way.
Aye, Captain. Equalizing power.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Shuttle maintenance resupply.
Get there as fast as you can, sir. They already got us. So let's get over there and see what's what. Can you scan that?
Shields are down.
The debris field will make it difficult
Hostiles
for
are
the
calling
Klingons
for
to detect.
reinforcements.
14.
Do you fire a probe?
Away.
Is that your job to fire probes?
Away. I do not believe so, Captain. I don't see probe on my console.
Captain, they're calling for reinforcements.
Damaged.
Probably start moving,
Understood.
Captain.
Repair crews are en route.
Hostile reinforcements are on the way.
Disable weapons targeting on D5 Alpha 1.
Got incoming munitions.
Disabling weapons targeting on Bird of Prey Scout 1. Need 20 seconds.
Fire a probe into the debris cluster. I don't have...
Enemy reinforcements are inbound.
Yeah, I don't see an option to fire probe, Captain.
We've reached our destination.
Can you fire a probe now?
I don't see the option, Captain. All I see is torpedoes. I don't know if it's helm or engine.
Shield strength at 50%. Engines are fully operational. Shield emitters repaired. We just lost our shields. Phaser array fully repaired. Phaser array.
Weapon taking on 5 off.
Where the fuck? Well, god damn it.
Got hostiles inbound.
Sorry, dude. It says fire a probe into the debris cluster.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, Captain, I see it. I had to click it. I couldn't see it. With everything else running around, I couldn't see the damn thing.
All right. Whole compromise.
It's been an honor, sir.
It's been the honor of a lifetime serving with you.
That's my bad.
That's my bad. As the ship explodes.
I had to get a boat, but I was trying to scan all the ships. So
Yeah, dude. No, all good. All good. No. Listen.
Lessons learned.
We did the best we could. And next time, we'll get them. Oh, dude. That was so much fun. Thank you for your 100-monther. That was a good day.
Absolutely. Both of these games were fantastic.
Absolutely, man. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for the years of support, dude. Oh, and out. Okay, I guess we're going to Discord. Sure. And you left the Discord. Okay. A little Irish goodbye from old Kiskaloo. Sounds good. Well, all right. There it is. Okie dokie. Well, that's going to do it for me today. I did say I was signing off. All right. No worries, man. No worries. I had a blast. We did some storm chasing. We did some bridge crewing. And all in all, what a great day. What a fucking fantastic day. Tomorrow is the 4th of July, and we're going to be doing America-themed games tomorrow. Based on your suggestions, hopefully you guys have suggested me some games, because I'm going to be looking here right after the stream to see what American-themed games you have suggested. You're probably going to see some old favorites, maybe a couple of new ones, but it will be up for you to vote. And it's If Then tomorrow as well. If Then, I will be running a discount. Since the Twitch-wide discount is over, I'll be running my own discount, 35% off, 5 or more gifted subs. So come on out tomorrow. Sub, resub, or gift sub will enter you into a drawing to pick any game for me to play later on this month. And I think I said the 28th. Let me just make sure here. Yes, the 28th is tentatively what we're going to be doing. So, come on out tomorrow. Bring your gift subs. We'll have some fun. We'll be celebrating America in the only way we know how, by playing video games. So thank you very much for being here. But I'm going to get out of here. And until next time.
For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zecodia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya!